Welcome to the Ultimate Power BI course. Power BI is taking over the business world, and here's a huge reason why. From small startup to a massive corporations, every company needs someone who look at confusing spreadsheets and turn them into clear, actionable insights that actually help them make money. That someone could be you, and mastering the Power BI might just be the career move that needs changes. The best part about this course, we keep it real and practical. We jump straight into building your first Power BI dashboard in just minutes, so you can see immediate results and feel the rush of creating something powerful right away. But we don't just teach you the basics and leave you hanging. You will learn what business intelligence really means in simple terms, master Power Query to clean up messy data. We break down complex concepts so someone can follow along whether you're a complete beginner or looking to level up your skills. You will have real project to show the recruiters and confidence to tackle any data challenge and skills companies are desperately searching for right now. Let's get started. If you're interested in becoming a cutting-edge business analyst, now is the time to take a leap into AI-powered business analyst program. This course is gateway for mastering the tools and techniques that are shaping the future of business analyst in 2025. With IIBA endorsed Advanced Business Analyst certification, you will get hands-on experience with 10 plus AI integrated tools like Power BI, Excel, MySQL, and Tableau. Plus, you'll also work on real-world industry projects and tackle over 40 plus practical case activities, so you can build a job-ready portfolio that stands out. Throughout the course, you will dive deep into product thinking, agile frameworks, RPA, and process of mining and become exam ready for ECBA, CCBA, and CBAP. You'll also get live mentor-led support, ensuring you're fully equipped to apply these skills in your career. Hurry up and enroll now. The link is given in the description box below and in the pinned comments.
Have you ever wondered how companies use data to make important decisions and improve their operations? Well, that's where business intelligence comes in. Business intelligence, also known as BI, is a set of tools and processes that help organizations analyze data and make informed decisions. It's like a crystal ball that helps businesses see into the future and make strategic decisions based on the data analysis. But how exactly does BI work? Well, it starts with collecting data from multiple sources like transaction data, customer data, and social media data. This data is then processed and analyzed using BI tools like dashboards, reports, and analytical models. The insights provided by BI helps organizations identify trends, patterns, and opportunities that they can use to make better decisions and drive growth. So in this video, we are going to take you through the core concept of what business intelligence is and why is it so important. But before that, if you enjoy watching such videos and find them interesting, then please subscribe to our channel because we bring the best videos for you daily. Also hit the bell icon to get notified whenever we drop a new video. So without any further delay, let's get started with what exactly is business intelligence.
Well, at its core, business intelligence, often referred to as BI, is the process of collecting, analyzing, and transforming raw data into actionable insights for business purposes. It helps organizations make informed decisions, enhance performance, and gain a competitive edge in today's dynamic market. So let's understand the steps involved in the processing of data. The first step in the business intelligence process is data collection. Businesses begin by identifying the relevant data sources for their operations, such as internal databases, customer interactions, website analytics, and social media platforms. Once identified, the necessary data is extracted from each source, which can be in various formats like spreadsheets or databases. Before proceeding, it's important to cleanse the data by removing duplicates, errors, or inconsistencies, ensuring its accuracy and reliability. The second step is data integration. With the collected data in hand, the next step is data integration. Businesses transform the data into a unified format that is compatible and consistent across different data sources. This transformation involves standardizing data formats, organizing fields, and creating a unified data structure. The transformed data from various sources is then merged into a central repository or data warehouse, serving as a single source of truth for further analysis and reporting. The third step is data analysis. Businesses select appropriate analysis techniques based on their objectives, which can include exploratory data analysis, statistical modeling, data visualization, or machine learning algorithms. Using these techniques, businesses uncover patterns, trends, and correlation within the data. These insights provide valuable information about customer behavior, market trends, operational efficiency, product insights, and more. To communicate the findings effectively, businesses create reports and visualizations that present the insights in a clear and understandable format. The fourth step is decision making and action. The final step in the business intelligence journey is turning insights into actions. Armed with the insights from data analysis, businesses make informed decisions. These decisions can range from optimizing operational processes and refining market strategies to improving customer experience and identifying new business opportunities. Businesses continuously monitor the impact of their decisions and actions using feedback loops and iterative processes to refine strategies, adapt to changing market conditions, and improve overall performance. Have you ever wondered how successful people can be after opting a postgraduate program in business analytics? Hear it from our learners who have experienced massive success in their careers.
Hi, I'm Gordana Vujik. I live in Raleigh, North Carolina, and working as a business analyst at Revature. This is my second job since I completed the postgraduate program in business analytics at Simplilearn with Purdue University in December 2021. My experience with Simplilearn was great. The live classes were my favorite because they were very interactive and I could connect with the instructors. I have many small gaps and short employments in my career. I even have a huge 2-year career gap due to some health issues. However, I think the dark times are now behind me. It doesn't matter how challenging the path may be. Keep upskilling and one day you will achieve success in life.
The next question is, why is business intelligence so valuable to businesses? So let's explore its benefits. The first is enhanced decision making. By providing accurate and timely insights, BI enables organizations to make informed decisions based on facts rather than assumptions or intuition. This leads to improved efficiency, reduced risks, and better outcomes. Increased operational efficiency. Business intelligence streamlines operations by identifying bottlenecks, optimizing processes, and highlighting areas of improvement. This leads to enhanced productivity, cost savings, and overall efficiency gains. Competitive advantage. In today's competitive landscape, gaining a competitive edge is crucial. BI equips businesses with actionable insights about market trends, customer preferences, and competitors, enabling them to make strategic moves and stay ahead of the curve. Applications of business intelligence. Retail. BI helps retailers analyze customer buying patterns, optimize inventory levels, and personalize marketing campaigns, ultimately improving sales and customer satisfaction. Healthcare. By leveraging BI, healthcare providers can analyze patient data, optimize resource allocation, and identify patterns to enhance medical treatments and patient outcomes. Finance. BI enables financial institutions to assess risk, detect fraudulent activities, and identify investment opportunities, resulting in improved decision making and financial performance. Let's understand the tools for business intelligence. A number of BI tools are already present in the market, but let's go through the top business intelligence tools. Power BI. Microsoft's Power BI offers robust data visualization capabilities, interactive dashboards, and integration with various data sources. It's user-friendly and allows for collaboration and sharing within the organization. Tableau. Tableau is renowned for its interactive and intuitive data visualization features. It supports advanced analytics, custom calculations, and offers seamless integration with multiple data sources. ClickView. ClickView provides a comprehensive business intelligence platform with powerful data discovery, visualization, and reporting features. It allows users to explore data from various angles and uncover hidden insights. Looker. Looker offers a cloud-based platform for data exploration and visualization. It focuses on providing real-time insights and collaborative analytics, enabling teams to work together seamlessly. So there you have it, folks. Business intelligence is an essential tool that can help businesses succeed in today's marketplace.
Now let's see what Power BI is. Power BI is a business analytics service provided by Microsoft that lets you visualize your data and share insights. It converts data from different sources to build interactive dashboards and BI reports. As you can see, we have an Excel data about sales. Using this data, Power BI helps you build different charts and graphs to visualize the data. Now that we have understood what Power BI is, let us look at the important features of Power BI. First is Power BI Desktop. Power BI Desktop is a free software that you can download, and it allows you to build reports by accessing data easily. For using Power BI Desktop, you do not need advanced report designing or query skills to build a report. Second, as already discussed, Power BI supports stream analytics. From factory sensors to social media sources, Power BI assists in real-time analytics to make timely decisions. Third, support for multiple data sources is one of the major features of Power BI. You can access various sources of data such as Excel, CSV, SQL Server, web files, etc. to create interactive visualizations. And finally, custom visualization. Custom visualization is another vital feature of Power BI. While dealing with complex data, Power BI's default standard might not be enough in some cases. In that case, you can access the custom library of visualization that meets your needs. Let us jump into discussing the various components of Power BI. As you can see, there are 6 major components of Power BI. Now let's discuss them one by one. First is Power Query. Power Query is the data transformation and mashup engine. It enables you to discover, connect, combine and refine data sources to meet your analysis need. It can be downloaded as an add-in for Excel or can be used as part of Power BI Desktop. Second, we have Power Pivot. Power Pivot is a data modeling technology that lets you create data models. It also allows you to establish relationships and create calculations. It uses data analysis expression language or DAX to model simple and complex data. Third, we have Power View. Power View is a technology that is available in Excel, SharePoint, SQL Server and Power BI. It lets you create interactive charts, graphs, maps and other visuals that brings your data to life. Next, we have Power Map. Microsoft's Power Map for Excel and Power BI is a 3D data visualization tool that lets you map your data and plot more than 1 million rows of data visually on Bing Maps in 3D format from an Excel table or data model in Excel. Then we have Power BI Desktop. Power BI Desktop is a development tool for Power Query, Power Pivot and Power View. With Power BI Desktop, you have everything under the same solution and it is easier to develop BI and data analysis experience. Finally, we have Power Q&A. The Q&A feature in Power BI lets you explore your data in your own words. It is the fastest way to get an answer from your data using natural language. An example could be, what was the total sales last year? Once you have built your data model and deployed that into Power BI website, then you can ask questions and get answers easily. Now, let's see what Power BI Service is. Power BI Service is the software as a service part of Power BI. It is also referred as Power BI Online. To access Power BI Service, you need to log into app.powerbi.com. Now let me show you that. I'll go to Google, I'll open a new tab and search for app.powerbi.com. It's loading. But this is how the homepage of Power BI Service looks like. I've created some dashboards on it. First, you need to log into app.powerbi service. You can see I'm logged in. Now under my workspace, if I go to dashboard, here I've created a finance dashboard. You can see the different charts and graphs I've prepared and pinned it to the dashboard. So Power BI Service allows you to connect to your data, create reports and dashboards, and you can also ask questions to your data. Now as you can see in this dashboard, we have created some charts and graphs. So this is a tree map. There's a pie chart, there's a bar graph. Below you can see there are line charts and donut charts. It tells you the total sales that were made, the total number of units sold, the sales by product, sales by country, sales by segment, and lots more. One of the key features of Power BI is creating dashboards from multiple reports and datasets. Power BI Dashboard is a single-page visualization to tell a story. The visualizations on a dashboard are generated from multiple reports and each report is based on one dataset. A single-page dashboard is known as a canvas. The visualizations you see on the dashboard are called tiles. These tiles are pinned to the dashboard by report designers. Now let me go back to my dashboard. So this is called a canvas and each of these are called tiles. So on the top you can see we have 3 tiles. Now let's understand how to create and publish reports in Power BI dashboards. Power BI allows you to create different reports on Power BI Desktop. These reports can be published on the Power BI dashboard using Power BI service. Here, you can see there is a Power BI report created on Power BI desktop. If you click on Publish, it will take you to the Power BI service where you can build a dashboard. Here is the button for Power BI Publish. Once you click on Power BI Publish, it will take you to the dashboard. So this is a single page Power BI dashboard on Power BI service. Now, let's understand the Power BI architecture. Power BI architecture is a service built on top of Azure. There are multiple data sources that Power BI can connect to. Power BI Desktop allows you to create reports and data visualizations on the dataset. Power BI Gateway is connected to on-premise data sources to get continuous data for reporting and analytics. Power BI services are basically the cloud services that are used to publish Power BI reports and data visualizations. Using Power BI mobile apps, you can stay connected to their data from anywhere. Power BI apps are available for Windows, iOS, and Android platforms.
Ever wondered what those people with fancy charts on their computers are doing? They are probably business analysts. So what's a business analyst? Think of them as the Sherlock Holmes of the business world. They look at lots of information and figure out how to make companies run better. And guess what? It's a pretty cool job right now. Lots of companies are trying to hire these folks. Want to know how much they make? On average, about $85,000 per year. Some of them even make over $120,000. Not bad, right? But here's the thing. To be really good at this job, you need to know some special words. It's like learning the secret code of business. And in today's video, we are going to look at the 10 important words every business analyst should know. And by the time we are done, you will be talking like a pro.
Now, let's do some practical hands-on demo with Power BI. So this is how the Power BI desktop interface looks like. On the left, you have the report view, the data view, and the model view. The report view is where you visualize your data with different charts and graphs to build reports. The data view allows you to view the whole data, while the model view is where you check if there are any relationship between the tables. On the right, you can see the different visualizations that you can build. We'll quickly run through all of these in our demo. So here you can see there's a finance sample data that will help you draw insights about the sale of products in different countries. We will create a report to visualize different charts and graphs and analyze those sales. So let me go to my Power BI desktop. First, we'll import our data. So let me go to our Get Data tab and choose Excel as my data source. I click on Excel. So here is our finance sample data. We'll select sheet 1. You can see the data here. Click on it and then select Load. This might take some time to load the data. Now if I go to my Data tab, you can see the entire data set. It has fields such as segment, country in which the sales was made, the name of the product, the units sold, and the sales price, and many more. Let's start building our report now. I'll go to my report view. So first let me create a text box. Let me resize it. Let me name it as Finance Dashboard. We'll increase the size of the text. We'll use font Consolas, center it. We'll also add a background to this. We use blue color, change it to white, and increase the size. Now, let me first show you how you can create a matrix. I'll go to Visualizations and click on Matrix. Let me resize it. From the Datasheet tab, I'll select Sales and drag onto Values. So you can see the total number of sales that were made. Now, let me do some formatting. So I'll go to the Format tab, click on Column Headers. Let's add a background color and let me increase the text size to 20. Similarly, under Values, we'll increase the size of the text to 20 as well. We can also click on Border and choose the color of the border. May take as, let it be black. So this is a simple matrix that we created which shows the total number of sales that were made. Similarly, let me choose matrix once again. Now we'll drag on the units sold onto values. We'll continue with the same drill. Under column headers, we'll add a background. This time, let's choose some other color, and under values, let's increase the size of the text to 20. Even for the column headers, let's increase the size of the text to 20. Again, we'll switch on border. We'll resize a bit. So here we have two matrices created for our report. The first matrix shows us the total sales that were made. The second matrix shows you the total units that were sold. Now let's move ahead and create a simple bar chart. So under visualization, I'll click on clustered column chart. Under this, we'll drag the date column onto axis and the sales onto value. Let me expand it. So it shows you the sales by year. This is the sales that were made in 2013 and this shows you the sales that were made in 2014. Now there's a drill down option which gives you more granularity. This depicts the sales by quarter. If I drill down further, you can see this shows you the sales by month. Also, you have some options like sort by and sort by sales. So you can see October month made the highest number of sales. Moving ahead, let me now create a pie chart where we will see the sales by different segments. Under visualization, I'll click on pie chart. Let me first resize it. Here, I'll drag the segment column onto the legend and the sales column onto the values. As you can see, we have the sales made by different segments. Government segment made the highest number of sales with 44.22%. Now let me add a border to both the visualization. I'll click on the pie chart and go to the Format tab. I'll switch on the border. Similarly, for the clustered column chart, I'll go to the Format tab and click on Border. Now let me resize a bit. Alright. Next, we'll create a very simple table that will depict the total sales made by each product. So under Visualizations, I click on Table. Let me bring this below. So from the data sheet, I'll first drag product onto values. You can see the different products and then sales just below it. So this depicts the total sales that were made by each product. And finally, it displays the total value of the sales that were made. This is same as the one shown here. Now let's do some formatting. Under Format tab, I'll go to Values and increase the text size to 15. Let me expand it. Also, under column headers, I'll increase the text size to 15. Then let me go and add a border. Now let me create a map that will show you the sales that were made by each country. So first, let me create a new page and under Visualization, I'll click on Map. Now I'll drag the country column onto Location. So you can see we have our map ready and we'll drag sales onto Size. You can see the different countries and the sales that they made. If I move the map, you can see the sales made in the Europe region. Let me resize it. I'll add a border to this. Now let me go ahead and create a donut chart that will show you the profit by each segment. Under Visualizations, I'll click on Donut Chart. I'll move this to the top. Now from the data sheet, I'll add profit onto the values and segment onto the legend. If I expand this, you can see government segment made the highest amount of profit with 65.04%. Let me resize this and we'll add a border. Okay, in the final visualization, I'll show you how to create a tree map. This tree map will tell you the total amount of sales made by each product. So under Visualizations, I'll click on the tree map. Let me expand it. I'll drag sales onto values and product onto group. So here you can see our tree map and the sales made by each product. You can see now we have our report ready. We have created two separate canvases to visualize our data. Now, if you want to change the color of these bars, you can simply go to the Format tab and under Data Colors, you can choose whichever color you want. In Power BI Desktop, you have an option to switch your theme. This will make your dashboard or the report look more attractive. So now we are under the default mode. Let's try out different themes. That's Frontier, it's Temperature, Solar, which is a little yellowish. The one which I like is Tidal. I hope this was helpful in making you understand the basics of Power BI and how it works. You learned the various features and the components of Power BI and looked at the architecture of Power BI. Finally, you saw a demo to create a report using Finance Dataset.
Now, let's get started by how to install Power BI in Windows operating system. To install Power BI, go to Google and search for Power BI Desktop Download. Now, click on the first link and then you will be redirected to the official web page of Microsoft Power BI. Here, you have to scroll a little towards bottom and select your language, which is English, and then click on download. This will give you two options. So based on your processor, select one. My system is 64-bit, so I'll be selecting this one. Now download. The file will be 558 MB, so it might take a little time. Now you can see your Microsoft Power BI is getting downloaded. So if we go into the download section, you can clearly see it. So here it is getting downloaded. It might take a little time. Now the file has been downloaded. Just run the file and you can directly go to next, since the default language is English. And in case if you want to select a particular language, you can go to the select language option and select your particular language you're searching for. It might take a while. There you go. So the installation process has been started. Now you can click on next. And now you can read all the terms and agreements and click on accept. You can change the location if you want, but I'll be keeping it as default. Again, if you want to create a shortcut, you can on desktop. I'll keep it as it is. Now install. It might take a while. So Power BI has got successfully installed. You can see the desktop icon there. Double click on it and you can start Power BI. So firstly, it is open source. If you want to have a licensed version of it, just get the license or buy now option. And for now, let's use the open source version. So this is the Power BI window and those are the charts. And these are the data connections if you want to get connected to your data sources. You can also have shortcuts to that.
Now, what are the steps to connect to data? So now we will go directly into Power BI and try to import one by one few most commonly and popularly used data sets which are most commonly used in a day-to-day activity. Rest, of course, there are Power BI supports n number of data sources, but we will do something practical on the most popular ones. So let's open our Power BI. Now this is my Power BI, and first I want to show you that how can I import data directly from a web page and import the data. Now it is asking for a URL in order to import data. So what I have done is I have created a Google Excel sheet with simple data with rows and columns, and what I have done is I have shared this sheet as publish to web. Okay, so you just need to say publish to the web, the link as web page, and say done. It's automatically published, and say link. So copy the link which you have published on the web, copy this link and then go back to your Tableau, paste that link over here and click OK. Now Power BI will try to establish a connection with this Google Doc sheet because it's published on the web. You need to wait for a while it is reading. Okay, now it has read one of the HTML tables, so I'll select this one. Now you can see it is showing me a preview of the table which is there on my Google sheet, right? It has 11 rows, so it has all showed all the 11 rows. So now I can go and transform this data because I can see my headers are there starting from the second row. So there is an opportunity for me to transform the data. So I'll go and transform it so that it looks clean. Okay, so first is I need to remove the first row, which is the null row. Remove the top rows. Okay, and then I need to use the first row now as a header. So you just click this option, use first row as headers. That's it. So now if you see, my row ID, order date, ship date, all my data is now ready. So I can say close and apply. Click apply changes. Now this is an example of web data import. You can go and preview your data. Right? Now the biggest advantage of this data connection is that it's a live data. So for example, I insert another row. Let me change the order ID. I've changed some basic stuff, and it's auto saved. Control S. Now I'll go to my Tableau and I'll refresh. Now you can see as I refreshed my Power Query Editor, I clicked refresh all and I got my new row which is there in the live data. I got that fetched from my, okay, I got that row, the row ID number 12. So I have to say close and apply. Now you can see the new row, the row number 12 is now available in my new data set, in the data set, because it's a live connection. It's a live connection with the web-based Google Sheet. Okay, so this is one important way in which you can import data. Now let's try to import data from a text file. Now I have already prepared a text file called subcategories.txt. Now let me just open it in a notepad. Now it's a very plain simple file, tab separated file in which you have product subcategory ID, subcategory name and product category key. So basically to which product category this particular subproduct belongs to, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to my get data option and I'm going to select text/CSV option and I'm going to select option mod product subcategories.txt. Okay, so now Power BI has identified that it's a tab delimited file, it has recognized the headers, etc. right, and I can now directly load this file. Okay, so now once the data is imported in Power BI, it is like irrelevant to me, it's a composite data import I am doing, right? So in my presentation, when I am talking about importing data, there are different importing modes, right? Data import can happen through different ways. Okay, one is direct query mode, in which I create a live connection to the database, which I'll also show you using MySQL and MS SQL Server. And also you can do a composite mode in which you can have data imported from Excel, plus you can have direct query modes. So you can have multiple modes to connect and create a composite data model, and that's what we are doing right now in our practical. So what we are doing over here is, one, we have imported data from the web. Second, we have imported data from a text table. Now after doing text, now our next task is to import from CSV. Let's try another one. So now I have imported product subcategory. Now I'll import a CSV file. So again I'll choose the option text/CSV, and now in this CSV file, let me open this CSV file and show you what is it. So this is a list of all my products, product key, product subcategory key, products stock keeping unit, etc. A simple CSV file, and I'm going to import that. Okay, so now it has identified the delimiter is comma rather than a tab, and it has already recognized the headers correctly, so I'll load it. Okay, so now my products are there, product subcategories are there. For product categories, now what I have done is I have created a Excel mode now. So now Excel I'm using to import my product category. So now I have to click on the option of import data from Excel, and I'll say product categories. Select the sheet, load, and now so my products, product categories, product subcategories, though with different data storage types, but still now the data is imported into Power BI. It is a composite data model. Now another very important data type which you can import is the PDF also, right? So what I have done is I have created a PDF called customers. My customers data is lying in a PDF. So what I've done is I've created a PDF which has data for some columns are there, like customer key, prefix, first name, last name, birth date, marital status, gender, email address, annual income, total children, etc., etc. So this is the data set which I have created in PDF. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select PDF now and import customers.pdf, and see, it has recognized my table on page 1 which I'm going to load. Okay, you can rename this as PDF table. So this basically, these are the different type of data types we have imported: PDF, Excel, text, CSV, and web page. Now let's take a look at another interesting data set which we want to import, is the MySQL Server data set. So what I have done is I've already installed MySQL Server on my local instance, and there's already a schema of SQLite tutorial over there, and I have certain tables already prepared over there, like department, employee, etc. So my goal is now to import this data or create a live connection with this data set. Now in order to import my SQL database connection in Power BI, you need to first download a connector, MySQL Power BI connector. So you need to go to this link and then click on download and install the MySQL connector. Based on the operating system you have, you click on download and install it. After you have done this, go back to Power BI and then give the IP address of the database. In my case, it's there in this local machine, and the schema which I want to import is SQLite tutorial. So I'll give the name, click connect. Okay, now it's connected. So now it is asking me which particular tables you want to create a connection with. I'm choosing department and employee, and I'm just loading them. Okay, so now this is the exact data which is there in the employee and department in MySQL. Okay, so this is one example of how to create connectivity between Power BI and MySQL. Now I want to do the same thing using SQL Server, Microsoft SQL Server. So I have also installed Microsoft SQL Server on my machine, and I have used the SQL Express. So this is the name of my server, so which I'll copy the server name and go to get data, select SQL Server, and for now database is optional. I can say direct query, click OK. Okay, now it is showing me what all tables I can import. So in my SQL Server tutorial, in my SQL Server, I have these three tables: customers, employee attrition, Olympic events. So I can use probably the customers one, which is Now you can see this is the data, the customer's data, which is lying in my SQL server. Okay, so I can preview it and load it. So now you can preview the data in Power BI. That this is the data. So I can rename as customers from MS SQL, and this is from MySQL, and okay. So now this is not the only data sets you can import. Now if you take a look at the options which Power BI gave of what different type and variations of data it can it has compatibility to import from. Okay, so we can just take a look at the categorization on the left hand side first. There are file based like Excel, text, XML, JSON is also possible. You can evenly directly import an entire folder, and within the folder whatever data types of files are there, it will detect it. PDF, Parquet, or even SharePoint folder, which is itself a Microsoft technology. Then different kind of databases, SQL Server and MySQL we just saw, but it's not only limited to this. You can connect to Microsoft Access, SSAS, Oracle database, IBM DB2, Postgres, Sybase, Teradata, and then SAP databases, Amazon, Redshift, Impala, Vertica, Snowflake, and n number of databases which are there in the market today, Amazon, etc. Then it also allows you to connect with its own Power platforms, Power BI platforms, data marts, Power BI data flows, Dataverse, etc. Azure, there are different kind of storage mechanisms in Azure, and Azure itself is a Microsoft technology, so it has a compatibility with a lot of Azure based data storages like Azure SQL database, blob storage, Azure Databricks, right, Azure HD Insight Spark. So if you have those kind of services running on your Azure cloud services, you can even import them over here. Now online services, like you have ERPs running or some data which is shared on the internet. If you want to import it, that is also possible through certain products. Dynamics 365, Microsoft Exchange Online, Salesforce, Google Analytics, Adobe Analytics, GitHub, LinkedIn Sales. If you want to do some analysis of some social networking, feeds, that also you can import. Then other miscellaneous are also there, web-based, Hive, R script, Python script, if there's something to import, get data from. Google Sheets, like we saw one example in our video right now. So there are multiple options available. Now, once you have imported the data which is relevant to you, in our subsequent sessions, we will see how to create relationships, but just giving you a glimpse that whatever data you are importing, Power BI auto detects certain relationships and it will create for you, but then you can go and manually also change. So this is the composite data model which is getting created in the backend while you are importing the data. You can easily go and manage these relationships, either keep them as is, you can delete and create new ones manually. So there is no limitation in that. So this is what we have witnessed. We have imported data from different files types, data types, and then we have tried to, once it is imported into Power BI, then there is no limitation of how you use it. You can create visualizations across different data sets and then create your standard reports. So this is the example of importing data from web, importing data from a database, from a PDF, and then once you have data, you can shape and combine data. You can basically do whatever transformation you want to do. You want to make joins, merge the data. So for example, if we go back to our Power BI, and if I go back to my transform data section, now as I have now different data sets available with me, I can do any kind of operation transformation on the data, right? So like I showed you, I upgraded the header row because one of the imported data was not showing the header correctly, or this columns, like this exact one column is extra, I can remove the column, right? All those transformations, whatever I do in the backend gets captured in the applied steps section, right? This is the customer data. You can create, you can merge it, you can append it, with other data sets, right? Let's, for example, I want to create a merge data set of my categories and subcategories. So I can say select these two data sets and say merge queries as new, and I can select product categories and product subcategories, select product category key on both the sides, and then they do a left auto join. So whatever product categories are there, I'll get the subcategories associated with it, and I'll create a new table which will have, now I have the table which has the category and the subcategory in one table itself. So I can rename it now to as category subcategory table. It's a merge. Basically, it's a join between category and subcategory, and now I have a common table, right? And I can close and apply. So imagine I have created a new table which is created from one data set which is Excel based, and another data set which is text based. See this category subcategory table. So now I can use it the way I want in my visualization reports. So that's what the presentation says, right? That once you have the imported data, you can shape, you can combine, you can adjust, you can do whatever transformation you want to do and create your visualization.
What is Power BI? It is a business intelligence tool to visualize your data and share insights across your organization. So when we talk about BI, it came into existence as a self-service BI tool, and it does have different components which can be used. Now, before we get into details of Power BI, let's understand what are the different components, or what are the different ways in which you can work on your Power BI. Now, one of the main challenges when it comes to organizations or users is that data is scattered in different places. It might be in different formats, and everyone would want to use that data to basically perform some calculations, create visualizations or dashboards which could be interactive, and that's where they would want to bring all the data in one place, might be transform it so that you can filter out and not load huge amount of data in your system, and you can work on selective data. So when it comes to Power BI, it helps us in ETL, it helps us in data modeling, it helps in data storage and reporting. So what are the benefits of Power BI? Here are some of the benefits. So extract intelligence rapidly and accurately. So that's basically transforming your enterprise data into rich visuals and accurate reports for enhanced decision making. Now, one thing we already know, that when we talk about data in raw format might have a lot of hidden information. If we look at different data sets, which I'll show you in the process, it might have a lot of meaning, but then the real meaning comes out of the data if we can create visualizations, if we can create relationships between different data sets, and thus that can help us in enhanced decision making. Now, Power BI supports advanced data services. It integrates seamlessly with advanced cloud services like Cortana to provide results for the verbal data queries as well. When you talk about seamlessly integrating with existing applications, that's one more benefit of Power BI. So it adopts analytics and reporting capabilities easily to embed interactive visuals quickly in your applications. You can build rich personalized dashboards. So it basically provides a unified user experience with customized dashboard and reports that meet your exact needs. It also has a way where you can have secure way of publishing your reports. So you can set up automatic data refresh and rapidly publish reports, allowing multiple users to avail the latest information across your organization or across your working community. So Power BI can connect to different sources. We'll see that in a while. So basically you have an option which says get data, and that basically opens up a window where you can find different type of data sources such as Excel, your CSV or text, JSON, PDF, getting data from databases, or directly accessing data from databases. Now, before we get further into understanding how Power BI looks like, it would be a good idea to share information in how you can set that up on your machine. So when it comes to your Power BI, and let me open up a notepad here. So for example, I bring up a notepad. Let's say when you talk about your Power BI components, so you basically have Power BI desktop, and that's mainly your playground, or that's mainly used for any kind of development activities. You have your Power BI server, or you can say service. So now this one is where you would make reports online and share or make them available to different BUs. Now that's one more component of Power BI. And then you also have your Power BI mobile, which is mainly for viewing the information, or I would say viewing reports. So these are the three main components. We can also look at the licensing information of these. So these are the main. So Power BI desktop is something which you can set up on your laptop or on your machine. Power BI server is where you can log in with your user ID and password, and Power BI mobile is mainly to view your reports. Now, how do you set this up before you can explore or start working on Power BI? So here is a link which you can basically use. So if you look into this, so this one basically says service, self-service sign up for Power BI. It says sign up of Power BI service as an individual. Normally when you would want to use Power BI, you can use a website called HTTP, and then you have basically app, and let's say I think it's called apppowerbi.com. Now this is the place where you can basically log in. Now if you see here, I have created an account, and if you look at my account, it says auatl.onmicrosoft.com. Now how do you get this kind of email? Because when you talk about Power BI, it will expect you to have a official ID, and it does not take IDs which are from common domains such as Google or Yahoo and so on. So this particular link gives you an idea how you can do that. So basically you have what is Power BI, basic explanation on that. It says signing up for Power BI service. So Power BI desktop, it's a totally free download. And then you have mobile apps, also a totally free download. And here it says that what kind of email addresses it supports. And if we look into this, you have to either sign up, because that does not accept your private email IDs, or you can go for this one which says enroll US government organization, and this is where you can basically sign up for Power BI. So it basically says try free. If you go to the website, say powerbi.microsoft.com, or you could go into this one, which I was saying, http://app.yourpowerbi.com, and this is what you can use. Or as mentioned, you can go to powerbi.microsoft.com. For example, if I open this in a different tab, it takes me to Power BI Microsoft. I can say start free. I can click on this. It says try free. But then when it asks you to sign in, this is where some of us face problem, because it does not take your private email ID. Now, how do you tackle that? What you can do here is on this page, which says learn about alternate ways to sign up, you can basically open up this link. And in this link, it says sign up for Power BI with a new Microsoft 365 trial account. And what you can do is you can basically click on this link, which takes you to the Office 365. And what you can do here is you can search for something which says, say, 365 E3, and here you have try it for free. So in my case, it is translating. Okay. So here you have an option which says try it for free. Click on this one and then basically go ahead with your sign up process. Now, once you do that, you can basically create an account or give a email ID. So it asks you to give an email ID to check if you already have an account. And once you do that, it will guide you through the process where you can create an account like I have done. Now, once you have done that, so for example, we can go into this page, which I said http://app.powerbi.com. Now, once you have created an account, you would be asked to log in. Now I can click and log in here and then basically give in my password. And once I do that, it takes me to the Power BI server or service. Now, on the top right, it might say that go for a trial version. I have already selected that, and this is a pro trial which is giving me validity for 60 days. So this is the service which I can use. Now what it means is I can be using my Power BI desktop, which would be also installed. So once you log into this page, you can basically click on apps. You can basically search for something like Power BI, and that will show up an app and you can install and download on your machine. Now, once that is there, you can basically bring it up. So for example, in my case, I can just say Power BI desktop, and that's the app which I have installed on my machine, and basically that comes up. So that's your Power BI desktop which is coming up, and it will still ask you to sign in so that you can share your information through Power BI. So you see here on the top, I'm already signed in. And here it also shows you some tutorials and videos, which basically helps you in getting to know something more or what's new. So you can always browse that. So you would have your Power BI desktop, which would be set up. You would also have your Power BI service, which would be running. And then basically, whatever you have developed on your Power BI desktop, you can share that through the Power BI service. Now, usually when you talk about licensing, I can give you brief insights here. So you basically have your Power BI service, as I said, licensing. So you have the Pro version, which is basically your $9.9 per user per month. And basically it has some kind of limitation. So it has, say, max 10 gigabyte. You can work on some features like incremental refresh is not allowed. You can always look onto the Microsoft website for more details. And in those kind of cases, you usually go for the premium account if you are a extensive user. And premium account basically is conditional based. So it depends on your requirements. And then basically you pay for the service what you use. So that's mainly about your servicing. Now when you talk about your server and service, as I said, it is basically making your reports online and sharing and making them available to different BUs. So that is the highlight. So when you talk about sharing reports, that's one of the things. You have anomaly detection, that's also possible here. You can talk about automation of reports. You have security, that is, you can go for role based or role level based kind of security implementation. All those are some of the features of your Power BI server and service. So it is good to know and basically have your desktop and Power BI service set up. Now once you have that, then you basically have your Power BI. Now when you talk about your Power BI, it basically helps you with various things. So this is how easily you can have it set up, and then basically you can explore this. So for example, as I was saying, Power BI can connect to different data sources. Now I do have an option here which says get data. I can click on this and that shows me all the different data sources. I can even click on more if I am interested in looking what more Power BI desktop tool helps me to do. So it shows me all the different ways in which you can get the data. You see here the servers, so the database services, your folders, your different formats. You can click on file formats or databases. You can look at Power Platform. So if basically you are connecting to a platform and getting some services, you can connect to the cloud, that is Azure. You have online services, and then you have other options. So these are all the ways in which you can get your data. When you talk about visualizations, you see a lot of visualization options here which can be used once your data is loaded, and I will explore and explain more about this. So you have something called as insert, wherein you can go in for different visuals or different types. You can also get into, say, transform the data. Now that basically is going to pop up and bring a Power Query editor. Now that's where a lot of your ETL works happen. So when you do a transform data, it opens up Power Query editor, which we can use to transform the data or change the data or modify the data as per our requirement before loading all of it into our Power BI. So you also have option here which says modeling, wherein we can create new tables or we can work on our data where we can manage relationships. So as of now, we don't have any data, so it does not show this one as activated, but that can be activated. This is where you can view your reports. So this is, in short, exploring your Power BI. We'll see what are the different options which we can use here. So it basically supports different kind of data. So when we look at the visualization pane, that basically allows us to create different kind of visualizations here, and we will understand that. So you can basically visualize on your different data and create different kind of charts, graphs, maps, and basically derive insights from your data. Now, when you talk about data models, that's where you can basically establish relationships. So when you talk about data models, it is basically used to connect multiple data sources to build a relationship. Now, we might have different data sets, or we might have data coming in from different tables where we may want to basically get insights or get data from multiple data sources for our purpose. Now, in that case, data models do help us. So for example, if you have two tables, let's look at the standard tables. So you have products lookup table and you also have the sales table. Now, usually what you have in any kind of scenario is, if we basically say you have your data tables, so that's basically where your data resides, and then you have series of your lookup tables. So usually you might have, say, your data tables here, and this is what I'm talking about, which might have some data. For example, let's say sales is one of them, You might have some other data table, which might be, for example, let's say budget table, or might be something else. And these are your data tables. Now, at the other end, you might have your lookup tables. So basically, you have various lookup tables. And these lookup tables, for example, let's say this one is customer, this one is territory. Let's say this is product. And let's say this one is a calendar. So these are basically my lookup tables. So we can basically, as I said, your data might be coming in from different sources, let's say database, or let's say some kind of files, or let's say some kind of systems, what you have. So your data might be coming in from different places. Now you might want to transform the data. So this is where I could say there is your query editor, which I was explaining. So you have your query editor, which basically allows you to edit the data table, or basically allows you to edit the data before it is loaded, right? You can hide a column, you can add a new column, you can modify your column. So your query editors would be basically used to work on the data which goes into your data tables. Now you might have a lot of lookup tables, as I said. So let's say these are my lookup tables, and these are my data tables. So what we need is, sometimes we need information based on our lookup tables and data tables. Now that's where data modeling comes into picture. So basically, if I would want to extract information from here, so I can notice that there is a product key here and there is a product key here. Now this is where we are already talking about, say, foreign keys, or we are talking about your relationships. Right now, when you talk about relational databases, you have something called as foreign key constraints, which is in Power BI terms, I would say it's not exactly a constraint, but it is more of a filter propagation instead, which is used to basically connect your different data sources. And you could have basically cross filter directions. You can go for single or one to one or one to many or many to many kind of relationships, which basically allows you to work on the data. So we will learn more about data models when we are doing a quick demo there, where we can talk a little bit about normalization and denormalization, the way the data exists, right? And then you basically would want to gather insights from your data. So when you talk about your two data sources, as I said, so you have a products lookup table, you have a sales table. Now if you would want to calculate the total order quantity of each product name, which is, we are talking about the order quantity as a information here, and you have product name here. Now how do you get that information? What we see here is, we would want something like this, or we would want more information. So how do we do that? So what we can do is, the order quantity for each product is basically showing us the same value. Now this is because the product and sales tables are not connected and there is no relationship between them. Even if you would want to take two sources and just get information out of them, Power BI would complain that there is no relationship established between them. So what we do is, we create a data model. So what we do is, we build a relationship between both the tables using a common key column, which exists in both cases. As I said, there is a product key here, there is a product key here. So that basically allows us to have a relationship between these two. Now that could be one to one. This could also be related to other tables. So it could be one to many. You could have many to one. So all those relationships are possible. So product key is basically used to create a relationship. You see the arrow mark, and then there is also this star, which can basically mean one to many. Now when the product key is used to join these two tables or form a relationship, then we can look at the product names and the order quantities, which basically gives me a total. Now that's the basic use of your data models. Now what about this DAX? So basically data analysis expressions. Now that's a library of functions and operators that can be combined to build formulas and expressions in Power BI desktop. Usually when we work on our data sources, when we would want to connect them, it automatically shows us these data analysis expressions. However, this gives us extension. It basically gives us more power to work on our data. Now, sometimes instead of working on DAX or DAX expressions, it would be good to go for better data modeling and have the relationships established better. And sometimes when the relationships are established, you could use your DAX, which basically gives you more power on working on your data. So your values are calculated based on information from each row of a table. It appends values to each row in a table and stores them in the model. It increases the file size. So that's what happens. Now you can right click on any column to add a new column. And for example, in this one, it shows that there was a quantity type calculated column, which was based on the calculation what we see here on the top in the expression bar, which says what kind of calculation was performed, and that basically gives us the value for quantity type, and that is basically added here to our existing data. So that's the power of DAX and Power BI. So you also have something called as measures. So DAX allows you to create new calculated columns and measures. So basically here, if you see, we are working on AW underscore sales, and then we have selected quantity sold. And what we are looking at in the report is we can basically right click on any table name to add a new measure here. So we have added what we call as quantity sold as the measure. So values are calculated based on information from any filters in the report. We will see this, how this can be done. And that basically here, the measure does not increase the file size. It does not create new data in the table themselves in comparison to what we were seeing earlier, that is your calculated columns. So these are your type of DAX functions. So DAX allows you to create new calculated columns and measures. So you have date and time, which basically allows you to work on date and time data or fields. You have logical functions which allow us to create new filters or add more filters to our data. You have text functions which basically allows us to say transform the data into a lowercase or an uppercase, or basically get the length of a string, or concatenate two fields, or basically do a filtering based on some criteria, or replacing some content. You also have statistical functions which can be used. You have information functions which can be used. So these are different types of DAX functions which we can use in Power BI. So we will learn more on Power BI through a quick demo where we can use some data sets, and those data sets could be found on internet, although I can also upload that on a GitHub link and you will have access to those data sets. So let's learn about Power BI through a quick demo by uploading some data sets and playing with those data sets. Let's look at a sample data set and let's upload it. And as I explained, while uploading, let's also transform the data so that we can have selective fields or selected data loaded here instead of loading the complete data set. And then let's see how we can visualize this, or how we can use the information in this data set. Now what we can do here is we can click on get data, and then we can choose one of the data formats which we would be looking for. So for example, I can go for Excel and basically click on this. Now here are some of my data sets. So let's look into the folder here, and these data sets are also available on my GitHub link, which I'll share with you later. So here we have something called a superstore. Let's click on this, and here I already have a data set which is global superstore, or I also have selective data. So let's select this one, click on open. Now that's basically connecting to my data source, and that will show me what does that Excel sheet have. So it has different tabs, which is orders, people, and returns. So let's select orders, and that basically gives me a preview of the data which I have. And if you scroll all the way to right, it shows me city, state, and then country. And if you see here, we do see information of all the countries. Now this can be huge amount of data which we would want to look into. But say for example, my use case is that I'm interested in looking for the data for United States and as a country and all its states. So we will do that when we do a transform. Now we can also select the returns tab, and that shows me these three fields. However, the first row should have been the heading of this particular data set, and we will transform that. Now I can go ahead and click on load, but that will load all the data. So instead of that, let's go for transforming. So let's click on transform data. Now once you do that, it brings you your toolkit, that brings you your Power Query Editor, which allows you to transform your data. So for example, we have data from returns tab or returns data source, as you see here. So we see column 1, column 2, and column 3, and that also shows the type of the data here. It also gives me a quick small option here. Let's select this, and then I can say use first row as header. Now there are various other options which you can do. You can add a custom column, you can add column with examples, you can keep the top rows, you can remove the top rows, you can keep errors, keep duplicates. So there are different ways, and you can also do a merge query or append query. So as of now, let's just say use first row as headers. And that basically shows that now my first row has become the header. You also see in the applied steps, it basically tells me if I have changed the type of the data. If I have made any other changes, those steps will get added here. So it basically shows me the name as it returns. It shows me applied steps where I've changed the type, and now I basically have this information. Now this is something where you can change the type, or you can basically set it to a particular format. However, we are not doing anything of that sort right now, so we can do that for any of these columns. So this looks good. When it comes to orders, let's click on this, and as I said, I would be interested in selecting for country as United States only, and let me just work on that data. However, we can work on all the data. So let me scroll all the way to right, and here I have the country. Now there are these filters which we can use. So basically I can click on this, and that shows me all the countries are selected. Now there is also something called as text filters, which we will see how we can use to select particular data. I basically have other ways of filtering the data. So for example, now I will just uncheck this select all, and what I would be interested is in United States. So let's type it here. That shows me as an option here. Select this, and then basically say okay. So that should basically now filter out, and it shows me the data is United States only, and then you have different states, and rest of the data remains. So if you look at the applied steps, it tells me that there are filtered rows. Now we have done the basic transformation for this data set on these two data sources, that is orders and returns. So here you have an option which says close and apply. So close the query editor window and apply any pending changes. You can click on this and it says apply. So for example, I can just say apply for now, and that should basically apply the changes which I have performed using my query editor. That is, I have transformed the data so that I can have selective data uploaded in my Power BI. Now it's doing that. It shows me it is working on both of these data sources, that is orders and returns. So that's done. And now basically, if there are any other pending changes, we can just do a close and apply. So that basically has closed, and now you would see the data appearing here. So I have uploaded the data as per my preferences. Now, if you click on the data tab here, so it basically shows you your data fields. It might take some time to populate, but if you see in the country field now, even if I click on the filter, it just shows me United States. Now that's what we wanted. So we have already uploaded this data in orders. You can always expand the option here, which shows me all the fields which are there in this. Might be this is an aggregation, might be that's an order date. So this is again some kind of aggregation. We can change the data types. So we are looking at all the fields in my orders table, or basically coming from the orders data source. I also have returns, which shows me 3 fields, and that shows me the data which is returned, order ID and region. So the column names are applied correctly as we want, and that basically looks fine. Now we can also look at your model. So when you click on model, it shows me these two. However, there is no, as of now, relationship established between them. So it says under properties, select one or more model objects to set their properties. So right now, these are not related. There is no relationship established between them. So if I would want some data which relates to orders and returns, then that would fail because it would say there is no relationship. Now I can go to the first option which says report, and we have not created any report here. Although we can create a simple report, we can look at the data. So we have our orders field. Now we can basically pull out some information from here. We can choose what kind of report we may want to create. So for example, let's go for the table option from visualizations. You have various options here which we can use. This is where you can do a formatting. This is where you can select the fields. This is where you can search and filter out the data. You can also add data fields here. So first let's click on table, and that basically gives me a table. Now this table as of now does not have anything. So you can use the filter and slices option here, which will affect the visualization. Or basically what you can do is, now since we have orders here, so this is my orders and I would like to work on this. So let's say, for example, country is, I can select country as a field, and if you say, it shows me country is all as of now, and it says the value is United States. What I can also do is, I'm interested in the states. So I have state. Now I can basically drag and drop it here, and then the state gets added here. So I can basically say select all, and that should basically take care of my state field being added here. So state is all, country is all. Now we can basically look at something else. So might be let's choose sales, and I can just drag and drop sales here. So that basically says if you would want to have any kind of advanced filtering, which says filter type, so go for advanced filtering is less than or equal, or you can also go for advanced filters. So that's fine as of now. So we have added some fields here, and that's basically my data here. So let's go for filters here, which basically should select all my fields. Now, if you see, the visualization shows my country, sales, and state, which we had either by selecting the fields and dropping them here, or you can in this section where it says fields. So you can, for example, let me show it again. So I can just delete this. I can click on the table option. I can just drag it here. I can basically make it bigger, and I need to add data to this one. So it says add data fields here. So now let's say country is what we are interested in. We are also interested in states. So let's drop that here, and let's say sales. So this is also what I'm interested. So I'm looking at one specific country. I'm looking at sales per state. And when we look at sales, it basically tells me that this is a summation. So you will basically get the total sales which have happened. Now we are looking at this data here. We can always go to formatting. We can click on grid. We can basically increase the font here. We can change the grid color. So for example, let's make it, for example, blue. So I can just select this, and it should basically allow me to have the grid color as blue. Now I can go in for the grid thickness. I can go for row padding, outline color. So we can basically make it a little bit more readable. And then we can basically increase the font size here to look at the information. And you have other options here. So what would you want to do with column headers? So I can basically have the font color, background color is fine. Do you want to have an outline? Do you want to have a change in font? What is the text size? Might be we can make the heading a little bigger. And then basically you also have the field formatting. So all those could be done. You could go for background, and all these things can be done in formatting. So now we already have our data here, and this basically looks good. And this is basically one of my visuals which I have here. And this has given me some information for sales, and basically I can scroll this. I can also make it bigger. So I could select a particular field if I'm more interested in looking at the information for a particular state. Now I can add more fields to this. So this is my one of the reports which I have created. Now what I can do with this report is I can basically have more data fields. I can add filters to this. I can basically look into all the data here by just clicking somewhere in the grid, but somewhere outside. If you select a particular row, then that data shows up. Here you have an option of focus mode, which you can go for. You can look at the other options which says export data. Now, if this is the data which you are interested in, you can export it. You can always do show as a table if you are interested in. You can do a sort by country, sales, or state. So for example, let's do a sorting by state. And that basically gives me the data which has been sorted by state information. Now we could obviously have the information here, so I can then change the order so it shows me alphabetically. This is the information which I have. So I've created a simple visualization using the data which I have. And what I can do is I can click on save. So that basically asks me to save this as a Power BI file which has an extension of PBIX, and I can basically call it my report. So let's say first report, and here I can say country, or I can say state wise sales in USA. Let's say USA, and that basically is my first report. Now once you have saved this report, you can always look on your machine. For example, if I go in here and if I go into this folder, might be I should look on desktop, and this is where I should have saved it. So it shows me first report state-wise. That will open up in Power BI. And we have created a simple report which we have basically used by taking our data. Now I can also do is I can publish this if I would want to share this information. So publish this report online in Power BI service. You can basically select your report, what we have here, and I clicked on publish. So it says what's the destination. So you can have different workspaces. I will choose the default, that's my workspace. I can click on select. Now it says publishing first report statewide sales in USA to Power BI. You can create a portrait view of your report and you can do all that stuff. So let it publish, and then we can basically look into our Power BI server. That's our service where the information is already shared or published, I would say, which can then be shared with different sources. So we can come here and basically I can look into the Power BI, and this is where I will be able to look into my workspaces. And let's look in my workspace. So it says this is the place where I had initially downloaded Power BI dataset. It says your dataset is ready. Let Power BI help you explore your data, right? So you can always do this. You can click on view dataset, which basically allows you to bring out your workspace and first report state wise sales. Now that's the report which we have published. So let's first check in our desktop if that's done. So it says success, open first report in Power BI. Now I can click on this one straight away, and that takes me to my service. Now once it takes me to the service, it shows me the report which we created, which we published, and it basically has the option where I can save it as a different copy or give a different name. I can embed this in a website or a portal. I can publish to web, embed this report for public access by anyone on the internet. We can do that. We can export it to PowerPoint. So we can do all these options. You also have an option of view where you can change the view. You can basically also edit report here. So you can do that if you are interested in something specific. You can do a sharing to teams. So if you have your teams or groups set up, you can share it with them. You have an option of common panes. You can basically view usage metrics report. Now that can be sometimes helpful. You can basically go ahead and go and subscribe a particular report. So if there are new changes made, you will be the one who will be informed. You can click on share. Now if I click on share here from my service, it says only users with Power BI Pro will have access to this report. Recipients will have the same access as you unless row level security on the data set further restricts them. So I can grant access, and this is where I will have to give the email IDs of the people with a message that I would want to have them look at this report, right? You can also allow recipients to build new content using the underlying data sets, and you can send an email notification to the users. As of now, I don't have any other groups, so I'll not be sharing it, but I have created a simple report. Now let's also look at edit report. Let's just to see what it helps us. And when you click on edit report, it basically brings up this one which says your file, view. It gives you the filters. It basically allows you to add data fields to this. So it is basically giving access to these data sets which were in my desktop. It is basically allowing you to give or create different visualizations. Now here we have the data which we are looking at, and if say for example somebody is interested in filtering the data, so you could do that. So you could click on filter here, and that basically applies. This is the filter we have. Now country is fine, sales might be, I can click on sales and I would say okay, let's look at sales which is more than a particular amount. So we can say is greater than, and might be I can give a number here. So I can say 30,000, and basically I can say apply filter. So right now I'm applying filter, and I would look at the values, which also shows me the total value is changed. So you have not only created a report, you have published it, and now from the service you can edit it. So I'm looking at particular data here, and then basically I can click on file and I can save it, or I can say save a copy of the report, And let's say I will call it the same name. So I'll say first report underscore state wise sales, and I will say modified. So let's do a save, and the report has been saved. So now you're looking at the data here. So that is basically giving you information. So when I click on my workspace here, I can click on reports, and that does show me my previous report. It shows me the modified report. It gives me an option of looking at the usage metrics report. So say for example, you want to click on this one, and it will basically give you the usage metrics. So let's click on this one, and that basically shows me the report usage metrics, which is generated. So views per day, unique viewers per day. You would want to look at the different platforms, who was using it, views by user, and this can be sometimes useful if we would want to look into this one. Now I can go back to my workspace, I can click on reports, and that basically took me to usage metrics. I could be sharing it, I can analyze in Excel, I can look for quick insights based on this data what we have. You can basically look at the related information. You can also look at the settings of this one. And basically this is how you have your data report here. Now that also shows me the data sets option. So which basically gives me the data sets which can be used to create further reports. And we have our data here. So for example, if I click on create report, it basically gives me these data sets, and we can continue working on this. So this is how I have a simple report created without basically working on two different data sources, but I have selected some data here, and then I can basically add details to this. So for example, now if we look at orders, and say for example, this is the data I have, and say you would want to add some fields. So let's go to returns, and say for example, I would be interested in looking at the products. So might be what I should do is I should replace the report here. Instead of country, it would be interesting to look at the product which we have, or basically customer ID. So we can look at customer ID, we can look at the order ID, which would be interesting to see if there is a particular order, what was the sales which was generated, and if there were any returns which were happening on that. So for example, here when I have these, let me cut out country as a field, and I will basically take order ID and place it here. So now if you see, my data has been easily modified. So I have my order ID, I have sales, and I have state-wise information. So you have basically all the information, but this is now order ID, state, and so on. Now what if I would want to also see based on the order ID, if I say I would want the returned field. So for example, I would want to take this one, and let's drag and drop it here. Now that says cannot display the visual. Now why is that? So if you click on see details, that says cannot determine relationships between the fields. So it cannot display the data because Power BI cannot determine the relationship between two or more fields. And how do we fix that? So for example, if I click on fix this, now it says there is a missing relationship between these fields. Use auto detect to search for relationships or create them manually. Now I can click on auto detect, which will try to search for fields which exist in both the data sets, or basically I can create relationships. So let's click on create relationships, and that basically takes me to this page which says there are no relationships defined, from table, to table, and so on. So I can click on new. Now here it says select the tables and the columns that are related. Now I can say orders. Now those are my fields where you have order IDs, and it automatically shows that returns also has an order ID field. although all the values might not be same, but this is how you can create a relationship. And it says the cardinality says many to one, so you can have basically many to one relationship. You are saying cross filter direction is single, so make this relationship active, and it has already helped us basically identifying the field. So I can say okay. So it says now these two tables should be related or should be connected based on order ID. So here we have this, and let's basically say close. Now once that is done, if you see, I have order ID, I have returned, I have sales column, and I have state. And if you see in returned, I do have a value of yes, which shows this particular order ID had generated some sales, and it was for state Alabama, and it was returned, and the value is yes. So if you scroll down, you basically see all the values. Now we can add different filters where we can say I would want only yes and no. Now this is again an interesting report. So let's go in also into the formatting. And what we can do is we can look at, say, the grid option. If we would want to basically say vertical grid, and let's say on, and it says vertical grid color. So let's select this. Might be I can try doing a black here. It puts it in the right nice table format, and that basically looks good. So you have sales, returned, and so on. And this is basically the order which I'm seeing here. So for example, if I would want to change the order, and if I'm saying, okay, I would like to look at sales and returned and so on. So we can be doing that. We can come here and say, for example, I have sales and returned. Let's try moving the sales column over here. Might be state is an information which we would want in the beginning. So let me also move the states all the way here. So it gives me state, it gives me the order ID, sales, and if there was a return which was happening on that particular product. So easily I've modified my report. Now what I can do is I can just save it, and I can do the same thing. So I can publish it, I can basically continue using it, or I can work on a new report. So let's continue learning, and now here we will also see how you can load some data and perform some transformations and basically get multiple results or multiple tables or multiple data sets which can be then further used for reporting. So Power BI does give you a lot of options. Now here you have an option, as we saw earlier, that is get data, or what you can do is you have an option where you can create new data also, which says enter data. Now this is something which can be easily used if you have relatively less number of fields. So you can basically add more columns here, and you can basically add values. So for example, if I would just call it something like scientist ID, okay, and then I can say scientist name, and then basically I can say domain, and then I can say, for example, let's say year of joining, and I can keep adding the number of columns here. I can delete the columns, right? And I can give this, and I can say country. So that's it. And now we have created these five columns, which we have given some names, and we can start entering some values. So I can basically say, let this scientist ID be 2234. I can give some name. So let's give Peter, let's say domain, and I can say biotechnology. I can give year of joining 2011, and I can say Germany as the country. And I really don't want this particular column, So I can go ahead and delete this. Now I can come here and then I can give something else. So I can say this is scientist ID. I can give John. Let's say the scientist is mainly working in physics. And then I can say 2018 and let's say France, and go back here and let's say 4567 and let's say Marie, and let's say she does her research in molecules, and let's call it 2001, and let's say Italy. Okay, and you can continue adding data in this way. Now you can say if the data is already here, so I can say, for example, no, I do not want this particular row. I do not want this particular row. So you can basically keep adding values here. Now you can say edit. So here we have to give some names. So let's say scientists. Okay. And then if you choose edit, it basically brings up your Power BI editor, which allows you to work on these fields if you would want to make some changes. Now we can make some changes here. We can see what are the number of rows. We can basically perform any kind of transactions here. So this one basically tells me what is the data type. So here we see scientist ID, and this clearly tells me this is an integer. However, we will not want to do any kind of computations here. So we can as well change this. So I can just do a right click and I can work on this particular column. What I can also do is I can just click on this, and this tells me that you would want to change it to date time, or you want to change it to some number. So I can just say string because we are not going to perform any computation here. So on the ID column, so let's say text, and I'm changing it. So it says replace current, add a new step. So selected column has an existing type conversion. Would you like to replace the existing conversion or preserve the existing? So I will say replace current. And now the data type has been changed. It is of a string. And if you see, this step has got added here. So it says that the change type is the kind of transformation we did here. So that's fine. Now what we can also do is we have the scientist name, but we don't like the column name here. So it would be good to change this. So there is something called as remove or remove columns and so on. So when you do a right click, it gives you a lot of options in applying filters or doing some transformation. If I just click on this one, so what I can do is I can look at the date time, and let's go here. So we have an option which says, do you want to change the type? Now we could have done that here, or like I said, you could choose the time and do it. You can just say transform, and how do you want to change it? So do you want to change it to uppercase? Well, you can do that and changes all the values of this one. What I can do is I can again do a right click, and I can choose basically if you would want to clean up the data, or if you would want to convert to lowercase, you want to capitalize each word. So let's choose that. And if you see here, the steps are getting added. Now to undo any particular step, if I just cancel this, then I'm back to this. If I cancel this, I'm back to my original form. So you can anytime undo your changes, and you can basically work on this. So we are working on this particular column. Now there are various other options that you can look at. So for example, this is some of my data, but it does not have much information. It would be good to load some bigger data set and then use these transformations, or basically working on changing the data types as I mentioned, or if you would want to do a filtering and remove certain fields and only select particular fields, if that's what you're interested, doing a right click where I want to create a copy of this, and then basically I can use that particular copy. Now what I can also do is I can add column from examples, I can duplicate column, and then I can make some changes to that. So this is my duplicate column, and say for example you would want this one to be changed. So we can say remove duplicates. We can basically, if you're doing some kind of change, you want to change the format here, you can do that. You can use for other things like filling up and all that. Now I can just call it rename, and let's say alias scientist name, right? And I can continue adding columns, or I can do some transformations. And once you have done with these transactions, now this one, if you see, it shows as integer, but is it an integer? No, this is an date format. So I can go for modeling and change the formats. What I can also do is I can select this, and it says it's not a decimal, it's not a fixed decimal, it is date time, it is date, it is date time and time zone, right? And you can select any one of these. So for example, let's make it date, which makes it more meaningful. But then what happens is when you do this, it is going for the default dates or the older dates. So I don't like that. So what we will have to do is we will have to basically transform this. And here we have transform, you have change type. So you have date and time, you have date, you have time. So let's choose date and time. And if you see here, it gives me some default timing based on these values, which we do not like. So again, filter it out. But what we can do is we can just make sure that this is changed, or you want to make it a string, because we are not going to do any computation here. So I can keep it as date, but then if I have more fields like month and days and so on, then you can do that. So here it also has the option. So when you have selected this, you have an option called transform. And transform also has various options which allow you to work on these. Do you want to do some scientific calculations? Do you want to work on the date field? So as of now it is just integer, so we can use one of these. We can do a group by, but obviously we don't have much data here. So as of now, let us retain this. I can just change this to text, and that's okay, because we are going to look at this later. We can add more data and work on it. So as of now, once we have done all these changes, you can go back to say home, and here you have close and apply, and I can basically say close and apply. So the changes will be applied, and then my new table, which we just created by entering some random data, performing some basic transformations, will be available. So if you look into this one, so that's where my data is. It shows me the columns, but there is no aggregated column as such here. You don't see any summation mark. You just see the field names or the column names. You see the values. Now obviously if you go into modeling, there is no existence of a different table which you can join these tables, or you can perform some transactions. Come back to the data set. So this looks good, and we have it here. Now obviously we have not created any visualization based on this, which we can, and we can continue working on it. So here, this is my data set, which is a small table where we have created some data, and we can use it anytime. Now let's work on a bigger data set and see what kind of transformations we can do. We can then also see on modeling, or basically using some smarter ways of working with the data. So what we would want to do is we would want to load some data here. So let's go into home, let's go to get data, let's use our old store data, and I'm going to take the global superstore, which is huge data set with all the countries and the products and the sales which have happened. And we can take this data, but before loading it, as I suggested earlier, we should basically transform the data. So that you don't end up loading everything and you don't work on all the data. I mean, unless you really want to. So here this Excel sheet which I'm talking about has two different tabs. We have used it before. So let's use orders, let's use returns, and that basically shows me the data what we have. So I can do a load, but that's not what we would want to do. So you can do a load and you can get all the data, but let's go to transform, make some basic transformations before we load the data. So our Power BI editor allows us to work on this. Now here we have, it says this preview may be up to 9 days old. So I can do a refresh. I can select this and I say, first thing is use first row as header because that's what I want. So it is basically setting the first row as header, which looks good. And we have some order IDs. We have the returned if the product was returned. So let's look at the filter here. So it just has yes values, which we are looking at. So it says list may be incomplete. Let's say load more. And let's see what are the filters here. So either there might be a product which is returned or it might be blank field. So that is chosen. So that's fine. We have order ID. We have region, which is basically showing me different regions here. Let's look at orders, and orders is again having your row ID, order date, ship mode. So you have quite large amount of data here for your different countries. Now in earlier example I chose United States and then I was only focusing on the states and city in United States. So we can do that. Now I can basically work on refresh. So whatever preview was stored in the memory, we are just refreshing it. Now here we have this row ID, and if you see the row ID is an integer, obviously we will not be performing any kind of computation here. So here you don't have any row ID, but here we have row ID. So let's make it from integer, let's make it string, and I'll say replace current. So that looks fine. It's a row ID which we will use to search, but we are not going to perform any computations unless you want to find on an average on row ID or anything else. Now you have order IDs. So what we can do is we can filter some values. We can rename the field as we desired, right? So for example, let's go in here, and what we can do is let's go into customer ID, ship, okay, and here you have say state, you have region, okay. Now at any point of time, if I would want to filter out the values, the easier option is that you can select on this one, and here you can do some text filtering, okay, or you can basically select the values from here. So for example, if I say let's get rid of select all, what we will be interested in, say United States and UK, that's the data we want, and then I can basically say okay. So it is basically going to filter out the data which is for United States and UK as of now. Now what we can also do is, how about doing some more filtering before we basically work on this. So let's go in here, and we are looking at United States and UK related data, and let's look at, it is sometimes good that you can basically work on the data here. So for example, I go into orders. Now what I would want to do is I would want to look at the fields, okay, and we have not yet loaded the data. So if you look in the background, I just have my scientists because we have not applied these changes, we have not loaded, we are still in the transformation stage, right? Now what we can do is let's go for, so we can do segment, and all these kind of fields can be used for grouping the data. So we will see that whenever you have a data set, you would already know there are certain fields which have repeated values which can be used to group the data, and we can do that. We can change any kind of values which are not going to be computed on. So for example, I have postal code. I can use this, but again, we are not going to find a postal code which is greater than something, right? So integer is not the valid type. Let's change it to text. Okay. And if, for example, I would want to look at this, so I have done some changes here. Okay. And this shows me null. So for example, let me just revert this back and let's make it a whole number. Okay, so there are certain columns or rows which do not have some values, and we can basically get rid of those values. So as of now, we can do a filtering here. So let's keep the postal code as integer, or let's change it to text, do a replace content. And now what we will do is we'll scroll all the way right. Might be I'm interested in technology category, so that's what I'm interested in. So what I can do is here I can do some filtering. So I can basically choose technology. Now the easier way would be, since these are categories and there are only 3 categories, we really don't want to go and apply text filters here. But if you had something like an office supply and office inventory, then you could have done some text filter. So let's not do some text filtering here. What we can do is, I would be interested in technology, so that's the field I'm interested in. So now you are only having data which is related to technology. Okay, and you have some product names. So this is where we want to do some kind of filtering. So we can rename the field, we can select some fields. So let's, for example, let's go for any of the field which I think might have more entries here. So for example, let's go for Canon wireless or Canon image, right? So let's go for product names, and I will say let's go here. Now I could have done a transformation, but that's not what we want. We want to do some filtering. So let's go to text filter, and here I can say begins with, I can say ends with, I can say contains. So let's go for contains, and it says enter a value here. So you would want to keep the rows where the product name contains something, and it gives you some suggestion, right? So where you are seeing in some values here. So for example, if I would have selected this, then it applies the complete thing, but that's not what I want. So I will get rid of all this, and I will say it contains Canon. Now I can go for advanced filtering also, okay, wherein you can select advanced and then you can give different columns and what do they contain, what kind of values you're looking for. So you can do that, but we will not go for advanced in one step. Let's go for basic, and let's say okay. And now I should get all the products which are Canon, and you have different products. So this is one kind of filtering I've done. It tells me what is the category of this. It is machines, it is copiers, it is obviously belonging to the technology category. We are looking at the market which is for this particular data. When you look at the country, we are still focusing on United States and United Kingdom, that kind of data, right? So we have filtered the data, we have done some selection based on the data here, and what I can do is I can then basically rename a particular field. So I can do that. I can say I'm interested in sales, which is the data here. We can basically look into the quantity. So sales is something which we are interested in, but might be we are interested in sales which are more than a particular value. I'm not interested in lower amount of sales. I would want to look into United States and UK data, but I'm interested in sales, or I'm looking at if the discount percentage was something, or if the profit was more, right? So we can apply different kind of values here. But what we can do is with these changes, because you don't want to transform and make changes all here, you want to make the changes once the data set is uploaded. So we have selected some data, we have done some transformations. We can basically break a particular column into multiple columns if that's what we want. If we see that, we will do an aggregation based on year, or we will do a aggregation based on the country or year and order ID, right? So we can break this data into multiple columns, so we can do that. But for now, let's do a close and apply, and let's apply this. So that's going to apply all these changes. It's going to load my data. But remember, now we are having selective or selected data which gets loaded. So that should be available here. So it takes time sometimes, so you have to wait, and then you can go ahead and check here. So for example, now I'm looking in tables. Let's basically minimize this. Let's go for orders, and this is the data I have, which obviously row ID, if you see. So you have all the row IDs, and again you can do filtering here, but this is where you have already loaded the data. The data is available, and then you can start working on the columns here. So we have this. If you closely see, we see this summation mark, and this basically means that these are my aggregated columns, or these values are measures which can be used for calculations. So we can see that we can create our own aggregations. So we can do that. We can rename the field as we have seen. We can filter out the data, so we have all the fields showing up from orders. And let's also look at the returns, which basically has the columns, the order ID, and your region. So it basically shows the region here, where was the product returned from, and we have this information. So what we are doing is, when we were doing a text filter in the previous example, remember it was case sensitive, okay? And you have to take care of, when you're doing a text filter, you have to give a field which exactly matches as it exists in the content. Now, okay, this is the data we have, and let's look at the order column, right? Now what we can do is, we can do some quick transformations here, and we can basically look for more data here. So let's say we have some filtering to be done. Now I can do a filtering based on my products. So we had all these products, but now let's do a filtering on product. And then products, you have copiers, you have machines, so you have mainly two categories, right? And when you look at machines, it basically talks about your PC something. So let's look for machines, and here we have basically the copier fields which are more. So I can basically go for filtering here, and that's the data we have. So we don't want to really unselect any of these here, but what I'm doing is I'm saying text filter, and let's go into this one now, and let's say contains. Okay, so I'm saying contains, and then I can basically say let's say copier. Now that's what I'm interested in. And show rows where product name contains copier. Okay, now you can give a and condition here. So if you would want a specific copier, if you are interested in, okay, let's also say contains, and let's go for laser also, laser, and let's say okay. So you see the data gets filtered out here, and we have the sales which we are seeing here. So let's go to sales, and we will be interested in anything above 500. So let's go to sales, let's go for number filters, let's say greater than, and I will say, for example, 500. Okay, and let's say okay. So that basically filters out the data. And then I am also interested in quantity, where I would want the quantity to be more than 1 or more than 2. So for example, so let's go in here, and you can basically choose what is the filter you want. So you can apply any number of filters. Now you have the filtering here. You can always click on the filter, and if you want, you can just do a clear filter and the filtering will be gone. So you have all the data, right? And this is the particular data we have. And here I have, say for example, product name. Now I can keep the filter because I'm interested only in these values, or I can filter out. So this tells me that when we did a and, it is basically going for laser and copier, right? So let's say for example, clear all filters, the thing is gone. What we can do is, let's go here, go for text filters, say contains, and here I will say it can be a copier, okay, or, so last time we did a and I'll do a contains laser. So let's choose this. That gives me more entries. So either the product name has copier or it has laser. It has the quantity, it has the product name, and we have all this detail here. Now what we can also do is we can do some transformation on the product ID. So for example, you have product ID or order ID. So order ID shows up as looks like the country name, the year, and then the order ID. So we can basically split it up. So I can select this, and here I have option of, let's go to home. So when you have selected this column, so you have an option of transform data here. So use the Power Query editor to connect, prepare, and transform the data. So if you really want to transform the data here, if I basically select this, if I just do a right click here, now here it just tells me, do you want a new column? Do you want to create a copy of this column? Okay, you want to create copy table. So this is your transformed data what you have. And for example, let's create a copy table, and let's come in here. So you should be able to see your copy table now. So let's go in and select this one. And what you need to do here is, creating a copy of this or copy table would not be the right option. What we can do is we can work on transforming this rather than doing it from here. So you have this option of adding a new column, going for a new measure, renaming it, right? So that's okay. But what we can do is select this particular column. Let's do a home. And first thing is, let's go to transform. So I want to transform the data. Now let's select this one, and it brings up your Power Editor again. Here we were interested in orders. So we are looking at our data here. Now if you see, my country is United States and UK, so you can confirm that. If you look at category, it is technology. Product name has copier and laser as we selected. So those things are retained. So you have not lost any changes as of now. So this order ID column, what we have now, as I said, you can be doing a filtering. Okay, you can select this particular column, and then you have other things which can be used to transform here, like you want to change the data type, you want to use first row as header, you want to replace some values, okay, you want to run some merge queries, you want to do some analytics. So all these options are here. Now what we can do is, while this column is selected, I can do a right click. Now there is an option called transform, which is basically going to help me in changing the data here. Okay, now I can basically duplicate the column. So I really don't want to work on this column itself, but it would be good to have a duplicate column on which we can work on. So I can do a split column here if I would want to, but let's create a duplicate column. So let's say duplicate column. Now that gives me a duplicate column, so we can rename it later. So now I will not work on my original column, but I'll work on a duplicate column. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to basically transform or split this. So again, do a right click. Now you have a split by. So we can say split by delimiter, or by number, or by characters, or by position, so by lowercase and uppercase. So you can do all of this. So let's go for by delimiter. Now if you see, it basically identifies the delimiter, which is hyphen or dash. Now you can go for split at leftmost identifier, leftmost delimiter, rightmost, each occurrence of delimiter, and that's what we want to do. You can look into advanced options where it says split into columns. So do you want to split that into columns? Do you want to split that into rows? Because that's more or less like doing a group by. And you can say number of columns to split into. So we have here 1, 2, 3, 4 values. So that looks good to me. And let's do, say for example, if I choose 3. So I can choose 3 and then split using special characters. So you could do that. So let's, for example, let's say okay, and let's look at the data, how it looks like. We can anytime delete the data, we can keep it the way we want, right? So what we did was we created a copy of the column, then we did a split, and what we have seen is we just have 3 columns. Now if you see, the 4th bit is gone, 4th bit doesn't show up, right? Because I just did a 3 as the resulting column. So I have the order ID, okay, and we can check if there is already an order ID column. So we have order ID, but that has the complete order ID, year, and the relatively product ID. So you can see the customer ID. You can look at this one. So it basically has your order ID, and then let's look at the fields here. So we have the product ID, which says TECMA. I'm looking at the first one, 3700, and that has in no relation to the order ID, right? So we can make sure that there is nothing which is conflicting with our entries. Now once that is done, so we have order ID, which can be used to categorize the data. You have order ID, which is basically the year, okay, and you have order ID, which is basically having some more value. Now I can keep this data as I want, so I can basically click on this. I can go for renaming, and I can say let's call it order ID, and let's say IDs. So let us, in case there is a particular column and you would want to look at, so just give the name correctly. Now order IDs is fine. So here we will also rename this one. So let's call it order year, and that's going to be order year. So we can again change this to string, okay, and here you have the order ID. So let's rename this one, and I have my, let's call order number, right? So we are seeing all the steps which we have added here. We just split the data based on the delimiter, and we have now 3 new columns which have got added to our existing data, which was already filtered. And we have done some splitting up of data by creating a duplicate and then renaming it, right? So if you go and look at your transformations, now if I would have done a split here straight away, then my original column would be gone, but probably we want the original column, because sometimes you may want to search order ID with a consolidated information. Sometimes you may want to segregate it based on year, right? Now we have the year field or order date field here, you have the ship date, right? But then might be you want to just aggregate based on year. You don't want to really spend time in aggregating or extracting the month and day and so on. So these three columns can be useful. Now what I can also do is I can merge the columns if I want. So we have split the columns, but what I can do is I can say select, select, select. So using your control and now do a right click. So you should have an option called merge columns, right? Now this is something which is we would want to merge. So let's say merge columns, and let's say, do you want to keep a separator? So yes, I want to keep a separator, but might be this time I will give my separator is a colon, and then what is the merge column name you want to create. So let's call it something like order, okay, year, and then let's call it num, right? So sometimes renaming the fields to a name which makes more sense or based on your naming convention is good. So let's do a merge. And now what I have done is I have done merging of those columns. So I split the data, I merged the columns, and now if you see the columns which I had created, those columns are gone because you did a merge. You did a merge, and now you have the fields which are either earlier you had something which is separated by a hyphen, and here you have something which is separated by colon, right? Now anytime if you want, you can unmerge this by removing this step, right? And you can get rid of this merge column. So if for example I would do that, so I have my data back, right? I have my data back. So what we could have done is we can select this, okay, and then what we can do is like what we did earlier. So you can basically go for removing the columns, okay, you can do a merge column, okay, you can select one by one and create duplicate of those, and then you can merge them, right? So all the possible options are there. So you can, the best option would be to create a duplicate of these columns and then basically merge them as per your convenience. So might be you can say order IDs and order number is the pairing what you want, year is something which you don't want, right? Because we already have the date field. So I can basically say remove, and this one is gone. Now I will select this and this, and let's go for merge columns, and I want to give a separator which is might be without the year, and you have space, or you can go for custom like earlier we had, give a symbol, and then what do you want to call it? So let's say order specs, okay, right? So this makes more meaning because we already have the date field. So why do I want the year into my order ID? So I can always be doing a segregation now based on order specs, right? Now this is some simple transformations what we are doing here. We are seeing the data which we have, okay. Now what I can do is I can basically first apply these changes so that all my changes what I have done are applied, right? Now once these changes are done, we can basically go ahead and save this file. So I can just say save, I can go for save as, I have different other options. So if you would want to keep performing your transformation, then you can just do this. You can add a column, you can view the data. So for now, our transformations are good enough. And what we can do is we can basically go back to home. We can do a close and apply, and we will be back to our data set, which has been modified. So we can see if the data what we have has been transformed. So we have order specs here. That's good. We did not do any filtering, or we have the filter left here, which basically tells me that there are these different fields. We have not removed them, but what we are doing is we are just applying a filter to choose copiers and laser printers. So that's what we have here, and this is good enough. Now what I can do is, once this is done, I can basically save it. So I would want to call it some kind of report if you would want to create. Okay, so let's call it as let's say second report, and here I will say country and technology specific info. Let's save it, and now basically I have saved my data. So what you can do is you can go for creating other report, or basically having this information published if that's what you want to do, if you want to go for visualization. Because right now what we are seeing is we have a lot of data here. It shows me there are these tables or data sets which we have worked on, that shows me here in the models, but there is no relationship in them. If you go into visualization, then you don't have any option, or you have not created any visualizations based on this data. But if you go here, now based on the data what we transformed, if you see, we have order specs, right? Now that's what we chose. We basically have other fields. So you have ship date, you have aggregated columns which can be used for visualizing, and we can work on this. So I can come back here, and what I would be interested in is this data set is fine, but I want to do some grouping. I want to basically have some selective data in this, and for that what I can do is let's go for ship mode. Now this is something what we have. So we are in this data field. Now we have this transform. So let's go back to transform again, and let's choose our orders. So that's the data we have. And now if you see here, this is huge amount of data. What we want is we want to group them based on the shipping mode. So here you have an option called group by. So I can select this. I can go in here. I can basically work on, okay, get rid of duplicate values, but that's not what we want to do. You want to do a group by. So as I said, you can do a group by from here, or you can choose from the transform option above, and you can do a group by. So let's do a group by. Now, how do you want to group the data? So I'm saying I want to group the data here based on shipping mode, or which is the other column you want to use to do a group by. So let's go for shipping mode. And what is the new column name, right? So we want to basically find out that you want to go for ship mode, but that's not enough. I mean, I can do a ship mode and I can do a grouping by, but you want to just count the rows. No, that's not what we want to do. So let's go to advanced. So ship mode is fine. So that's your grouping, right? But then what we also want to do is we want to do a grouping based on, say, sales. So here, for example, let's go for sales. Okay. And what should we call this? So might be we can say shipment wise sales, whatever you would want to call. So you can basically get the operation, do you want to really count the rows? No, we want to basically do a summing, or we want to might be find out an average price, right? So let's do a sum. Okay, and here I would want to do a summing based on, say for example, sales. So this is what I'm going to use for getting a count of the sales. Now grouping by might be we will change this. Instead of sales, we are using a ship mode. What we can also do is let's go for a segment, and that would be valid grouping. So it will take a combination of ship mode, segmenting, group the data based on that, and then get me the sales, which is basically, let's call it shipment wise sales. So it gets a sum. So let's do a okay, and that's my more relevant data which I'm looking at. So I'm looking at the ship mode, I'm looking at what is the segment, and then I'm looking at what is the total sales there. I'm looking at again the ship mode, standard, and home office. So always remember, when you are choosing multiple fields or multiple columns for grouping by, you are basically having a combination of two fields. So that has to be unique, and your grouping is done based on that. So now you're looking at the sales wise, and this is something as an important information what we have. So we have done some transformation, and what you can do is you can use other ways, like you can use pivot to get individual values from it. You can run on merge queries, which is basically running some merge queries and merge the query with another query in this workbook if you have. So you can go for this. Now I can basically go for apply and close. So just to add to the group by step, what we did was, if you see here, I have removed the group by filter, which we just did a couple of minutes back. And what I have done is, instead of transforming your complete data set, you can basically create a copy of it. So for example, I can just do a copy, and then I can come here and do a paste, and I have done that, and I'm calling it order summarized, but this is my complete data. Now what we will do here is we will basically go ahead and do a grouping by again, like what we did earlier, based on your shipment, based on your segment, and based on the sales. So that's what we are looking for. So let's go for the ship mode, and we go for group by, and here you would want to go for advanced to ship mode, and this one I will go for segment. So that's fine. Now we want the new column name, so let's say shipment wise sales. So I want to do a summing, not the counting of rows, and I want to do a summation based on sales, like what we did earlier. And then you say okay, and that basically gives you the data here. Now what we have is, we have the resultant data based on the data which is coming in from here. We did the same thing just 1 minute back, but we worked on the original data set. So what I did was I created a copy, and now I'm working on this one. So I'll say close and apply, and now we are back to our desktop. So it is applying these changes where we have done some transformations, we have done some grouping by, and what we can do is, once we have the data here, we can anytime look at our data sets or tables. So this is my original one. If you see, now I have order summarized. I can just pull out this information. I basically have my returns, which we have not really touched, and we have the scientists. So we have all the 4 data sets here. Now what we can also do is, let's look into order summarized, and we just have this data here. So this is fine, and you can continue working on this. You can basically merge columns from 2 different data sets. and then you can get the merged column and you can rename it. So you can obviously do that. You can basically do a uncheck whenever you're working on these data sets. So what you can do is, if you would want to work on transforming, for example, let's go back here and say I want to do some transformation on it. So how did we do it? We just did a transform, and you can go back to transform. So you have this data here, and the data what you have, you might be interested in transforming this into something else, and then you don't want to maybe load this data. So you have this option where you are selecting orders, and then you have something called as enable load, which can be unchecked. So when you do a uncheck, what will happen is whatever changes you perform, only those changes related data set will be loaded, and they will still be available, but this will not affect your, it will not affect your original one. So for example, let's say copy, and let's go in here. I will do a paste. Let's say orders. Oh, I did a paste. I need to rename this. So let's do renaming. Let's say orders, and here I will say summarized, and I will say US. So I'm renaming it. Now let that get loaded. We can perform some transformations on it. So I have here, where's my country? So let's look for country. Yeah, and let's look for country. So here I will go for only United States. Okay, that's what I'm interested in. And then I can choose, well, I'm interested in just central US. So I can basically go for just the central US, and I can get rid of all of these. So now I should have only central US data, and this is fine. And this is the data might be we are focusing on right now for doing some visualization, might be looking at sales, might be looking at the product names. So you have the product name. Now remember, you don't see any filters here, right? Because the filters are coming from the resultant set and your transformation. So if you have any filters, you would be seeing in the top row. Now this is the data we have. Let's not restrict it to region. Region would then reduce my data, but that's good enough for us. I can just say no, I'm clearing off this filter. I'm still looking at United States, but I want to look at all the regions. Yeah, we would be interested in category, and that's anyways chosen as technology, which we had chosen when we were loading the data. We have copiers and machines, right? And we can basically keep this. Now this is fine. I can apply the changes. I can apply the changes based on this one. And what I can do is I can just say for now apply. So that's going to apply all the changes which you have done in orders or summary or the new one, right? And what I can do is now I can choose order, and I can say don't enable this in load. So it says disabling load will remove the table from the report, and any visuals that use its columns will be broken. We are not creating any visuals as of now. The table will be removed. So that's fine. And now I will say close and apply. So what happens is you are loading the data based on the changes. Okay, now you have your order summarized, you have returns, you have scientist, but you basically do not have orders anymore. So that was not loaded. So I only have this one, I only have this one, and you have returns, you have scientist, you don't have the orders column, right? Now that particular data set was not loaded at all because we did not choose that to be loaded, right? Now while I'm in this orders, which is, let's see here, and actually you can drag in, yeah. So you have order summary, and this has basically kind of data which I'm looking for. So I really don't need the orders table. So you can do it in steps, and you can aggregate this. You can have aggregated data. You can have all the data which is filtered, transformed, grouped by, and then basically just load it. And the original data set which you used, that's no more being loaded here. Now at any point of time, if I really want, I can go back to transform data, and remember, it is still here. It is still here. It's not gone, right? So you can basically select this and you can say enable load, and you will have the data back, which you can continue working on, right? So these are some quick transformations which really help us in working on the data. Now, obviously, if you have data, you want to perform some left joins, right joins, you have inner joins, outer joins, so you can always do that. You can take two different data sets. Might be I'm interested in taking the orders summarized, which talks about standard class, consumer, shipment wise sales. And here, if I look at order summary, I have other details, but the thing is we need to make sure that these have the values. Say for example, the segment column here and the segment column here can really be used to join these two tables. So if I create a relationship or if I create a join, I can basically merge the data. So this is how you work on data. We will also see some more examples on might be modeling the data using some expressions to work on the data. So we already looked at creating a report, selecting particular fields, and then publishing the report onto your Power BI service. Now this is the report which we had created, which says state, order ID, sales, and then I also added this returned field, and that was basically by creating a relationship between order and returns, which we can also have a look in model. So this is the relationship which is created. If you just place your cursor here, it tells me that we have a relationship between order ID of returns and order ID of orders, and that basically allows me to join the data, bring it in my one report. Now this is basically your data sources you can look at, and if you click on your visualization, so that shows you your report. Now what we can also do is we can make it interesting. Now we would not want to scroll through the fields to see wherever or what was the order or what was the order ID which was returned. Now I can do a sorting, I can filter out. What I can also do is I can use this option which shows slicer here, and that basically allows me to work with this data. So we have this report here, and basically, as I said, you can click in here, it shows the data. Now what I can do is I would want to filter out information or slice the information using your returned, either being yes or having a field which has no value. How do we do that? So basically I can drag and drop the returned here as a field which comes from returns. Now that basically shows me only the value as yes, but I do know that there are some fields which are blank. Now how do I add filter to this? So I can click on this one, and then I can click on slicer. Now once that does, so it basically pulls out all the different values. So you have either yes or you have the blank field for returned. So what we can do is we can select yes. You will see only the orders and their IDs and sales where the products were returned. So that gives me 108,118, and I can select blank. So that will basically get me all the orders or products which were not returned. Now this is a simple way wherein I can add a filter to or a slicer to my report to basically give viewers a choice of selecting different fields, and you can add any number of slicers. You can basically say I would want particular kind of information. So for example, if I go into orders, and we know we have the state. Now I do have the state information here, and basically I can, if I would be interested, I could filter this out in my report itself. I can sort it, I can look it in a different order. What I can also do is, how about bringing in state here and basically dragging it here. So that gives me the state option. It is giving me a visual, which is basically giving me a geographic location of all these points. So yes, that can be good. What I can also do is I can keep this, which basically shows me the state map. Might be it can be useful. You can zoom in, you can zoom out, you can look at specific information here, you can drag and drop here. So that's fine. What I can also do is I can again take the state and bring it here, and that basically can be, instead of my map, I can go for slicer. So that gives me all the values here, and which basically allows users to choose the fields or the states which you would be interested in looking at. So for example, if somebody is interested in looking at the data for Georgia, just select this one, and you see the map automatically shows you where in the map that's the place, and it shows me all the sales for Georgia state. Now I can also basically select yes, and that shows me which were the orders which were basically returned. So that gives me a quick overview of state wise what is the geographical location, if the orders were returned, or might be I can just click on blank and it shows me the non-returned orders. I can again go here and uncheck the Georgia option, and that shows me all the states. Now once you have done this, this looks like a comprehensive report which can be useful for the viewers, for your management team, and so on. So we can just do a save, and that basically is saving my report. So I have this report. Now what if I publish this report? So I can just do a publish, and when I publish, it says okay, workspace. So let's say select, and then it says replacing this data set may impact two reports. You already have a data set named by this one. View the impact. I would say replace, or I will say view impact. So that basically takes me to the Power BI service, because sometimes we may have some reports which we have already uploaded, and updating an existing report might basically affect my existing report. So it basically shows me the impact analysis. It shows me one workspace. There are two reports. They have not been added to dashboard, but these are the ones which will get modified. So let's, for example, as of now, go ahead here and let's look into my Power BI. So go back to your desktop, and I'll say no, I don't want to replace. So click on cancel. So I do not want to publish it. What might be what I can do is I can try saving it as a different report. So let's say save as, and now I will basically say additional filters. Okay, let's save it. So now you see the name on the top changes to additional filters, and now it's saved to publish this. And now I can go ahead and publish it. Select your workspace, and basically it says this is the report being published with our additional filters, with a map which gives a geographical area showing us the information. And then basically what I can do is, once it is done, I can look into my Power BI service like we did earlier. You can do a filtering. We can basically query this data. We can share it with other users who might be interested in looking at this particular data. Now this says it is done. So it says get quick insights, and might be it's a good an option to look into what kind of insights it gives you. So click on that. See the beauty of Power BI, where it tries to search for any kind of insights which it can gather from the kind of report which you have built. Now once the insights are ready, it will let you know. what we can also do is we can come in here, click on view data set. So you see now it shows your additional filters, and here you have option where it should be showing your report. So let's say view, and view is fine. So, and if it doesn't show up, sometimes it might be taking time for refreshing. So you can always go here and then you can click on your report, and that should get populated. So this is the report. These are the filters which I have. Gives me an option of choosing all the states, and basically allows me to edit the report and look at all the information here. Meanwhile, we can see here it is still trying to gather some insights from the data. And now you see there are some insights here. So it says sales, which is coming up, and a subset of your data was analyzed and the following insights were found. So you're looking at sales by ship mode. So it says standard class, second class, first class, and same day. So there were different shipping modes in our data, and that's what it shows me: the sales, which one had the majority. It shows me the profit, so which city or state had more profit. So New York City has noticeable more profits here. Average by shipping cost, by subcategories. So there are these different subcategories which we can look at, such as copiers and machines have noticeably more shipping cost. Profit by product name, and you can basically look at the row ID and quantity. So this is where you're looking at a regression analysis. You're looking at row ID and quantity. So there is a correlation between row ID and quantity. So these are two different variables or fields which are related. You're looking row ID by category, row ID. So it says California has noticeably more row IDs. Sales, your profit, count of region, and count of returns. So there is a correlation again between two different variables. Average of shipping cost. Now we would have taken a lot of time building all these visualizations, but Power BI has already helped you in gathering all these insights, and then you can basically select which one of these is what you're interested in. You can focus and look for more information based on all the fields. It has given you good amount of insights which will help anyone who is looking at this particular report. So that's your quick insights here, and we have this information. Now once you have this information, this is basically where you have your focus mode. So it says subset of your data was analyzed, following insights were found. You can basically say download, and here you have other options which allow you to work with your Power BI. So let's look at this one. So this is where we have our report, and we can continue exploring it more. One more interesting feature which Power BI has, other than having your insights ready to use, which is basically in your workspace, and you can basically use these insights. What we are looking at, various options here, and basically you have this option where it says spin the visual. If you are interested in a particular insight, you can always pin it, which you can always go back and look into. What you can also do is you can also click on edit report here. Now that's a report which has already been published to your Power BI service, not yet shared, but that can be shared or that can be subscribed. Now once you click on edit report, it has option of reading view, mobile layout. You have basically an option which says basically options for navigating through the data set. You can go for how visuals on the canvas interact with each other. You have all these options, and one of the good options is ask a question. So you can always click on ask a question, and that basically says some suggestions. Now you can open this and it says, okay, ask a question about your data. Try one of these to get started. What is the average sale? Sort orders by order date. Sort orders by product ID. How many ship modes are there? Compare quantity and discount. So do not worry that your report has only 4 fields. So it has date, order ID, sales, and returned with some filters. But what about you looking at how many ship modes are there? So it is already looking at your data. So if you click on this one here, and you can see what are the different fields what we have, and you have ship date and ship mode. So this is one of the fields which it is showing you to ask a question. Now what you can do is you can say how many ship modes are there. Let's click on that. Let's ask this question. It says 4 ship modes. And do you want to add this to report? Yes, you can. You can let it be as it is. So you can basically keep this question here. And here you have an option. The visual is showing number of ship modes. When you place your cursor here, if you see here, turn this Q&A result into a standard visual. And let's do that. And basically it is saying number of ship modes. Right? So now that's the power of your Power BI, which has basically allowed you to ask a question and quickly add a visual to your report. Now what we can do is we can basically save this, or you can say save as and give a different name. So might be I'll just say save, because I would want to have this information and the report is saved. So in this way, you can basically not only create smart visuals, you can not only relate different data sources using data models or relationships, you can add maps, you can add filters, you can add quick questions. You can basically just go here and say, for example, you would want to ask a different question. Now we see the fields here. How about looking at the shipping cost, right? So here I can say, what is the highest shipping cost? And that shows me some suggestions. Let's select that, and that shows me the value, which is great. And I can keep it as it is. I can basically convert this to a visual. I may want to keep the question because might be this question was asked, and you would want to see the result here. Might be you can move this somewhere here, and that gives me some kind of question which was asked, and we can do a save. And that's my report, which has been saved in my BI service. The data set is still there. You can basically go ahead and share this.
How to connect different data sources with Power BI. So in this session today, we will see how can you connect different type of data types, data sets like Excel, PDF, CSV, etc. to import in Power BI for your data visualization needs. So what's in it for us today? We will be learning how to connect to data, different data types, data files like Excel, PDF, then what are the different data importing modes, and then I will also show you practically different sets, how to import them in Power BI and use it for your visualization purpose. Now what are the steps to connect to data? So now we will go directly into Power BI and try to import one by one few most commonly and popularly used data sets which are most commonly used in a day-to-day activity. Rest, of course, there are Power BI supports n number of data sources, but we will do something practical on the most popular ones. So let's open our Power BI. Now this is my Power BI, and first I want to show you that how can I import data directly from a web page and import the data. Now it is asking for a URL in order to import data. So what I have done is I have created a Google Excel sheet with simple data with rows and columns, and what I have done is I have shared this sheet as publish to web. Okay, so you just need to say publish to the web, the link as web page, and say done. It's automatically published, and say link. So copy the link which you have published on the web, copy this link, and then go back to your Tableau, paste that link over here and click OK. Now Power BI will try to establish a connection with this Google Doc sheet because it's published on the web. You need to wait for a while it is reading. Okay, now it has read one of the HTML tables, so I'll select this one. Now you can see it is showing me a preview of the table which is there on my Google sheet, right? It has 11 rows, so it has all showed all the 11 rows. So now I can go and transform this data because I can see my headers are there starting from the second row. So there is an opportunity for me to transform the data. So I'll go and transform it so that it looks clean. Okay, so first is I need to remove the first row, which is the null row. Remove the top rows. Okay, and then I need to use the first row now as a header. So you just click this option, use first row as headers. That's it. So now if you see my row ID, order date, ship date, all my data is now ready. So I can say close and apply. Click apply changes. Now this is an example of web data import. You can go and preview your data. Right now, the biggest advantage of this data connection is that it's a live data. So for example, I insert another row. Let me change the order ID. I've changed some basic stuff, and it's auto saved. Control S. Now I'll go to my Tableau and I'll refresh. Now you can see as I refreshed my Power Query Editor, I clicked refresh all and I got my new row which is there in the live data. I got that fetched from my okay, I got that row, the row ID number 12. So I have to say close and apply. Now you can see the new row, the row number 12 is now available in my new data set, in the data set, because it's a live connection. It's a live connection with the web-based Google Sheet. Okay, so this is one important way in which you can import data. Now let's try to import data from a text file. Now I have already prepared a text file called subcategories.txt. Now let me just open it in a notepad. Now it's a very plain simple file, tab separated file in which you have product subcategory ID, subcategory name and product category key. So basically to which product category this particular subproduct belongs to, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to my get data option and I'm going to select text/CSV option and I'm going to select option mod product subcategories.txt. Okay, so now Power BI has identified that it's a tab delimited file, it has recognized the headers, etc. right, and I can now directly load this file. Okay, so now once the data is imported in Power BI, it is like irrelevant to me. It's a composite data import I am doing, right? So in my presentation, when I am talking about importing data, there are different importing modes, right? Data import can happen through different ways. Okay, one is direct query mode, in which I create a live connection to the database, which I'll also show you using MySQL and MS SQL Server, and also you can do a composite mode in which you can have data imported from Excel, plus you can have direct query modes. So you can have multiple modes to connect and create a composite data model, and that's what we are doing right now in our practical. So what we are doing over here is, one, we have imported data from the web. Second, we have imported data from a text table. Now, after doing text, now our next task is to import from CSV. Let's try another one. So now I have imported product subcategory. Now I'll import a CSV file. So again, I'll choose the option text/CSV. And now in this CSV file, let me open this CSV file and show you what is it. So this is a list of all my products, product key, product subcategory key, products, stock keeping unit, etc. A simple CSV file, and I'm going to import that. Okay, so now it is identified the delimiter is comma rather than a tab, and it has already recognized the headers correctly, so I'll load it. Okay, so now my products are there, product subcategories are there. For product categories, now what I have done is I have created a Excel mode now. So now Excel I'm using to import my product category. So now I have to click on the option of import data from Excel, and I'll say product categories. Select the sheet, load, and now so my products, product categories, product subcategories, though with different data storage types, but still now the data is imported into Power BI. It is a composite data model. Now another very important data type which you can import is the PDF also, right? So what I have done is I have created a PDF called customers. My customers data is lying in a PDF. So what I have done is I have created a PDF which has data for some columns are there, like, you know, customer key, prefix, first name, last name, birth date, marital status, gender, email address, annual income, total children, etc., etc. So this is the data set which I have created in PDF. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select PDF now and import customers.pdf, and see, it has recognized my table on page 1 which I'm going to load. Okay, you can rename this as PDF table. So this basically, these are the different type of data types we have imported: PDF, Excel, text, CSV, and web page. Now let's take a look at another interesting data set which we want to import, is the MySQL Server data set. So what I have done is I've already installed MySQL Server on my local instance, and there's already a schema of SQLite tutorial over there, and I have certain tables already prepared over there, like department, employee, etc. So my goal is now to import this data or create a live connection with this data set. Now in order to import my SQL database connection in Power BI, you need to first download a connector, MySQL Power BI connector. So you need to go to this link and then click on download and install the MySQL connector. Based on the operating system you have, you click on download and install it. After you have done this, go back to Power BI and then give the IP address of the database. In my case, it's there in this local machine, and the schema which I want to import is SQLite tutorial. So I'll give the name, click connect. Okay, now it's connected. So now it is asking me which particular tables you want to create a connection with. I'm choosing department and employee, and I'm just loading them. Okay, so now this is the exact data which is there in the employee and department in MySQL. Okay, so this is one example of how to create connectivity between Power BI and MySQL. Now I want to do the same thing using SQL Server, Microsoft SQL Server. So I have also installed Microsoft SQL Server on my machine, and I have used the SQL Express. So this is the name of my server, so which I'll copy the server name and go to get data, select SQL Server, and for now database is optional. I can say direct query, click OK. Okay, now it is showing me what all tables I can import. So in my SQL Server tutorial, in my SQL Server, I have these three tables: customers, employee attrition, Olympic events. So I can use probably the customers one, which is now you can see this is the data, the customers data, which is lying in my SQL Server. Okay, so I can preview it and load it. So now you can preview the data in Power BI. That this is the data. So I can rename as customers from MS SQL, and this is from MySQL, and okay. So now this is not the only data sets you can import. Now if you take a look at the options which Power BI gave, of what different type and variations of data it can it has compatibility to import from. Okay, so we can just take a look at the categorization on the left hand side first. There are file based like Excel, text, XML, JSON is also possible. You can evenly directly import an entire folder, and within the folder whatever data types of files are there, it will detect it. PDF, Parquet, or even SharePoint folder, which is itself a Microsoft technology. Then different kind of databases, SQL Server and MySQL we just saw, but it's not only limited to this. You can connect to Microsoft Access, SSAS, Oracle database, IBM DB2, Postgres, Sybase, Teradata, and then SAP databases, Amazon, Redshift, Impala, Vertica, Snowflake, and n number of databases which are there in the market today, Amazon, etc. Then it also allows you to connect with its own Power platforms, Power BI platforms, data marts, Power BI data flows, Dataverse, etc. Azure, there are different kind of storage mechanisms in Azure, and Azure itself is a Microsoft technology, so it has a compatibility with a lot of Azure based data storages like Azure SQL database, blob storage, Azure Databricks, right, Azure HD Insight Spark. So if you have those kind of services running on your Azure cloud services, you can even import them over here. Now online services, like you have ERPs running or some data which is shared on the internet. If you want to import it, That is also possible through certain products. Dynamics 365, Microsoft Exchange Online, Salesforce, Google Analytics, Adobe Analytics, GitHub, LinkedIn Sales. If you want to do some analysis of some social networking, feeds, that also you can import. Then other miscellaneous are also there: web-based, Hive, R script, Python script. If there's something to import, get data from Google Sheets, like we saw one example in our video right now. So there are multiple options available. Now, once you have imported the data which is relevant to you, in our subsequent sessions we will see how to create relationships, but just giving you a glimpse that whatever data you are importing, Power BI auto detects certain relationships and it will create for you, but then you can go and manually also change. So this is the composite data model which is getting created in the backend while you are importing the data. You can easily go and manage these relationships, either keep them as is, you can delete and create new ones manually. So there is no limitation in that. So this is what we have witnessed. We have imported data from different files types, data types, and then we have tried to, once it is imported into Power BI, then there is no limitation of how you use it. You can create visualizations across different data sets and then create your standard reports. So this is the example of importing data from web, importing data from a database, from a PDF, and then once you have data, you can shape and combine data. You can basically do whatever transformation you want to do. You want to make joins, merge the data. So for example, if we go back to our Power BI, and if I go back to my transform data section, now as I have now different data sets available with me, I can do any kind of operation transformation on the data, right? So like I showed you, I upgraded the header row because one of the imported data was not showing the header correctly, or this columns, like this exact one column is extra, I can remove the column, right? All those transformations, whatever I do in the backend, gets captured in the applied steps section, right? This is the customer data. You can create, you can merge it, you can append it, with other data sets, right? Let's, for example, I want to create a merge data set of my categories and subcategories. So I can say select these two data sets and say merge queries as new, and I can select product categories and product subcategories, select product category key on both the sides, and then they do a left auto join. So whatever product categories are there, I'll get the subcategories associated with it, and I'll create a new table which will have, now I have the table which has the category and the subcategory in one table itself. So I can rename it now to as category subcategory table. It's a merge. Basically, it's a join between category and subcategory, and now I have a common table, right? And I can close and apply. So imagine I have created a new table which is created from one data set which is Excel based, and another data set which is text based. See this category subcategory table. So now I can use it the way I want in my visualization reports. So that's what the presentation says, right? That once you have the imported data, you can shape, you can combine, you can adjust, you can do whatever transformation you want to do and create your visualization.
Data modeling in Power BI. Now today we will discuss how to create relationships
and different kind of data models within Power BI based on the structure of data you're importing. Okay, so what topics we are going to cover today? We are going to talk about different types of data modeling, and the most important part and aspect of data modeling is the cardinality. The cardinality which you basically decide after reviewing the nature of data and after you imported it, what kind of cardinality you have to basically highlight, right? And there are different type of cardinalities which you might have heard earlier also if you are from PL SQL background, like 1:1, 1:many, etc. We will talk about that. Now, what are the different types of data modeling? Now, dimensional data modeling is one of the most popular and most widely used modeling. In dimensional data modeling, you have master data, like for example customer data, date, store data, product data. So these are like less frequently changing data sets. So there is an organization, right, and you have set of customers, their email ID, phone numbers, etc. that will change less frequently as compared to the sales transactions, because transactions are happening every day, every minute. So sales is a more fast changing data set in dimensional modeling, which is in the terminology of data is also called as a fact, and customer, store, product, which are like more of static data and less changeable data, is sometimes called a dimension. So this is a typical dimensional data model which is typically used sometimes, right? And then there is another model which is relational model. This is a typical model which we have been using in database design, like primary key, foreign key relationships. So for example, you have a customer who has purchased a product. So probably the customer might have the details of the product which he has purchased, and you will make a join between customer and product table, and even you can make a join between product or product type or customer or product type. So customer table will also have a key to the product type. So this is less conducive for reporting, but it is more of a transactional relational model. But of course, this is also feasible. But from the Power BI perspective, when we talk about reporting and visualization, this is the most extensively used dimensional data model. And this is what we are going to see in our example now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you certain data sets. First, we will prepare and create certain of our data sets, and then we will import in our sample Power BI file, and then slowly we will create the relationships. Now, one important thing which you need to understand, that in Power BI, if you go to Power BI, there is an option that Power BI auto detect new relationships after data is loaded and import relations from the data source on first load. So for example, if you are importing the data from a database where you have already defined the primary keys and the foreign key relationships, so that is the first option which Power BI will auto detect. And secondly, if suppose you are importing two different kind of data sets, one is Excel, one is CSV, and if Power BI detects a common column, key columns, it will auto detect a relationship which you can go and later change, modify, manage in your relationship menu, manage relationship menu in Power BI, which I'm going to show you. Okay, so if I open a Power BI, and this is where the option lies, go to File, go to Options and Setting, Options, Data Load, and these are the two options which are by default checked. You can uncheck it and manually prepare relationships. There is no limitation to that, but if you keep it checked, then Power BI will do its job to detect the relationships. Okay. Now coming to the next important factor, cardinality. Now before I start playing around with my data and start showing you certain relationships, it's very important to understand these four types of cardinalities. One is many to one, right? So basically, many to one means that many orders contain data of one customer. So per order, one customer is there. So from customer to order or product or delivery address, it's a one-to-many relationship. And from the other side, from order to customer perspective, it's a many-to-one relationship. Okay. Second, other cardinality is 1:1. 1:1 relationship is only applicable when you are saying it's an extension of the current table. So for example, in one table you have employee details and you are extending the details of the employee in another table like employee address, employee ID. So that is like 1:1. There is no multiple records of a single employee. In the address table, only one employee ID exists, right? Now 1:many, as I said, is the reverse side of many:1. So in customer table, only one customer record exists per customer, and one customer can place many orders for multiple products and can also have multiple delivery addresses. So that way, this is a typical 1:many relationship. We will be seeing this example also in our sample data set. And last is the many-to-many relationship. Now, many-to-many is a very typical example, so which I'm going to show you practically. And in our case, we will see that, like for example, you have placed an order for a particular product, but there are multiple fulfillments which has happened. So suppose you made order for 10 products, but at the back end, when the company is fulfilling, it is first fulfilling the first 2 products, then the rest 3. So basically the fulfillment is happening in batches. So one order ID might have multiple fulfillments for the same order ID. So there will be a many-to-many relationship, which I'll show you practically. So now with this background, let's start importing our data. Now the first important thing which we need to import is the master data. So first I'll import all my master dimensions which I'm going to use in my example. So first is the customers table, customers data. So this is the customer details like customer key, prefix, first name, last name, birth date, marital status and gender. Some redundant columns are also present, but we'll remove it. So my customer data is loaded. Now today's session is all about this section of modeling. So we will keep our focus over here. Okay. Now some columns, probably some blank columns are there. I can select them and say delete from model. Yes. Okay. So now this is my customers data with the relevant columns and the key per customer, customer key. Now there's no relationship in this model right now, right? Because only single table is there and the associate data is only imported. Now let me also import my another important master table is the products. Select the product data, product key, product subcategory, product SKU, product name, model name, product description, color, size. So just see all the relevant information only specific to the product is available. So I'll import it. Okay. Now see, there's no relationship between product and customers directly because unless a customer makes an order, places an order for a particular product, there is no join, right? So now between these two tables, the most important now another table which will now make sense is the sales order table, sales table. Now I am assuming that Power BI have auto detected the relationship. Now you can see that because I've already ticked that checkbox. Now let's see what relations Power BI has auto detected. Let's first check the relation between customer and sales. I'll double click this join. Now what it has done is it has created a join of many to one between sales and customer. So what does that mean is that one customer can place many orders, right? And that it has detected by the quality of the data and the data sampling which Power BI has done. You can also reverse this relationship. Here I can select customers and I can select sales. Now it has become one to many. So that you can also do manually. So that is what I said. Whatever Power BI is detected, it is up to the discretion of Power BI internal configuration and algorithm, but you can go and change it. So this is now you can this is by default active, so we want to keep it active. One customer, many sales orders. Cross filter direction means that only from customers to sales is the filter applicable, not reverse. I'll come to this with my another example, but first let's change the relationship. So 1:many means from one customer and many sales orders. Similarly, let's see what has happened at the product side of the relationship. Similarly, Power BI, many sales orders for one product. You can, for simplicity's sake, you can say products, sales, product key is the join. Now just focus one more thing. Please also see the column on which the join is the grade column, grade out column. Product key is also here and product key is also there, and it is what we wanted. So 1:many relationship from product to sales table and active. Now looks fine. This is something which is looking logical, and probably now we can proceed further to create a report. Now let me explain the cross filtering with an example. Now, for example, I want to check in a report that what is the count of products which a particular customer has ordered. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll select the product count of product name. Now if you see, and for each customer, in front of each customer name, the count is coming as 293. It is getting repetitive because there is a one-way filter between customers and sales and products, right? So this join is single-sided. It means that from customer to product you can't find a relationship because it's a single side cross filter, right? What does this, if I change it to both, it means that it is equal to a join between product and sales, and every product detail now is appended to the sales table. So if I want to make you visualize this, you need to go here. I'll first open my sales table. We can also open it here. Let's make click this OK. Now if I click OK, you can see the single arrow is changed to double arrow. It means it's a both side filter. So when you say a both side filter, it means that implicitly within Power BI you can imagine that all the product columns now will get appended because of both ways filter you have applied. And if you go to your report now, see the change of the numbers now 40, 20. So the total count of products across all my customers come out to be 293. Now the report looks correct. If I change the relationship from back to single between product and sales, then you can't make a join between customers and product. Basically you can't derive the product count from the product table. See this. If you have to live with it, then you would have to go to the sales table, get the product key and get the value of count of product key, but that is not correct. Okay. So if you want a report in which you want the count of product name, and even if you want a count of distinct product name, so this will not come correctly. You would have to go and change the direction of the filter, which is from single to both. So this is a typical example there where you want to use a two directional filter. Now let's proceed further and import other data set in order to show you another example. Now I want to show you an example of 1:1. So I have another table which is called customer details. So the key in this table is again customer key, but only email address, annual income, total children, education level, etc. Other details of the customer is there. So I'm loading the customer details. Now you see it has auto detected a 1:1 relationship. Now what is the meaning of 1:1? Means one customer key only has one entry in customer details. There is no multiple entry. So if you click this button, it's a 1:1, and the cross filter can be both or single, doesn't matter, because one customer will have only one value. You can make this as active. Okay. And if you go to the customer report table, you can now easily associate a email address with the first name. You will get 1:1 record. So now you can see that with 1:1 relationship, with the first name, I have associated the email ID, and for each email ID, there is a associated first name with that. So this is an example of 1:1 relationship. So in this example, what we have explained is that for each customer, there is an associated customer detail, right? So you have the first name, email address, education level, homeowner, occupation, and total children count. So in this report, what we have done is, if you click over here, so the first name and the email address. Okay. So there is a 1:1 relationship, and if you drag the customer key, report takes time to render, and even if you can, so this is the reporting output. You have the customer key, first name, associated email address, and the count of product names which the customer has ordered. Now this is an example of 1:1. Now I want to show you an example of many to many. Now for that, I'll import my fulfillment data set. Okay, now in my fulfillment data set, there is a column for order number. So basically what I'll do is I'll drag order number from here to here. Okay, so now what has Power BI detected? I'll do one thing. I'll select sales over here, fulfillment over here, and order number to order number. Okay, so it's a many to many relationship. So it means that per order I have created multiple batches to fulfill that particular order. Now many to many relationship is definitely a candidate for both ways cross filter detection direction, but you can check that. But definitely Power BI shows a warning that this relationship has cardinality to many, and this should only be used if it is expected that neither column contains unique values. Okay, so we know that fact. That's why we are accepting this relationship as many to many, because we know there are multiple order numbers over here in the sales table which are mapped to the multiple order numbers in the fulfillment table. We'll click OK. Now you want to keep the direction as both ways or one direction. That is up to you, the way you want to map the report. So I can double click over here, and you can even click. So now you can select from which way single filter you want, from fulfillment to sales or sales to fulfillment. I'll prefer sales to fulfillment and click OK. Okay, now we have all our different kind of relationships over here, which we have tried to shortlist. One to many, many to one, one to one, which is this example, and many to many. Now, if I show you further relationships which you can keep on adding, like for example, I have the example of territories. Now, in which particular territory the sales was done. So I can map it over here. Okay, so now it's a typical 1:many relationship, because territory is my master table, where I have a static list of continent, country, region, and it is mapped to the territories which are in which my orders have been placed. So it's a typical 1:many. So that way, you can keep on adding data. Then you have details of returns. Now this is another transactional table, which is about the orders which have been returned rather than being returned by the customers. So you have a product key, so automatically Power BI has detected a relationship between the product key and the product table, right? And even if you can join the territory key, in which territory the return has happened, right? So mostly the most common relationship which you will observe is the 1:many, because as I told earlier, the most common relational model is the dimensional model. The static data, the slow changing dimensions, the SCDs are the master tables, and the most frequent changing are the fact tables. So if I talk about a typical dimensional model, the fulfillment table, sales table, and the territories table, the fulfillment table, sales table, and my returns table are the fact tables of my data model.
So let's start with a little story. Meet John. John works at a company and is always overwhelmed by all the data terms his colleagues use during meetings. So words like KPIs, data warehouse, and analytics were thrown around, and John often felt lost. He knew understanding these terms was crucial for his career growth, so he decided to dive into learning about business intelligence. John started by learning what business intelligence actually means. He discovered that BI involves strategies and technologies that help companies analyze and manage their data. For example, if he worked at Spotify, BI could tell him which songs are getting the most plays, when people listen the most, and even predict the next big hit. This realization made John see how powerful BI could be for making informed business decisions. Alright, so let's dive in and let's understand what business intelligence actually is. Imagine you're running a popular ice cream shop, and business intelligence is like having a super smart helper that tells you everything about your business. Cool, right? So, what exactly is business intelligence? It's all the tricks and tools companies use to understand their data better. It helps them make smart choices based on facts, not just guesses. For example, let's say you use a tool like Power BI in your ice cream shop. It might show you which flavors sell the most on hot days, what time your shop is busiest, and which toppings are most popular with kids. This info helps you make smart decisions like stocking up on popular flavors or hiring extra staff for busy times. Business intelligence is super important because it turns boring numbers into useful information that helps businesses grow and succeed. It's like having X-ray vision for your company. Next, let's talk about data visualization. So data visualization is the graphical representation of information and data. By using visual elements like charts, graphs, and maps, data visualization tools provide an accessible way to see and understand trends, outliers, and patterns in data. For example, a bar chart showing the most popular pizza toppings in a delivery app. This is crucial for presenting data in an easy to understand format. Moving on, we have analytics. So, analytics involves the systematic computational analysis of data. For example, using analytics to understand which times of day are busiest for a pizza delivery app. This term is important because it helps in making sense of large amounts of data and aids in decision making. Next up is KPI, that is key performance indicator. So KPI is a measurable value that demonstrates how effectively a company is achieving key business objectives. For example, tracking the number of pizzas sold each month as a KPI to measure business performance. KPIs are essential for measuring performance and progress towards strategic goals. Now let's discuss data warehouse. So a data warehouse is a centralized repository for storing large volumes of structured data from multiple sources. For example, storing customer data from different gym branches in one place for analysis. It is used for reporting and data analysis and is a core component of business intelligence. Data warehouses are important for consolidating data from different sources and making it available for analysis. Next, we have database. So, database is an organized collection of data generally stored and accessed electronically from a computer system. For example, a database storing member records for a gym. Databases are foundational for storing and managing data efficiently and are critical for any business intelligence processes. Moving forward, let's introduce data mining. So, data mining is the process of discovering patterns and knowledge from large amounts of data. For example, a gym analyzing member attendance to identify the most popular class times. Data mining is important for extracting useful information from large data sets. Next, let's talk about dashboard. So, dashboard is a business intelligence tool that allows users to track key metrics and KPIs. For example, a dashboard for a gym showing daily attendance, most used equipment, and membership growth. It provides a visual representation of data and helps in monitoring performance at a glance. Dashboards are crucial for real-time data monitoring and decision making. Next up is reporting. Reporting refers to the process of organizing data into informational summaries to monitor how different areas of a business are performing. For example, a monthly financial report summarizing income and expenses for a gym. Reports are essential for tracking progress, identifying trends, and making informed decisions. Finally, let's discuss SQL, that is structured query language. So SQL is a standard programming language for managing and manipulating databases. For example, writing an SQL query to retrieve all gym members who joined last month. It is used to query, insert, update, and modify data. SQL is fundamental for anyone working with databases and business intelligence tools. Remember, whether you are running a multi-million-dollar corporation or a neighborhood lemonade stand, these BI tools and concepts can help you make smarter decisions and grow your business. They turn raw data into valuable insights, helping you understand your customer better, optimize your operations, and stay ahead of the competition. So with that, guys, we have come to the end of this session. I hope this video has helped demystify some key business intelligence terms for you. If you found this video helpful, don't forget to give it a thumbs up and subscribe to our channel for more business and tech insights. If you have questions about BI or want to share your opinion, you can comment down in the comment section below.
With today's topic, which is about how to create Power BI dashboard in a few minutes. Yes, you heard me right. You can create a complete Power BI dashboard, or also known as a report, in just a few clicks and a few minutes. Now, in this particular video, we are minimizing the time in creating dashboard because sometimes data cleaning process, you already know. If you're an expert or if you're a beginner in data analytics, you already know there are steps in data report or a dashboard, right? First, you load the data from a source. It can be cloud, PDF, Excel workbook, CSV, or anything. And after that, you do some data cleaning, right? You split the columns, or you eliminate some blank rows, blank columns, and some irrelevant data which does not fit, or some for more reference on data cleaning, you can also refer to the video which is linked in the description box below. And so, right, that's the process. So basically, you import the data from the source, clean it, transform it, and then load it, and then create a dashboard. right? So in this particular video, we have the completely cleaned data set, which is really available for creating a report, which will be also linked in the description box below if you want to follow us along. So with that, let's get started, right? So that's how it goes. Now let's have a look at our data. So our data has some row ID, order date, ship date. So basically you can totally understand this particular data set is about sales report, right? Let's say I'm working with XYZ company, which is based on data analytics, and I get an email from my client that he or she wants to know how exactly the sales are performing, in what exact states or countries, and what exact regions, and what category of products or subcategory of products, and what's the sales quantity order profit, right? So let's say you have a one category or subcategory or a product which is giving you high number of sales and profit, right? You want to improve more, you can increase the price, or let's say you have some product which is not performing so well, right? So you can offer some discounts, let's say like 50% off, so that you can move out the product from your store, right? So some basically, if you analyze the data and you come up to a decision where which product is performing in which region or state or country, and which product is performing in not performing in which region, state or country, right? You can come up with a strategy for sales and improve your revenue. So that's the entire process, right? So with that said, so this is the data we have, and let's quickly jump onto Power BI and get going with creating a report or dashboard within a few minutes, right? So here we are on the Power BI desktop. So here, absolutely, you can see you can import data from Excel, you can import data from SQL Server, you can import data from a blank table, or use some sample data. Apart from that, you can also get data from a different sources as well, right? See, we will be trying to do some automation, right? So regarding the automation, we can also go through another video from Simplilearn, which will help you understand how to automate the process of data transformation, cleaning, and uploading. So you can just give the file location here, the folder. So I'm going with the folder here. So it will give me a new window. You can go to browse, and I think I have my folder in downloads and Excel datasets. Excel. I think I'll be having that named as sales report. Yes, just click OK, and you have the sales report here. You can have a quick preview of the data. So here you have the options: combine, load, transform data, right? You can just directly load, because I've said you that this particular data set is completely clean and is ready for reports, right? So you can just select the data you want and just load, right? I'm doing it this way because let's say for let's not let's say we have the data here in a form, in such a form that the data is from last 3 to 4 years, right? So let me select it this way. So in this case as well, it will take the Excel file, and even if you add some more data to it, it will apply the changes to it, right? So let's say we have the data for the last 4 years, 2020, 2019, 2021, 2, and 3. And since 2024 is not completed yet, we are not taking that data. Let's say we enter into 2025, then the new data for 2024 gets updated and loaded onto the same data table. And you don't have to process the data once again, clean it, transform it, load it. No, that's not gonna happen. You can just load the data, you can just drop the data on the Excel spreadsheet, and your dashboard or report will reflect the new changes automatically just by refreshing your dashboard, right? That's the automation you can do. So what exactly automation is? The process where human effort is not involved, and the computer or your any tool does the job for you is called as automation, which reduces a lot of time of yours, and you can use that valuable time to plan on the strategies to improve your revenue, right? That's the overall motto of data analytics. Now that's the preview of the data. I'm just going to directly load it. I'm not going to transform it because it's completely clean and transformed data and ready for reports. So here you go, and you can close if there are minute errors. You can just close it. And if you want to check your data, you can go to your data here, and you can have the sample data right here, right? If you check the R date, not ship date, sorry, ship date can enter into 2023 as well, right? So here you have 2020 and the other dates, right? So you will have, okay, let's go to the data filter. So you basically have 4 years, not 2024, right? So that's the way. If you just add the 2024 data, it will automatically reflect in the visualization. Now, all that we need is create a dashboard or report which will help us analyze some data, right? So let's get started. Just double click on the report section, and here you'll have icon or wizard which will ask you what exactly you're looking for. Preparing Q&A. So I want region-wise sales, and I want it in a bar graph. There you go. You have the region-wise sales in bar graph. Press on OK, and you have it. And you can place it somewhere in the corner. Then if you want another one, double click, and you want category-wise category sales, and let's take that in pie chart. Category sales pie, and here you have it. Press on agree and accept, and you have it over here. And year-on-year sales in a line graph, sales by date, or sales by date line graph. Here you have it. Accept that, so that you can identify which is the peak performance year or peak performance date for us, which gave us the highest number of sales in a certain region, right? So here we have it. You can place it, you can customize it, right? And now let's go for subcategory. Double click, and subcategory. I think we have a hyphen or space there. Sales. The type of chart you want, you can go with the donut one. Select that and agree. So you have a subcategory wise sale, and now let's go with region wise. I mean the country wise, right? So let's go to the data again here. So here we have segment city, state, country. Okay, let's go with country now, right? Country sales map chart. So whenever you have a region or state or a country involved, go with map charts. It's the best way to represent, right? So we have considered European nations over here. So for that reason, we have the European states here. And now we can let's go with the data once again and have a look what else we can do. And shipment mode, right? So you have the shipment mode as well. So you can identify what type of shipment mode customers are majorly preferring. Shipment mode, bar graph, agree. So basically, I think we have 3 types of shipment mode. Let's check the column name of shipment mode properly. Ship mode. It's not shipment mode, it's ship mode, right? So let's type again. Ship mode, bar graph. Okay, shipment mode sales, bar graph. There you go. So agree, accept it. So you have standard shipment is the most preferred one. Now we have this, so let's add some KPIs here. So KPI of sales, you will adjust that, agree, there you go. And let's add a KPI for profit. and you have it. Agree. KPI for revenue, double click. Let's check if we have a column called revenue. Quantity, discount, profit, right? So let's go with quantity and discount. So revenue is not added, so it's okay. So you can identify which product or subcategory is highly selling in number of quantities. So you'll have the sum of profit, sum of sales, sum of quantity, and what else we left? The last one, discount and rate. Sales, discount, profit. So let's identify if we have offered any. Okay. So let's add a KPI of rate as well. If we are completely focusing on a single product, a single category, we must be having a KPI for rate as well. Double click somewhere, KPI on rate. There you go. Accept it. And you have the completely formatted dashboard or sales report ready for a meeting. Let's close all these so that we have a better visualization, and you can just go to the slideshare mode or fit to the page mode where you can have it. That's good. So this is how you create a completely functional, fully functional sales report or sales dashboard just within a few clicks and just within a few minutes. Let's say I want the sales report only for central region. Click that and it's completely interactive. And let's say we don't want that, click outside and you will have everything back to the normal, right? And let's say I wanted to focus on a particular category, technology category alone. I have these sales happening and the subcategory of sales and what are the products over here, right? You'll have that, and which is the country happening to ship the most of them, and what's the shipment more preferred by them, and highest performing date or year. So here you can see 2022 June was the highest performance for sales, and the lowest one is somewhere here in March 2020 or something, right? So that's how you can create a fully interactive dashboard or report based on sales data in a few minutes and in a few clicks. And that brings us to the end of this tutorial on the topic how to create a completely functional sales report or sales dashboard in a few clicks and in a few minutes.
Hey everyone, welcome to today's video on Power BI DAX. So here's a quick question for you. Have you ever felt like Power BI is like a cool looking dashboard, but you just wish you could do more with your data? You know, add those custom calculations or get insights that are a little bit outside the box. Well, that's exactly where DAX comes in. Let's think of Power BI as your data playground. It helps you visualize your data with charts, graphs, and tables. But what if you want to take it up a notch? That's where DAX, which is Data Analysis Expression, steps in. It's like the magic behind the scenes that makes Power BI not just a visual tool but a powerful data crunching machine. So what Power BI DAX is used for? Well, it is used to create custom calculations if you need to calculate total sales, average profit, or even something more complex. DAX is your go-to tool. You can also build dynamic reports if you want your reports to change based on the user input or the time period. DAX will make it happen. You can also dive deeper with your data. With calculated columns and measures, you can explore data in ways that are more meaningful at your specific needs. So in this video, I'll walk you through how DAX works and show you how to create those custom formulas that can truly unlock the power of your Power BI reports. So let's get started.
Hello and welcome to Simplilearn. In today's session, we are exploring one of the most powerful features in Power BI DAX, or data analysis expressions. Whether you're a beginner or looking to deepen your Power BI expertise, this video will help you master DAX and unlock advanced analytics for your reports. DAX stands for Data Analysis Expressions. It's a formal language used in Power BI, Excel, and other Microsoft tools. DAX lets you create powerful calculations, data models, enabling you to extract deeper insights from your data. In Power BI, DAX is essential for building calculated columns, measures, and calculated tables, which are the backbone of custom analytics and reporting. The purpose of DAX in Power BI is to analyze data and create custom calculations for better insights and reporting. With DAX, you can go beyond simple aggregations and build metrics that answer complex business questions such as year-to-date sales, growth rates, or profit margins. However, you must be thinking, if you're following up with the previous video where we have learned about interactions and different type of charts, we haven't used any DAX there. However, we still had meaningful insights. Why is learning DAX so important? DAX is essential for advanced data calculations and custom metrics in Power BI. It also enables time-based calculations such as year-to-year, quarter-over-quarter analysis, and helps to create custom measures like profit margin or growth rate. Ultimately, DAX empowers you to transform raw data into meaningful business insights that drive business decisions. Let's look at the types of DAX expressions you will encounter. So within Power BI, first we have predefined functions like aggregate functions, logical functions, date functions, information functions, user functions. Then we have DAX statements. These control the logical flow of calculations, such as if and switch statements, and more. Variable and written, very commonly used statements. Then we have data retrieval functions, which we call as queries. These will help you to pull data from your model. It is often used in Power BI's query editor, like evaluate or define. First, we will explore predefined functions, as most of them are similar to Excel. DAX functions come in several categories. First, we have aggregate functions, like you can see sum and average, minimum, maximum, count, standard deviation, variance, and more. Other are date and time functions. You will find them very similar to Excel, like year, month, end of week, weekdays, and more. Another are logical functions, like if, and, or, switch. We'll see multiple conditional logical functions here. Other than these three types of functions, we have information functions, reference functions, parent and child functions that are very specific to DAX. Most utilized DAX functions are common date functions like year, month, quarter, or looking at difference between two dates. Other are time series functions, where we are trying to calculate year on year as variates and written using the year functions, date functions within the statements, figuring out year till date, quarter till date, which is calculating any numerical like sales, profit, till, year to date, month to date, and quarter to date. These are the time series functions. Other most commonly used are aggregate functions, even when we are not explicitly defining a function. Implicit calculation, as soon as we drag any numerical variable into the canvas, immediately it converts into sum of that particular amount. So with a sales amount, then it will be sum of sales amount automatically. That is implicit. Yes, we can go ahead and create the explicit sum of sales, average sales, aggregate functions within Power BI. Other most utilized functions are user functions. User functions like calculate are where DAX gets really powerful. Calculate allows you to change the context of your calculation. For example, summing the sales only for a specific region. This gives us flexibility to answer very specific business questions. And logical functions like if and switch let you build conditional logic into your calculations. If checks a condition and return different results based on whether it's true or false. Switch is like a more advanced if, letting you handle multiple conditions easily. Let's create a calculated column together. We'll label each sale as high or low based on the amount. In previous examples, we have been using one or two predefined functions nested within one another, or simply one function or a statement to calculate one single column or an aggregate value. DAX really shines when you combine functions. For example, to calculate profit margin, we have to go ahead and utilize sum of sales minus sum of cost that we divided by amount again. This uses both sum and simple arithmetic function to give you a critical business metric. For time-based analysis, you might use dates YTD to calculate year-to-date sales or compare this year's sales to last year's. We can use same period last year. We can also use previous year, previous quarter, or previous month. These time intelligence functions are essential for any business that wants to track performance over time. Let's go ahead and see some time series based calculations with DAX and PowerBI. As we have already seen few examples of PowerBI DAX. Before we move on, here are some best practices for writing DAX. First, keep your formulas simple for better performance. Use measures for calculations reused across the reports. Instead of adding a calculated column, it is always better to add a measure. Measures are easily reusable across multiple tables within the data model itself. Plus, measures are not the part of a data model. Measures are created when they are utilized inside a report. So measures are always recalculated. So these are always updated if your data is updated. Third, always check how filters and relationship affect your calculations. If you're applying a relationship, it means within our data model. If you're applying filter or the slicer, it is going to affect the DAX calculation results into the report or the visual we are creating. In the next section, we will explore one of the most important concepts in DAX, that is context. Understanding row context and filter context is key to mastering DAX and building dynamic interactive reports. Let's dive in. Let's explore some most used DAX functions in Power BI. This here is Power BI desktop application. In this application here, let's import our data from Excel. We can import it right from here. Or we can click on Excel workbook right here. We are getting a auto sales data set. Let's click on open here. We'll have our navigator window. We can highlight sheet 1. We can look at the data set right now. Let's check on that. We have order ID, order date, delivery date, how many days we took to deliver, which state did we deliver it to, dealership name, regional details, then we have customer details, product details, then we have here fact details that involves what was the traffic, quantity sold out, leads converted, orders placed, and then the revenue, profit, and cost to company. Let's transform data here. It will take us to Power Query Editor. Within Power Query Editor here, let's check out. This is our order ID. It is at data type 1 to 3. We have order date with the date, number. Let's check the data types for state. Everything is in text properly. Now if we look at the numbers are in the proper date format too. However, if we want, we can change revenue, profit, and cost to company into data type fixed decimal number. We'll add a new step. Let's rename this to, this is our auto sales data. Currently we are ready. We'll close and apply. Our objective here to explore DAX measures here. In the auto sales data here, we have dimensions and measures. Dimensions and measures. Measures are numerical values here. We can see wherever the summation sign is there, these are numerical values. For example, First we have here is cost to company. Cost to company, the summarization here we can see is sum. Similar customer ID, since Power BI understands customer ID is an identification of a customer. It is a unique ID provided to the customer. The summarization here will automatically be count. Similar pattern we can find in other columns too. Let's go ahead and create calculated measures. Simple functions first. For example, we'll create a simple table first. In this table here, we would like to explore that how much quantity we have sold out in each category. If we check on category here and quantity, we see by default sum of quantity here. This sum of quantity is implicit calculation. Implicit calculation here means this calculation is decided by DAX. Now when we go ahead and define the calculation by using modeling, that will be called as explicit calculation, where we are going to use DAX functions and statements. Let's see difference between both. To add the measure here, we can add the measure from new measure here. We can also go ahead and right click on table and click on new measure. We can also click on modeling and add a new measure from here. So let's go to the table, right click on a table, and let's add a new measure from here. When we click on new measure, observe here, a formula bar is opened up where it is directly writing measure equals to as a name. In the data pane, on the right hand bottom corner, we have a measure here. This measure is getting saved in data pane on right hand corner here. We can see the icon is a calculator right there, right here. So let's rename this here as total quantity. Make sure, as a standard practice, we do not leave any spaces. Later on, if we are trying to reuse this aggregate calculation, and if there is a space in the name, we will not be able to reuse it in any other calculation. Now we want to sum. We'll use the predefined function, aggregate function, sum. A simple sum function here. If you want to read more about it, you can expand it from the arrow. It will give you a simple explanation. This is true for any of these functions here. We select the sum from the drop down here. As usual, we can see the parenthesis will open up. It will give us the syntax right here. We have the syntax and the arguments right here, and we have the options to choose from below. Now we want to go ahead and calculate quantity, so we will simply go ahead and type Q in the drop down. We have quantity with the help of tab in our keyboard. We can simply use quantity right there. And since we are in Power BI, remember to close the parenthesis. To commit or save this particular calculation or the measure, we will go ahead and press enter. Once you press enter, on the right hand corner, you'll find total quantity right here. Total quantity sold right here. As you scroll down, you can see the measure is created here. Let's check and utilize this measure in the same table. We can close this from here. Select the table. Let's add the total quantity sold. As we can see, there is absolutely no difference between the explicit and the implicit calculation here. However, now if we want to move forward and add the average here, we can have the similar average calculated there. But when we have sum of quantity, the implicit measure, if we are collaborating with someone, they will have the freedom to change the aggregate calculation right here. However, when you have explicit calculation, the calculation is fixed. The collaborator can simply calculate the percentages out of that, nothing more than that. So aggregation cannot be changed. So if we want average quantity to be sold out to individual customer, we can go ahead and create the explicit calculation for that too. As we can see, what we have here is cost to company and the quantity plus the profit we have made out of that and the revenue. So let's calculate. Let's create a simple table where we want to analyze how many average days we take to deliver to certain estate. So here we have list of estate, and now we want to calculate average days we take to deliver. First, let's look at the implicit calculation, which is by default sum. So we'll go ahead and create a new calculation here. We are at the Home tab. In the Home tab, on the right hand side, we have a new measure. So let's click on new measure. We are going to call this average days to deliver. To avoid the spaces, we can also add underscore sign. In average days to deliver, we start with average function. Now we have days to deliver, and we close the parenthesis. Once you press enter, we can find average days to deliver is here. Let's check here. In this report, here, next we would like to calculate that if we are taking more than 5 days, meaning we are taking longer duration to deliver. So that is not a expected KPI. The average days to deliver, if that is equals to 5 or less than 5, that will be considered a good performance. For that, we add a new measure again. So currently, as you can see, we are in the measure tools. In measure tools also, we have new measure here. Measure tools is opened up because we are currently selecting a measure. Let's click on new measure and apply a logical condition. The logical condition is going to tell us about delivery performance. We'll simply go ahead and type I. In the drop down we have if. In the if here, see the syntax, it is pretty similar to Excel. Logical test is here. In the logical test we are saying that read average days to deliver, the measure that we have here, if it is greater than or equals to 5.5. If condition matches, then the performance needs to improve. If the result is false, it means it is just opposite, meaning we are doing good. So the performance is good. So we have one condition and two output. Now we can see our measure is saved here. Let's check on the measure. Now we can see within each state what is the average days and whether it is good or it needs improvement. Let's keep a slicer here for region. This region size slicer will give us more insights here. So within the central region, we need improvement. In East here, we are doing good in few states. We need improvement, and we need improvement in most of the cases here. Let's look at few more common functions like date functions. Currently, if you want to go ahead and create a table, we want to see year-wise sales we have done. We have delivery date and order date. Let's use the order date here. The moment we check on the order date, the entire hierarchy will be added here. We can simply check and decide to keep whatever we need right there. However, every time extracting and checking from here is not always desirable if we want to go ahead and utilize the year and month within another calculation. So maybe we want to simply go ahead and look for the Q1 sales. In those cases, we will not be able to extract Q1 right from here. So let's go ahead and look into most used date functions here. We add a new measure again. In this new measure here, let's get the year extracted. We can simply use a year function. In the year function here, we have to write a date. So date it will find here in order date. As you can see right now, when we are using year function, we do not have the option to select the measures here. The reason is there are few functions that can be used within calculating measures. However, few functions like year, month, quarter, and more, these can be used only when we are adding a calculated column. So here you will find some limitations related to context. To understand more functions, we have to look into calculated columns and calculated tables. So first we are going to add a calculated table for calendar, and then we will move forward and add calculated columns in that. We'll also understand why calendar is important to be added and how we can use multiple date functions and logical functions to create a proper calendar table. By learning that, we will cover the concept of row context and filter context too. Now, we are going to explore one of the most fundamental concepts in DAX, that is context. Understanding context is absolutely essential for writing effective DAX formulas. There are two main types of context: row context and filter context. Let's break these down. We'll see it with an example. For the example, first we'll add a calculated column. To add a calculated table, we will go to the table view. And here, let's add a calendar table. And within the table, you'll understand about row context and filter context. To add a new calculated table, currently we are at table view. In table view, we'll have table tools open here. In the table tools, we can see the types of calculations we can add. Currently, we are going to work with new table here. Once we click on new table, observe here on the right hand side, we have a calculated table icon, and here also we have a table. What we are looking for here is to create a calendar. A calendar in Power BI is a column which contains continuous date since the start to the end. This calendar table is helpful and required if we want to do any kind of time series calculations. The easy way to create the calendar table is use calendar auto. It's an automatic calendar. It will automatically figures out from the model wherever is the starting and the end date is. Currently we have one Excel sheet, so we are good with it. We can simply open and close. We don't require to add anything inside the syntax argument, as fiscal year month we can see is optional because it is in the square brackets. It can automatically pick up from the data model or imported data that we have here. As we can see, we have this calendar table here. The column is added, that is date column. This date column, let's select the date column here. Column tools will open up a new tab. This is not date and time. We are only looking for date here. There is no time component within it. And the format is a small date format, and we are good with that. Now let's talk about the context. Row context. Row context is essentially the DAX's awareness of the current row when evaluating a formula. It's automatically created when we work with calculated columns. For example, currently we have date. We want to go ahead and extract year, month, quarter out of this date column. So we will go ahead and add a new column here. And in this new column, see, a new column is added. So we want to go ahead and extract year. To extract the year, the function is year. In the year where our date is, in the calendar table date, so we can find it calendar table and date. With Power BI, we have to give the entire address, entire location of where the column is. So we are telling table name and then the column name here. This formula is evaluated for each row individually. So if we are asking it to extract month, it will go ahead and extract month from individual column, individual row here. So we can add one more column here and we can ask to get the month here. So the month calendar table here. You will have the month number. Now if we need quarter, we can add a new column again and get the quarter here. We get the date again. From the date, extract the quarter. And both the cases, it is going to be numbers. As you can see, it is January, quarter is 1. So this year is always seen as calendar quarter. If we want to see the month name, we will again write one more calculated column again in the row context because it will evaluate for individual row where we want to go ahead and look for a month name. For the month name here, we will go ahead and use the custom formatting, that is the format option. It is parallel to text function in Excel. In format function, we will give the value and format it. To extract the month name, we will use the function format. Format function helps us to custom the format of any given numerical value. And this value converts any value to a specified number format. So for example, we are getting the calendar date here, comma, the format we are looking for is month. So we can ask it to extract month. We will write M 4 times there and the month will be extracted. Next is local name. So we are not looking for that right now. And we close the bracket. This is not as per local or time zone. We simply want the month out here. So we don't need it right now. And this is format. This is month name. Every column that we have added, it is based on row context. It is calculated for individual row. Notice how it calculates for individual transaction. This is row context in action. Next is filter context. To understand the filter context here, let's go back to the report view. In the report view, let's calculate total profit. So the filter context, on the other hand, is about which subset of data is being considered for a calculation. It's created by filters applied to visuals, slicers applied on your report, relationship between the tables, filter arguments in DAX functions. Filter context is crucial for measures which don't have an inherent row context like calculated columns do. Let's see filter context in action with a measure. So let's add a measure here. Measures work on filter context. Let's calculate total profit. To calculate the total profit here, we use sum and we ask it to get the profit from the data. When you place this measure in a visual, for example, showing profits by region, when we place this measure in a visual showing profits by region, the filter context for each region determines which rows of the profit columns are summed. If we click on West region, in the slicer, the filter context changes and our measure recalculates to show only average days to deliver in West, sum of quantity or total quantity only in the region West. Similarly, here also we can see it will show only region West. This is the default filter context. This filter context can be modified within the DAX measures by using calculate functions. The calculate function is one of the most powerful functions in DAX because it allows you to modify the filter context within the formula. This is how the calculate function syntax looks like. As we can see here, calculate function evaluates an expression in a context modified by filters. If you look at the syntax here, it says that first you give the expression and then the filters are applied. So for example, we want to calculate the profit only for certain category of product. So let's see here, certain category of product, we have hatchback, MPV, sedan, and SUV. So let's calculate the profit only for SUV. To do that, we'll add a quick measure here. I'm naming this as SUV profit. And here we use calculate. And calculate, we are simply asking them to calculate the total profit. So here I'm using total profit. You can also go ahead and write sum of profit. In both the cases, it will go back and re-execute that particular DAX. Now here, we will go ahead and give a filter. A simple filter will be that go to auto sales category, which should be equals to SUV. This is the SUV profit here. See the difference? If we add the cards here, this is our total profit from all the regions and categories. This here is SUV profit, only profit that we have gained from SUV. This overrides any existing filter context within the specified filter. So if I go ahead and select central, for example, here, you can see SUV profit gets impacted by the outside filter right here. Context transition is what happens when row context gets transformed into filter context. This occurs when you use an aggregation function inside a calculated column or when you use a calculate formula here. For example, if you want to calculate what percentage of SUV profit contributes to the total profit. In this case, context transition will happen. If we click on new measure, and we will see it here. So we want to find profit contribution. We want to find profit contribution percentage of SUV. So here we'll get our SUV profit that we need to divide it by. So we can use divide function here. SUV profit is numerator. And denominator here, now we want total profit. So now we will write calculate here. Reason, we don't want this denominator to change or get filtered out because of slicers or simple selection of Central, Eastern, North here, because this total profit changes when we select anything from out here. We want it fixed. So SUV profit is going to be fixed. It is from SUV. In the calculate here, we want to fix the total profit value. So we type calculate and we need total profit here. And here we use all function. This all function returns all the rows in a table or all the values in a column, ignoring any outside or even inside filters. Inside all function, we'll ask it to keep the entire auto sales data intact and not to get this particular total profit impacted by any outside or inside filter. Here, the all function removes all the filters from the sales table, giving us total profit across all the product. Let's implement this to see which product contribute most to our overall profit. I'm going to add a card here, multi-row card, and let's see the profit percentage here. Let's convert into percentage too. So it is in general format right now. Now it's percentage. See. So the SUV contribution here is 25%. If I convert this into a simple table right now, maybe we want to see in front of category, you'll find that it is only giving us the SUV percentage here. It doesn't understand this at all, meaning this is a fixed percentage answer that we get. However, if we go ahead and add fuel type and we don't see the category here, now we'll have a correct percentage right there. So while calculating this here, it is able to hold on to the total profit calculation right there. So this is your profit contribution as per the fuel type. And see here, this is not 100%, this is 24%. That is only for the USV. That is only for the SUV. The same can be applied to calculate profit contribution for each product. I'll copy this here and let's create a new measure. Now we want profit contribution for all product here. Or let's say each product here. So now here we do not have SUV profit here. Instead of that, we will ask it to get the profit. And now here we are asking it to fix the profit right there. This total profit always gets filtered out. However, the second total profit, which is used within the calculate function and with the all function, this is going to be fixed in the output. When we calculate it like this, and now if we go ahead and create another visualization where we want to see each category contribution and profit. Let's convert this into percentage. You'll find the percentages right here, which amounts to 100%. If we go ahead and simply put total profit here and calculate the percentage from here by utilizing this, we still get the same answer. However, when the outside filter is applied, see the difference. If I'm filtering right now with the central, which is the interaction right now, if we are selecting central here, now we know that in the central, the all-over contribution of these is 7.32% within central out of the entire profit. However, here we see 16% for hatchback and likewise. Reason? This particular profit contribution is coming always from the fixed total profit of 601.78, entire total profit. So these look same, but this profit contribution cannot be impacted from the outside or inside filters. Now that we understand the context, let's explore some advanced DAX functions that leverage these concepts. In this session, we will analyze auto sales dataset by using PowerBI Desktop. Continuing from the previous topic, we have an understanding of context in PowerBI DAX. Moving forward from here, we will guide you through every step from connecting to the data, exploring the data model, defining key metrics, using advanced DAX formulas like time intelligence, forecasting, dynamic titles, etc., to building rich reports and dashboards. By the end, you will have a solid hands-on understanding of how to turn raw auto sales data into actionable insight with professional visualizations. Throughout the tutorial, feel free to pause and try each step yourself. We will also provide explanations for the main concepts and formulas. Let's get started. Open your PowerBI Desktop. We can go to Get Data and click on Excel workbook here or here. Browse and find auto sales data. Click Open. In the navigator preview, select the table, the sheet 1, and click on Load. PowerBI will import the data and display it in Fields pane on the right. This creates a new table in your data model. At this point, check that order date and delivery date columns are recognized as date or time types. Under the column tools, this is the date. And numeric columns like cost to company, profit, quantity, revenue are numeric. Let's go to Power Query to adjust the types. To go to Power Query, go to Home tab and click on Transform Data here. This redirects us to Power Query Editor. This dataset now serves as our fact table of auto sales record. We can check the data types right here. From decimal number, fixed decimal, whole numbers to date, time, and the binary too. These numerical value can be converted into fixed decimal number, that is currency. We always add a new step. From here, we will go ahead and first rename from sheet 1. So let's rename this as sales. Let's close and apply. It will close the Power Query and load the data into Power BI. The dataset now serves as our fact table of auto sales records. In a more complex model, we might split this into fact and dimension tables. For example, separate tables for date, product, and dealers, and separate table for numerical variables like order date, orders, profit, quantity, revenue, traffic. But for now, we have one table containing orders, customer information, sales figures, and so on. After loading, notice that our data model currently has a single table. In a robust BI solution, we often create separate dimension tables. For example, we could extract a unique date table from order date column, or separate tables for region, dealership, product, and customer. Creating a proper date, dimension, and marking it as a date table is important for time intelligence calculations. In fact, Power BI and the DAX engine requires you to mark one table as a date table to get correct results for time intelligence functions. For example, you could duplicate the order date field into a new table of unique dates. And under Table Tools menu, use Mark as Date Table. We'll assume a proper date table is in the place. This date table we are referring to is the calendar that we have created in the last few steps. So let's go ahead and see another way to create a calendar. So we'll go to the table view. In table view, we click on the new table. This is our date table, or we can also call this as calendar table. And we ask for automatic calendar again. We will select this column and convert this into date. Now this is a separate table altogether. We'll go back to data model and we make sure that this data table is connected to order date in sales data. So we are making sure that this table is connected to order date here with the help of common column. Once the relationship is created, observe that the cardinality is 1 to many, meaning date here and date table are unique. However, order date here is repeated, since multiple customers can place multiple orders on the same date. However, this creates a unique list of continuous dates. Now let's go ahead and mark this as a date table. We'll go ahead and we mark this as a date table. We'll click on the 3 dots or epsilon right here. And from here itself, we can mark as date table. We'll switch this on. We choose the column date. It is validated here. Let's read everyone. The built-in date table that are already associated with this table, that is the order date, it will be removed. Meaning, now we cannot use order date within visualization. We have to use this date table only, since it is going to be continuous date. Look at, the icon will change like an ID, rather than having a calendar like this. Meaning now this is a continuous date. As before, we can go ahead and keep on adding year, month, quarter here. That is going to be our row context calculation right there. Let's see a new way to create a calendar table. As usual, we'll go ahead and click on new table. This time, we are going to name it dates. Remember that Power BI DAX is a functional language. It has its own way to write. We can move to the next line here with Shift and Enter. Now, when we say it's a functional language, meaning we have to give indents, we have to open parenthesis, close parenthesis, add its places. It has a structure and format to type. Although it is used as a guideline, and since we are beginners, we might not have a full knowledge of how to write it. In that case, there are multiple websites that can help us to reformat the Power BI DAX. For now, what we are attempting to do is we are trying to add a new table. In that new table, we want to first need a first column where we have calendar. Now in that, we have added the entire calendar date, meaning a continuous date without any gaps. Then we want to add year column, month column, and likewise. To do that, we will start with add columns. Now add columns here returns an entire table with multiple columns at once. So we don't have to add individual new column every time we want to add something new. So now we'll go ahead and type the entire code to get the full calendar table. This is add columns. Add columns is asking here what will be your table. The table here will be our calendar auto. That is automatic calendar here. I will take this to the next line too. Indent is automatically there. Now within the syntax, it is asking us the name there. if you read the syntax, it is asking name of the column there. So we will say the column name is year. Now the expression, meaning the formula, should be year, and it should go ahead and get the date. Now how do we define that date there? So it is going to be dates. Here is the date column right there. Close the parenthesis, comma. We need month, so we're getting month number. The function is month here, and here we have date. Likewise, with shift and enter, we will move towards the next line, and we can keep working with new columns right here. Now we don't have to add columns every time and write them separately. It saves us so much time. Editing is easier. We don't have to work with individual columns anymore. Adding, deleting, and managing your columns becomes easier. These are the exact same functions we have already applied before. Now, as and when required, we can go ahead and add more columns in here. Currently, I am adding some basic columns here. Let's see an example, then we'll keep on adding the columns. And see, here we are. In a similar manner, we can also go ahead and add the quarter name for year. So here, let's see, we have 2024 quarter 3. So we are utilizing our format function again. We are extracting year, then we are concatenating it with quarter here. So likewise, we can move forward and add more columns in here. Now once we have our date, that is our calendar table, and the sales data here, first we will make sure that our date column here is marked as date table, so that it is recognized as a date table here. We'll also make sure that in the data model here, this date is connected with order date to determine the relationship properly. And now order date will not be used for visualization purposes. Now we will use the date always from the dates table. Now let's move forward and understand DAX. Now we create key performance indicators as measures. You will go to report view. You will go to modeling tab and click on new measure. In this new measure here, let's define few KPIs here. First, we have revenue. So the first measure here will be total sales. We'll sum the revenue. This sums the revenue field across all records. Let's add one new measure. Units sold. This sums up total number of cars sold. Make sure your home table is sales data, meaning the formulas are getting saved within the sales data only. Our data has a profit column. So we right click and hit a new measure. To illustrate, we can write gross profit here. So let's calculate gross profit. We do have cost of company. So let's figure out the sum of profit deducted by sum of cost to company. This follows the example of a profit measure as an aggregate difference. We'll add a new measure in sales data. Since we have a difference, gross profit. Let's find out profit margin percentage here. We define the profit margin percentage by dividing the entire profit by revenue. This will compute the profit as a percentage of revenue, avoiding divide by zero errors with the help of divide function. In divide function, numerator is sum of revenue. Denominator will be revenue. The numerator is going to be the profit. Denominator is going to be revenue. Sum of revenue. Alternate result. Even if we leave it alone, it will be 0. Divide function helps us to avoid divide by 0 errors. Now we can move forward and create visuals here. We can go ahead and figure out, let's see, total sales by individual region. We can choose to create simple bar graphs too. So first, let's figure out a simple table for region-wise total sales. We can convert this into a simple column chart. You can keep this column chart. This is region by total sales. You can go to the format. We can switch on the data labels right here. Currently data labels are in billions. We can choose them to keep it at the outside end. In the values, let's fix the units at million. We'll select the theme later. For now, we'll keep our chart right there. Next, let's see product by sales. We'll add the table again. So this is product and total sales. Now we have got multiple product here. The best here is the bar chart. Let's keep it right there. Again, we can switch on the data labels right here. We will fix the data label values at millions. We can make it bold to make the color appear here. Let's decide the decimal values to be 0. Let's give a background color right now so that it is the charts are easily visible. Right. Now let's see dealer wise. This is our dealership name and total sales. Here we can create a bar chart again. Let's total sales by dealership here. As usual, we'll go ahead and switch on the labels. And we fix our labels with display units millions. Now, let's move on and see some time series calculations. To use the time intelligence functions, we have to make sure that our date is marked as table. Let's see few examples. We'll make sure we are clicking on new measure again. And new measure here. First, let's figure out what is the sales YTD, that is year to date. For year to date, month to date, quarter to date sales, use DAX time intelligence functions like YTD, MTD, and QTD. Time intelligence in Power BI uses special DAX functions to compare and accumulate over dates. These let us easily compute year to date, month to date, quarter to date, year over year changes. For example, YTD here total YTD here begins on first day of the year, ends with the last date column after applying specified filters. Can sum the revenue from the start of the year to the current context. Dates we are looking for is from the dates table right here. Before these will work correctly, ensure your model has a designated date table as we have created just now. Next, for month to date and quarter to date, we will follow the similar time intelligence functions like these. So we're creating a new measure here. Let's see the sales month till date. We have total, MTD, and sum the revenue. Same will be followed with sales, QTD. Let's also compare last year's sales versus current year sales. For previous period comparisons, we can use functions like same period last year, date add functions, parallel period, or previous year, current year, or previous quarter, previous month here. So let's use the very famous function, same period last year. This is last year versus current year sales. We use the calculate function. In the calculate function, we are going to ask that go ahead and give us total sales, calculate total sales based on following filter. The filter we will give with same period last year. It is going to go ahead to the sales data. It connects with the calendar table and it will return the set of dates in the current selection from the previous year. So the current year is 2025. It will go ahead and select the 2024. If the current year is 24, it will go back and filter out your table by 23. If you're in current quarter, let's say you're currently at quarter 1, then quarter 1 of 2025, then it will go back and select the quarter 4 of 2024. It is not specified whether it is an year, month, or quarter as we have seen so far. Same period last year, it will simply go ahead and select the entire rows based on that particular period. It can be year, quarter, month, or weeks. Here, we will simply ask it to filter down the dates column right there. This is last year versus sales. So let's see in the next page here. I'm adding a multi-row card for now. And this card here, let's look at. Let's add a table here. in this table here, first let's go ahead and get our year and month name here. So we have 2 year and month here. Observe that month is not in the sequence as we would think. Month is in the alphabetical sequence, and that's not what we expect, right? So we go back to table view and we'll select month name. Highlight month name here and ask it to sort by month number. When you go back, you will see now that it is properly designated. The sorting is fine. Now let's add the calculations we have done so far. This is sales year till date. This is quarter till date. This is month till date. As you can see, this is January, February, December. So the numbers you will find are absolutely different. This is yearly, quarterly, and monthly. Now let's compare last year sales with current year sales. For that, we add one more table. Here, we are going to add year first. And let's add last year versus current year. What we see here is just 2025 sales. Let's add month name. Let's add quarter for now. Now let's see here, this is last year sales right here. Whatever sales we are looking at is from the last year. I would like you to compare this year. This is 2025 quarter 1. And look here, this is 2024 quarter 1. What we are actually looking at right now is 24 number right here. What we here have is last year sales. Let's bring this year sales here and immediately you'll see the difference. This is this year sales and this is the last year sales. Now we can see the comparison right here. To compare last year with the current year sales, we need to create more DAX measures. This is where the KPI measures will come in force. So let's compare profit for individual year. So right now we have last year's sales with us and this is current year sales. If you want to see how far we have went from year on year or period by period, how far we have come around here, in that case we have to go ahead and see the comparison, whether last year is greater than current year or not. First, we'll create we will create new measures here. When we click on the quick measure, a pane will open up. Here we have certain inbuilt calculations here. You can aggregate as per category. We do have filtered calculation, and here we have time intelligence function right there. We can talk about year to date, quarter to date, month to date as we have written here. We also have an option for year over year change, quarter over quarter change, and month over month change here. Since we have seen the last year sales, let's see how do we track quarter over quarter change. In the base value here, we are looking for profit currently. So let's bring profit here. In date, we can click on add data. This is the date right here. Number of period is 1, we are fine, and we click on add. Wait for a few seconds here, and the function is written for us. So currently, Power BI has used a statement. First is variable, that is the name of variable is previous quarter, and calculate function with date add function is giving us the total profit for the last quarter, that is -1, that is last quarter. And now it's dividing it by the total profit here. Let's go ahead and bring this percentage profit. It is formatted in percentage automatically. Let's bring this percentage profit right here in the table. And here we are. Now we can see quarter-on-quarter growth right here. These are few examples of time series analysis. Now let's go ahead and create some visuals. We apply the functions that we have calculated, the measures, into some visualizations. Then we'll learn about analytics and Power BI. Let's outline the report pages we will build. First, we are going to create a dashboard overview. Here, we can use card visuals for KPI visuals to highlight high-level numbers. For example, we can create a card here for total sales, another card here for total units, so this is the card visual here for total sales. Following up the same here. Giving the gross profit here. We can add it for total quantity, that is units sold. We can also use Power BI's KPI visual to show actual versus target. Here is our KPI visual. In this KPI visual here, let's look at total sales here. As per month, as compared to last year's sales. Once it is filtered down to last year or month, you will be able to see the excess. We are fixing the display on its callout values. We can use Format Painter. With colors here, we can see whether we are above the goal target or not. The target currently that we have here is our last year sales. Next, from this page here, we have our total sales by region, total sales by dealership, total sales by product here. We can keep all of that at dashboard overview. The theme can be set and designed later. Now within here, we will see more here, category with sales. We'll have one more chart here for region, for state and sales. State and sales can be easily changed into a map. We'll keep a small map here. In the bubble map here, we have the bubble sizes with total sales here. Let's go to the format your visual. In the bubble size here, currently it is automatic. You can ask it to use the data range right there. And we can now see it changing. You can also utilize the legend here or the color here as per the region here. That's great. Now we cannot have, now we don't need the title at all. So we can go to general here, switch off the title. We have got the legend right here. We are fine with the legend right now. We can keep it at the center. This is category by total sales. We can convert this into a donut chart. In the donut chart here, we will switch off the legends right now and we go to detailed labels. In detailed labels, we can ask you to only keep the category and percent of total right here. It is not properly visible here. We can go ahead and change the font style and font size to make it more visible. To quickly design it, we can go to view here and apply a certain thing for a quick design. From here, you are free to choose any design you need. This is all about your theme. Most of the time, this theme is provided by your organization. Currently, I am sticking with a very simple theme right there. This is our dashboard overview. Next, let's create a sales trend page here. So we'll go ahead and see the sales trend page here. In this sales trend page, let's color the background. First, we will create our line chart because we are looking for a trend here. From here, we'll add the year and month right here with year and month and total sales. Now we go to the analytics pane here in the visualizations pane. Here is the line chart. You can switch on the markers and the visuals. Since we are in the line chart, we will not be switching on the data labels here. We are more interested in looking at the patterns and any seasonal changes here. This is the overall total sales. Within here, we can also go ahead and add gross. We can go ahead and add here the legend. In the legend here, if we add category into the legend, we will be able to see the trend over all the three categories right here. When we go here into the lines, we select individual hatchback, for example. If you want to go ahead and give different colors to it just for the recognition, we can go ahead and actually do that from here. You can see the line right there. For hatchback, currently it is near to black. Likewise, we can go ahead and check for individual series. And if you're looking forward, we can go ahead and change the color and line here. Color of the line here. This is for individual category right here. So let's create the trend for all the three categories here. We'll add a slicer for category. Let's convert the slicer here with vertical list and single select. We are going to keep it on top of the line chart. When we do this, when we keep it on top of the line chart, we will make sure we go to format and ask it to bring to front always. So when you click here, it will still stick here. When you click, you can see individual lines right there. After this trend here, let's look for the trend of year and quarter with gross profit. For now, let's create a stacked area chart. We can see over the quarter, the sales has been going down. Here, let's add units sold into the mix. Now we can see units sold has been almost similar. Very little difference here. In the small multiples here, if we add year, we can see we do not have data for all the 4 years. We have data only for 2024. So it doesn't work. This is the quarterly trend of profit and profit margin. We can see it is going below over the time, even though total sales is currently going up. So currently we have total sales, units sold, and the profit margin. This is quarter on quarter here. And remember that this is only for the hatchback. For MPV it is going to be different, the sedan it is different, SUV is different. If you want select all option here, you have to switch on the select all here. However, when you say single select, all option will not be available. If you want all option, then we have to make sure that this is just checklist, not an individual selection. In the quarterly one here, we can go ahead and switch on the data labels too. See here, data labels doesn't make much sense, it looks crowded. So if anyone wants to look at the data set, they can simply hover the cursor over there and they can easily see all the 3 numbers right here in the total. Let's add a separate chart for the comparison of profit margin over the fuel type. Let's bring quarter here into the legend. Now we can see in every quarter how within petrol it was lowest in the quarter 1. It went up. This is diesel and here. Let's switch the quarter and the fuel type. Easy to know now, right now. This is quarter 1, quarter 2, quarter 3 and quarter 4. We can see here right now this is CNG, diesel, hybrid and petrol. Now this quarter is aggregate quarter for individual year. We do have only 1 year. So let me show you by adding the slicer here. If I add a slicer here for year, let me convert this into a vertical list. We see you have only 2 years, but 2025 we have absolutely no data. For 2024 here we have the data. So we are good with 2024 individual quarter right here. The numbers doesn't change. Remember that. Go to format and make sure you bring it to the front. So this here is our profit margin for petrol, diesel, hybrid and CNG auto vehicles right here. You can easily see right now if you look at CNG here. Alright, so CNG has been for quarter 1 and quarter 2, it has been the lowest. In third quarter, it was giving the highest profit margin, and fourth quarter it goes below. Similarly, we can track diesel, hybrid and petrol. Petrol definitely shows us the increasing profit margin. Next year, we'll add with performance versus targets. In performance versus target, we'll go ahead and create few more DAX measures. These DAX measures are going to help us to determine how much traffic we had, how much customer traffic we had. Out of this, how many leads we are able to extract. And then we are going to compare this with the achieved revenue, sales, and profit. That is going to be performance versus targets. Welcome back to Simplilearn. Today, we are diving into exciting world of advanced interactive reports in Power BI. If you have ever wondered how to transform your static reports into dynamic, engaging reports, this video is for you. We will build a report focusing on advanced features like filters, drill-throughs, bookmark, dynamic tooltips, and KPIs. By the end, you will have a dashboard that not only looks amazing, but also tells a compelling story. Let's get started. When we talk about features like bookmarks and drill-through, this is a performance review report for the retail business unit that we have created in the previous video. First, let's add advanced slicers to filter data dynamically. As we have understood the difference between slicers and filters, first let's explore slicers. In the visualization panes here we have a slicer. First, we can click on the slicer here. Let's add region to the slicer field. Let's resize it to fit neatly on the left hand side. Currently, the slicer here has vertical list with the check boxes here. We can format it by using the format painter. Now observe here, when we click on east, entire dashboard filter out only to one selected region. We can also select multiple regions with control and click. Clear the filter, we can clear the selections from here. Let's add another slicer with date. Let's drag and drop date to the slicer. Region here was a categorical value. Date here is a date type. As you can see clearly, when our data is date inside the slicer, we are getting a slider from the start date till the end date here. Let's explore the types of slicer here. To see the types of slicers, we click on Format Your Visual and we go to Slicer Setting. In Slicer Setting, the style of the filter is Slicer Settings. The style of the slicer is between the to date, then before the date, after the date. We can also find relative date. Relative date is if we want to go ahead and look for last, next, or this. It can be last month, last week, last year, or this month, next month, year. This is dynamic or relative filter based on your system date. Currently, then we have relative time. If you have date and time both, you can also use relative time filter, which is quite handy to do hourly analysis. Currently, we are going to keep at between. This is the date slicer. Let's add one more slicer. This time, we will see new slicer with the lightning bolt. When we click on new slicer, lightning bolt, let's add customer type. Customer type, we can see there are two cards inside one single slicer. To understand this, let's go to Format Your Visual. We open the slicer settings here. In new slicer settings only give us the option for selection, what kind of selection we are looking for. In the layout, we have the option to select the arrangement currently. As we can see, we have two cards only, two types of customers. Instead of keeping a grid, we can keep a single row. The single row, we have two types, we can keep two buttons only. The new slicer will always have the cards inside it. It will not give us the option like vertical list between here. So this is the customer type. These are the two cards inside the slicer. After setting the layout here, let's use the format painter. After format painter here, it is quite visible. Buttons are not getting formatted. To format the buttons here, these are the buttons, we have more options for formatting. The new slicer gives us option to make slicers interactive like we are using an online application and to make it interactive with the end user. For example, when you hover the cursor over the corporate button, it darkens with the color. When we click here, it gets a shade darker, and when we select it, it becomes black in color. It shows the interaction. It also makes it look like we are actually pressing a button. So interaction is enhanced. To define these type of interactions, to customize these interactions, we have multiple settings inside buttons. 4 stages. First one is default. What is the default without selection format setting? When we hover, how it should behave when someone hovers the cursor over the buttons. When we press the cursor, how the change should look like. And when any button is selected, how it should look like there. We are going to start with default. Default, the background is white. Border is fine. In the fill here, let's follow the color here. You can increase the transparency too. If you want, you can also add an image. Currently, we are filling the color. We do have the option for shadow and glow. Now, when we hover over it, see here, it is not changing the color. We are fine with that. If it is changing the color on hovering, this is what we were looking for. Now on press here, it is giving us the third color, which is not good. So we will go ahead and choose the color from similar family, and it will get a little bit darker. Here I will reduce the transparency too. Now hovering is lightening up the color. Pressing is making it a shade darker than before. On selection, it is turning black here. Now we select here the state selected, and instead of black here, we will simply give the same family color here. Now let's see here. Hover, press, leave. Hover, press, leave. It looks like the end user is interacting with the buttons. We do have the glow option. So when someone hovers over it, it glows like this. This is a new slicer with more enhanced interactive features. Let's add one more slicer. This time we will be using the simple slicer. And let's add discount in the slicer. Since discount is a number, we will see a slider again. This slider is giving us the option from 0.05 to 0.025 here, as in percentage. So let's check on discount here. Currently, discount is a decimal number. So let's convert this into percentage. Immediately we can see now it is 5%, 25% here. Let's format paint it. Here we are. This is the second slider that we have. Discount everyone. It is a series of numbers from 5% to 25%. We can see in the slicer settings, the options that we have available are between, less than equals to, greater than equals to, with, drop down, individual numbers here, and the tiles option, similar to new slicer, and a vertical list too. Since it's a number, between slider looks much better. It gives us option to filter the entire page currently. For example, we want to see the performance report, the sales and profit, if we are giving the discount between 5 and 10%. So if we give the discount between 5 and 10%, this is the report. Now, if we give the discount on the higher part, let's say 20-25%, this is the report. Define the 20% here, type 0.2 here and press enter. These are slicers for date, categorical variable, and the new slicer too. When we have date and numbers, it gives us slider by default. When it's a categorical variable, it gives us the vertical list. And the new slicer will always give you the tiles. Once we've added the slicer, we do have other reports here. Report 2 and report 3. If we want to go ahead and reuse these slicers in the next reports, we can easily copy and paste. We are going to select the slicers here. We want to select the slicers here, copy and paste them in the next report. We can certainly do so. When you will copy and paste with simple Ctrl C and Ctrl V, a dialog box appears. It says that, would you like to sync the visuals? It says that one or more copied visuals can stay in sync with the visual it was copied from. PowerBI simply want to say that if you will change anything in report 1 by using these slicers, for example, if you select South in report 1, automatically report 2 will also convert every chart and filters every chart and card with that particular slicer. It will be syncing the slicers on both the reports. For this demonstration, we are going to sync the slicers. We won't see any difference right away. To understand the difference here, let's go ahead and create a table. I am creating currently a simple table with category, and region. Let's see total profit and sales and the discount here. To the discount here, let's convert this to average. It's a small report. Let's also add the quarter to track the changes. Now let's apply the slicers. We are not going to apply the slicers here. We will go to the report 1 and apply the slicers here. Let's select the corporate type customer in North region. And let's say we are looking for the last quarter. So we have made the changes on the slicers. In report 1. We click on report 2. You will find automatically it is selecting North. We are towards the last 2 quarters here, quarter 3 and quarter 4, with only North region. Meaning for report 1 and 2, all the slicers are synced. If we don't want to sync the slicer, we can still copy and paste. However, then both the slicers will be independently filtering the connected pages and graphs. That was types of slicers. Let's move forward with other component of the dashboard, that is drill through and drill down. First, we'll go to drill through. Drill through here enables users to navigate from a summary report to a detailed view of a specific data point. So let's set up a drill through from report 1 to report 2. To add drill through, we need one bird eye summary report and another detailed report. In this performance review report, we can see analysis by region, category and customer type, year and quarter, and the state. To deep dive in the report 2, currently we have added a matrix. With the matrix here, we can add more detailed cards. For example, let's go through the cards here. These cards here are here to show the KPI metrics. Currently, in the KPI metrics, we have sales. In one card, we can add only one metric. So here, this is the sum of sales, as we can see. Let's format it here. However, the title font is too big. We can go ahead and change that here. This looks better. We can resize and place it accordingly. So this is our sum of sales. In a similar manner, if we want to show other metrics, we have to add same card, and we can add only one number, one metric inside one card. If we don't want to do that, we have too many metrics to show. We do have an option of multi-row cards. Multi-row cards here can show multiple metrics within one single card. However, they will not be as presentable as a normal card. Normal cards, we have the ability to change the title. Here, we cannot change the title. We'll change the sum of discount into average. This is multi-row cards. Then we also have a new card here. Let's explore the new card. In this new card here, let's bring sales, profit, and units sold. As you can see right now, if we are adding numbers, we can also go ahead and add. It gives us simple tiles, exactly similar to the slicer we have seen before. Let's format. In formatting, first we have layout. In the layout, currently it is a single row. Let's convert this into a grid. In the grid here, we get to choose how many rows and columns do we need. Currently it is showing just one column, 5 columns and 3 rows. Now here, I am going to change the number of columns to 2 and maximum rows to 3. After layout here, we have option of callout values where we can decide the font here. I'm keeping the font as 24, quite visible. Let's decide this. Now we can format paint it. We can decide it to keep it at center. Decrease the font a little bit more. After the value settings, here we have the layout for vertical alignment. We have card settings here. These are the cards here. We can choose the shape of the cards. We can decide how far they are from the border, the alignment of the cards, and the background color of the cards too. Here we have the card settings. For this also we can use the format painter. Here we have got cards too. In general settings, under the effects, we will have the same background and border options here. Remember that these are for the back card visual, not for these buttons here. We can select the background color, increase the transparency. Looks much better now. You can also give a visual border with the increased rounded corners. Currently this is our new card. In this new card, currently we have added only numbers. Let's add a dimension or a categorical value like customer. When we add a categorical value like customer, let's say currently customer type selected one is retail. But if I click on corporate, it will remain corporate. However, if we clear out the slicer here, it will still get stuck at the first customer corporate, which is quite misleading. Usually, adding dimensions inside the cards is avoided, unless you have a very good option to make it work. So inside this card, let's add the fourth metric that is left. That is our discount. Now we are going to have 4 cards here inside a grid. Sum of discount doesn't make sense. It should be average. We can go to the drop down and convert this to average of discount. So now we have KPI matrix available with us. We have got KPI matrix, everyone. With the KPI matrix here, now we have a detailed report. Now let's set up our drill through. I am going to click on report 1 in the back. And let's observe. In the report 1 here, below the visualizations, we have drill through cross report available here. When you hover over the cursor, over the cross report here, it gives you an information that it allow other reports to use this page as drill through destination. Meaning, we need to decide which will be our micro report and which is going to be our macro detailed report. Destination is the micro report. Currently, report 1 is from where we want to start, which should take us to the report 2. So this detailed report should be switched on for drill through here. To set up the drill through, there are a few pre-requirements. The pre-requirements are the report 1 is currently using category customer type, region as a categorical variable with the sum and profit. In the page 1, we also have a state and year and quarter used. These measures and dimensions should be used in report 2 also. If we go now to activate the drill through, we simply switch on the cross report and report 2. Switching it on, we need to add the drill through fields here, which means that which chart will have the ability to give us the drill through option and to filter out the report 2 on the basis of that. To add this here, let's go ahead and add region, sales, profit, and category. We are dragging and dropping. We have added category, profit, region, and sales. As we have added all the 4 here, you'll find that these looks like filter cards. And also give us the message that it is going to allow the drill through when it will be used as a category. Sales and profit are numbers, so when they will be summarized in any report, they will use this report 2 as the destination report. After adding this here, observe everyone. On the left and upper corner of your screen, a button will be added. This button will help us to navigate from one report to next. Let's see a review. First, let's bring the button where we can see it here. Let's click on report 1. In report 1, there seems to be no change. Let's find out by example going to top 5 state by sales. Sales is getting summarized here. So if we go to the chart here and we right click, we select, for example, Scotland, and we right click here. It allows us the drill through to report 2, meaning we will be looking at the entire report only for Scotland. Let's click on report 2 in drill through and see. Now we are looking at the filtered down report only for Scotland. What are the information available to us right now? In Scotland, we have done our sales starting from 25th January and the last order was at 2nd February. We have given the discount from 6% to 25%. Immediate insights, everyone. Plus, we have given total sales of nearly 50K. This is the average discount and the total units sold. We can also see the KPI cuts in the new cart matrix too. And what we were able to sell out? We were able to sell clothing, electronics, furniture, and groceries there. We have the detailed report within deep dive for one single state. To go back here, since we are in developing mode, we will be control and clicking here to go back. We'll go back to a normal report. Let's try more deep dive. Let's click on retail here. Now this report and the second report, since these things slicers are synced, both are showing us retail customers. In the retail customer type, the highest sales we have seen in the electronics here. So let's right click on the electronics and drill through everyone to report 2. So here we can see customer type is automatically retail. The first order was near 11 January and the last order was in October here. Similarly, we have given the discount in the range of 8 and 25%. On an average, it is 16.5%. Here we have the category only electronics. Drill through will help us in deep dive and navigation from the macro report to the detailed in-depth analysis. Thus, to navigate from a macro summary report to a detailed in-depth view for a specific data point and KPIs. Talking about navigation here, mark are a fantastic way to create dynamic navigation. With the bookmarks, we can set up a before and after view. We can set up a navigation with the help of buttons or with the help of bookmark navigation buttons too. So let's explore how bookmarks and navigation work hand in hand. Let's take an example for bookmark. To understand the bookmark better, let's go to the View tab. In the View tab, we have Filters pane here, then Bookmark and Selection. To understand the bookmark better, let's click on Bookmark pane. And Bookmark pane has to be opened up with the Selection pane. Why? Selection pane will tell us the list of the objects that are present in this particular page. And what is a bookmark? A bookmark here will help us to create multiple views within one single page. In real time, bookmarks are used used in a book where we go ahead and we place the bookmark on a certain page number so that when we come back, we can go ahead and simply go to that bookmark and restart exactly from that page. In a similar manner, in each page, we can set up multiple bookmarks and each bookmark will give us a separate view of one simple report. For example, let's create a simple bookmark here. So currently we have these objects and the slicers here. Let's say we want to see the sales report first and then we want to see the profit report. So let's create some space here. A profit report, everyone. Now this particular chart should appear later. We want all these 3 charts first. And later we want the sum of profit by region to appear. So we want 2 views. One view is entirely for the sales. And the second view where we have the detail for profit is also added here. Let's set up a bookmark. To set up the bookmark here, our objective is absolutely clear. In one view, we want to see all the 3 charts, but not the second one, not the profit one. In another view, we would like to see all the charts together. We'll use the selection pane here to select and hide the object. As we can see in this selection pane, we have the show and hide option here. For example, we want to go ahead and the profit chart. So I'm selecting the profit chart here. The moment we select the profit chart here, observe here, sum of sales is automatically highlighted in the selection pane. Now we can hide it here. You click on hide this visual. Now it's hidden. Don't worry, it is just in this view here. Once you have hidden this here, we will go ahead and click on add. As soon as you click on add, this bookmark 1 do not have profit visual, only sales here. So we can go to the 3 dots here or epsilon and we click on rename. I'm going to name this as sales report. So we know only sales visuals are there. Next, we need all the visuals at one place. So let's unhide this visual here and add here. We go to the 3 dot. We rename this to sales and profit. We have these 2 bookmarks. Let's click on sales report. It is gone. Sales and profit, it's here. Now, these bookmarks can be used to make multiple views out of one single report. In a similar manner, we can use these bookmarks to switch between different type of charts within one single page too. Let's go to a new page for demonstration of bookmarks. First, let's create 2 visualizations. First visual, we are creating a simple stacked bar chart. For category and sales. A simple bar chart, everyone, for category and sales. I'm keeping it right here. Next here, let's create a line chart between profit and our date hierarchy. Date hierarchy, we don't want to see day wise here, and year and quarter together. We are good with this. This entire profit trend as for all the regions. We will scroll down under the visualization and we drag and drop region into small multiples. Now we can see the trend for individual region here. We do have the option to add legend here. The legend, we can add customer type. Now we can see trend of profit for each customer type. Let's format them. First formatting, we change the color of the line here. To series, we select corporate right now. And I'm going to change the color for corporate. Then we select retail series. I'm going to change the color of retail to the red family for now. Changing the colors, we have the option to switch on the markers. So here we have a very clear view of all the trends for the profit. Give a quick format for the background too. So here we have our 2 charts ready. Both the this here is for sales and this here is for profit. Now we want to switch between sales view and the profit view. So either we want to see the sales analysis or we want to see the profit analysis. So let's place these charts here first. And let's enhance the bar chart here. In the bar chart here too, we will scroll down. In the small multiples, we add region. In legend here, we add customer type. So the same color. We will go to the bars. In the bars, we select corporate. Corporate is blue in color. Then we select retail, which we have kept red family color. Be consistent in the colors, everyone. And now here we have sum of sales by category and customer type. And here we have profit by month and year. Now we want to switch from sales report to profit report here. To do that, we are going to utilize bookmark. Expand bookmarks and selection pane. Observe that we are in the report tree. However, we can clearly see previous bookmarks too. To complete the report, I'm going to copy the slicer region into the report tree. When I paste the region here, it will ask us, would you like to sync the visuals? This time, we will not sync the visuals. Plus, we will change our report slicer from vertical list to a tile. Once we have the slicer, now let's create a bookmark. Create a bookmark here. First is the sales bookmark, another will be the profit bookmark. So first, we are going to hide sum of profit, that is the line chart. We add the bookmark, we rename it, and we will say this is the sales. Next, we view this here and hide, and we click on add, and then we rename again to profit. Now we can easily switch from sales to profit here. Yes, however, we don't want to see it like this. The end user should have the immediate option to switch between these within their canvas. If we are looking for that, we have two options. One is to add the buttons. Another is to add the bookmark navigation. So let's see the newly added bookmark navigation button. In the Home tab, we have View tab. To add the bookmark navigation, we go to Insert. On the right hand side, we have got buttons. And here we have Navigator. In the Navigator, one navigator here is Bookmark. When you click on Bookmark Navigator, on the left and upper corner, we can see the list of all the bookmarks at one place. However, we don't need all the bookmarks here. We need only sales and profit. If we go to the Format Navigator, here we have the option for bookmarks. By default, it is going to select all the bookmarks here. We go to the drop down, it doesn't give the option to select which bookmark we need. So let's see how we can make sure that we can only see sales and profit. Go back to the bookmarks pane. We will control and select sales and profit. Control and select sales and profit. Say both are selected. Now go to profit and right click. When you right click, you will have the option of group. Let's group them together. It says group 1. Let's rename the group 1 to report 3. So you will remember that this is the report 3 group. After rename, we go back to Format Navigator, and to view all the bookmarks, to view the selection between the bookmark and the group, we have to add or refresh the report again. So I'm going to delete this here. Let's remove it and then go to buttons again, Navigator, and click on Bookmark Navigator. Still, all the 4 are here. Now we go to Format Navigator and Bookmarks. When we go to the drop down here, we have the option right now to select. Go ahead and select Report 3 Group. And see, now we have sales and profit. Now with Control, click on Sales. It is sales. We click on Profit. It is profit. To make the buttons look better, now we have options for formatting the style of the buttons. These 4 styles will remain with default over present selected, similar to Slicer. However, we will have more options here. Here we can also change the font styles too. I will give you a quick style setup to make it look like the buttons are interactive. First, the default style is the white filled text. Let's change the text to a slighter bold font. After the text here, we'll go to the fill color, which is going to match one shade lighter than the background. The border here will look same. Right now, we are not giving any shadow or a globe. This is the default view. We can see that in the profit. Now when we hover over it, it turns white. We go to the hover here and we'll ask it to make it one shade darker. And in the text, we'll ask it to increase the font by 1. Now see, it looks like we are hovering over it here, a small change. After hover, we have press. Currently when we press, it looks like we are pressing it here. In the text here, it will remain same. To the fill here, it gives one darker shade. So when it is default, we hover and we press. Now the selected view is black. We change the selected view right now. Back to the darker shade here. Plus, we increase the font size with the bold font. See the entire process. This is hover, press, and select. Hover, press, and select. So now our bookmark navigator is working. However, our report looks like we are jumping from one page to other. Now we don't want end user to know that. So we are going to make sure that both of them are at the center. Both of them are at the center here. When I go to profit, go ahead and set the profit here too. Now let's check this sales, this is profit. Looks like we are changing the entire dashboard with the help of a few buttons. You can change the entire dashboard from sales to profit. You don't need to create two separate pages for that. Bookmark can also help you to switch between just one single chart within the entire report. This is how we can use a bookmark for navigation. Bookmark has major uses. We will explore the bookmark in an entirely separate video dedicated only for that. Now, let's go to the next option to make dynamic report. That is dynamic tooltip. Dynamic tooltips let users see additional insights when they hover over visuals. So what is a tooltip, everyone? When we go to a certain report and we hover over any chart, whether it's a bar chart or a tree map, a white colored dialog box opens up. This is called as tooltip. So currently the tooltip is saying estate and the sum of sales. We go here to the tree map. It is giving us more options here. So let's go ahead and see how we can go ahead and give a dynamic tooltip. To do that, first let's add a new page. In this new page, first we will set this page as a tooltip. Whatever we create on this page, it can be used as a tooltip. We'll go to Format Your Report page. And here we have Canvas settings. And Canvas settings, the default is 16:9 slide. We will go to the drop down and here we have the option of tooltip. The height and width is here. Now here we have a tooltip. We can see that the canvas is quite small. We can click on plus to zoom in. Now here we can design a tooltip. When we say design a tooltip here, so for example, if I go to this report here and hover over, we should be looking at a deep dive analysis within the Scotland. So right now we can see top 5 estates by sales. If I hover over the Scotland, I want to go ahead and see more details about it. So for example, in the page 1 here, I will open up the data pane right now. And let's say we want to see that how much profit we have gained in that country. Plus, we'll also add category for the details. Now, it has automatically chosen a type of a chart. Let's go ahead and convert this into a stacked bar chart. Easy to read the names here. We can go to here and switch on the data labels. For a tooltip, the name is quite huge. So I'm going to go to general right now and switch off the title. altogether. We can see category and country and sum of profit. We don't need the, now here, let's format. We don't need to see country. We know these are the country names, but we do need the name of sum of profit, but we don't need the numbers here. And the numbers are indicating what kind of category it is. So we do not need this title here. So let's format. In the formatting here, in the first formatting, we go to y-axis. In the y-axis here, we need the values, but we don't need the title. In the x-axis here, we need the title, but not the values. Then we have legend. The legend, however, we don't need the title. We can see all the four are here. Plus, since it's a tooltip, we will decrease the font size here. So this is a small bar chart, everyone. First, let's explore edit interactions with filter and highlight. Once we have a dashboard like this, we would like one chart act as a filter or highlight, or simply do not interact with it. As you can see on the right hand upper corner, right here, there is an edit interaction button. You can set the interaction for individual chart and how it interacts with other charts here. Also observe, on top of each chart, there are two types of interactions. Either filter, highlight, or do not interact. We can find the setting interaction feature within Power BI to gain more detailed insight within the dashboard. Filter simply filters the bar charts or the line chart or the map chart here or a simple table. Highlight simply highlight that particular bar or part of a bar or part of a line where these edit interactions are usually set by default. However, we might need to change it as per our requirement. So let's see how to do that. Now, let's look at the steps to edit the interaction. First, we have to select the chart which we intend to use as filter or highlight. Then, we click on Format tab. In the Format tab here, on the left and upper corner, you will find Edit Interaction under the Visual Tools. Once the interaction mode is on, we have to first select the chart, and then we can select whether we want other chart to get filtered by the selection or to highlight, or we do not want it to interact. This interaction mode will be also available even for the cards that we add. We can add this interaction for the slicers too, not only charts, also the slicers. After edit interactions, which is a basic interaction available in Power BI reports. Next is bookmarks in Power BI. Bookmarks are a very useful feature within Power BI. They help us to save multiple views of one single report. How do we use the bookmarks here? Bookmarks allow us to create multiple views of a report page, like including filters, slicers, multiple visuals, hide and unhide. So one single page inside the Power BI can be converted into multiple views. And those multiple views either can be navigated like a slide or a picture to represent different perspectives or states of the report. Now, how do we apply bookmarks? First, we need to go ahead and switch on the bookmark and the selection pane. So we need to go to View tab and we have to click on the bookmarks pane and the selection pane to activate. Once we are there, and on the right hand side, we can see the bookmarks and the selection pane. We can go ahead, create our selections and add to create a bookmark. So for example, if we have a slider, for example, if we have a hierarchy to choose, we'll choose a hierarchy. When the hierarchy is freezed on our screen, we can go ahead on the right hand side and simply click on add a bookmark and name the bookmark. In a similar manner, if we have an entire dashboard, we want to spotlight one of the charts there, go ahead, select the spotlight and freeze that screen with the bookmark. Like this, you can also apply, for example, a country filter. So let's say you apply the filter for India and the entire data, currently the entire dashboard screen or your report screen is showing all the data that is related to India. Now, you can save or add that as a bookmark. Now we can switch between two views. First is the global sales and then sales within India. So we don't have to create multiple page reports here. By simply adding the bookmarks, we can go ahead and create multiple views and navigate through the bookmarks too. Let's go to the Power BI and see some examples. So since we have created multiple bookmarks, now we would like to navigate those views. This is very easy. There is two types of navigations, page navigation and bookmark navigations. In the new updates last year, now we don't need multiple shapes to be added, set the bookmarks, or we don't need buttons there. However, we can utilize that here too. To activate the navigation or use the direct navigation available here, we have to go to buttons drop down. So let's see these steps here. If we want to add, once we have created the views, if we want to add buttons, we have to first click on a chart. Once you click on a chart, Format and Data Drill option opens up. Go to the Format tab. In the Format tab, we are going to find buttons. Once you find the buttons there in the drop down, go to the last section and you are going to find Navigation. In that navigation, go ahead and select Bookmark Navigation. Once you select the Bookmark Navigation, you will see the list of all the bookmarks and the views you have created on multiple pages. Now you can go ahead and navigate. Let's see the example in PowerBI. Currently, we have seen we can directly activate the bookmark. There is an entire strip of the buttons. We can click and navigate to whichever view we want. However, we can also choose to switch between only 2 or 3 bookmarks, not all the bookmarks there. For that, we can use button and images too. Meaning, we'll go ahead, we create a button or a shape and we assign a bookmark to that. For example here, once we have opened the bookmarks and the selection pane here, we can link the bookmarks to certain chart or to a certain image or a shape. It creates an intuitive and a very easy visual user interface. These steps will involve, we insert a button or an image from the Insert tab. We select the button and we go to Visualizations pane. In the Visualization pane, under the action, we choose the bookmark and the action type. Action type will be the page of the bookmark. We can use this to switch between 2 charts within the entire dashboard. You can also choose this to simply switch between 2 entirely different views of a simple page report. Once we go ahead and select the bookmark we want to associate with that button or image, we have to do that for multiple charts together if we want to switch between the 2 views. For each view, we apply 2 different images. Once the images are done, we customize the button and image style for better user experience and to set the theme of the page. And if we want to go ahead and hide and unhide them, accordingly, we will place them maybe overlap with each other or maybe at 2 different places as per the requirement. And once the bookmarks are analyzed, we can simply click on that image, control and click, and we can switch. In the developer or the designing mode, once it reaches to the user, the end user will have to simply click and it will switch the charts. Let's see an example in PowerBI. Next, we'll see working with parameters. Now, parameters are far more different than the interactions and the bookmarks we have seen so far. Parameters are simply one step ahead of filters. Let's understand what parameters are. Parameters are found in every BI tool. Parameters in every BI tool allows us to dynamically change the charts and the visual based on the user input. Usually, parameters are just the range of values passed from the outside by the end user. For example, we have a chart where we have sales versus countries. Now, we can give an option to the end user where they can simply change the x-axis entirely. They can change the country to category, from segment, from states, city. They will keep on changing the dimensions and the chart will automatically update as per that dimension. You can also give them access to change the y-axis. Maybe they want to see country by sales, profit, total quantity, total number of orders, and likewise. So if you want to go ahead and change the dimensions, maybe we want to go ahead and change the filter. For example, we want to see we usually go ahead and tell them these are the top 5 customers or vendors we are working with. We can also go ahead and give them the access that, okay, you go ahead and see whatever top n numbers you want to see, meaning they will have the option to change the filter value to 3, 5, 10, 20, whatever they want to see. And that's parameters. That will change the data display based on any categories or numerical range they are selecting. There are multiple use cases for the parameters. There are 2 types of parameters here. First is numerical parameter, other is field parameter. As you can see in the example here for the numerical parameter, we have given a discount slab and a slider. So we can simply click on new parameter there. We can select a what if parameter or a numerical parameter. We can give a simple number here. Once we create a a slicer linked to the parameter and it is always created. There is a simple checkbox there. Now, further, we can use text measures to incorporate into the measures, into the filters as we apply. And these measures give the end user the flexibility to input the values within the calculation or within the filter or within the X or Y axis to change and view the reports. In the field-based parameter, we can go ahead and change the X and Y axis. Field parameters are very easy. We will simply go ahead, add the parameters there. And as we discussed, we can simply change product category, region, country, or segment. We can also go ahead and change sales and profit. These text parameters are written automatically there. When you are creating the parameter, at the back end, it is simply writing a DAX. And we can utilize that particular parameter in multiple calculations too. Now, let's go ahead to Power BI and see how parameters work. This page we are going to use as tooltip. I'm going to name this as tooltip 1. And we will utilize this particular page as a tooltip for other charts and the reports. To create this as a tooltip, first thing that we do is we go here to the right hand side, format your report page. We go to the canvas settings here. In the canvas settings, we will go to the drop down and select the tooltip. Now, as you can see here, the dotted lines here are showing us the true size of the tooltip. Vertical alignment will remain at top. We can also keep it at the middle. I prefer it here. Inside this, we can add cards, visualization, or simple tables. Use it as a simple canvas. However, the size will be different. Now inside this here, we go back to build visual and let's add the new cards here. In the new cards, let's add our sales. We have our profit, discount, and the units sold. These are the 4 cards here. As you can see, all the 4 cards are simply added one beside the other in a vertical manner. We can go to the formatting here. We do have the option of layout. We can ask it to arrange in a grid. How many rows we are looking for? So we can increase the rows by 2. How many columns we are looking for? So we can reduce that to 2. Now we have a grid. After creating the grid here, we don't need to see the overflow. We have just 4 cards here. We open the callout values. In the callout values, as we can see, font size are too big. We will stick to our font here. We will reduce the font to 12. As you can see, this is the values font. So the value is smaller here. We do have the option. We can align it at the center too. Once the values are done, we are at the label, everyone. In the label here, we can decide what kind of labels we are looking for. We can also reduce the font size here and make sure we are selecting the font size here. Font style and font size. When the size is selected, we will keep the layout at the middle. Then let's go to cards. In the cards here, we have multiple shapes. We will let's go ahead and change the shapes here. We have the snipped shape here. We can change the shape. We can change the shape too by simply deciding here. The padding simply means the difference when the space between 4 cards here. We can keep it narrow. Make sure the alignment remains at center. Within the cards here, we can decide the background color. Please utilize your organization colors for that too. You can also add the images at the back. So this is here. We have multiple borders. You can decide for the border colors here. So there is multiple options here for formatting. Once the cards are selected and created, now we can utilize this as a tooltip on other charts. So let's see how do we add this as a tooltip. If I go to report 1 here, in this report 1, this is a simple column chart here. So let's look into the column chart. The tooltip that we have currently is simply saying region is west, sum of sales is that. And we can easily see that within the chart too. So let's add a better tooltip. To add a better tooltip here, first select the chart here. We will go to the format your visual. Under the visual settings here, and we have general settings. In general settings, go to tooltips. In tooltips, we have the option that what you are looking for. Are you looking for a report page or the default one here? You can see we are looking for a report page. And once you go to the drop down here, you will automatically find tooltip 1 cards in the drop down. Once you select this here, tooltip 1 cards. When we hover the cursor over here, you can see the card appearing right there. And the number will keep on changing as per the selection. When we see it like that, the size is too big as we see in the column here. We can go ahead and customize it too. As you can see here, we have multiple options for the tooltip. If we have something typed there, we can go to the tooltip 1 card here. It looks smaller here. However, we click outside. We go to the format page and canvas settings here. In canvas settings here, within this tooltip, we can customize it too. So when you go to tooltip, you can see height is 240 and width is 320, right? And we want it to make it smaller, so we can go to custom here. First thing that we do here is we make it smaller like this, right? So for example, if we're keeping it smaller within this custom tooltip, let's see, I'm going to keep it here smaller. Does that make it smaller in the report? Let's see. It doesn't. It still leaves the white space. So we go ahead to custom, page navigation, and the canvas settings, we will go to custom. In custom here, let's reduce this size, height 200, and width here to 250. And you can see now this looks much better. Now we can see the report 1. You will see the size will be immediately copied. Now likewise, you can decide on the size of the tooltip cards here. We can have another type of tooltip cards where we have multiple visuals added here. These visuals should be added again within the canvas of the tooltip. Now when we go to build visuals here, so it's, for example, waterfall chart. So let's add a waterfall chart here. We'll add this waterfall chart within the quarter and the profit. You can easily see it here. This is sum of profit by quarter. We can go to the settings here. First, switch on the labels. Now on the y-axis here, let's switch off the values. We don't need the values here. Once we have this here, we need the title. This is cleaner. Now we can go to general. We have the title here. Let's reduce the title by 9. Font size will be 9. Let's select our font style 2. And this is simply profit by quarter. Now, above this here, we can also add a donut chart. Don't worry about the alignment and the size here. First, we are going to add this here. There we go. Now, let's create a donut chart between customer type and the sales. Since it's a donut chart, we will simply present only the percentages and nothing else. So we go to the settings again. First is, we have to keep the legend. We have to tell them what type of customers are. Or we can simply add it into the details label here. In the detail label, we can say that simply go ahead and tell us category and percentage. We will go to the slices and let's change the color here. That's retail and corporate. Same here, we have to go to general and we can edit the title right here. This is sales by customer type. It's a small tooltip. If you want, you can color the background too, or you can make the background purely transparent. So it can simply refer to the backend. These kind of reports, which is detailed there, right? These kind of tooltip can be applied to several other reports. So for example, this is our country sales and profit here, the bookmark that we have added, right? So for this here, let's add a bookmark. For this, let's add the tooltip. To add the tooltip here, we go to general again, we go to tooltips, And now in the report page, just observe here, currently the tooltip has multiple text here, that is the automatic tooltip. Now we have tooltip card for visuals. Once we activate that, automatically you can see the entire chart right now is getting filtered out with the help of the dimensions and the category and region too. Similarly, if we click on profit here, we have another chart, right? So we select on this chart too, and we select our tooltip visual, and this is a line chart for individual quarter and the year, and you will see changing here too. It's a quite a fantastic visual here. You can always go ahead and color the background similar. This is all about the interactions here. Let's have a quick recap. We started with a simple report. We have edited the interactions here. We have also added the interaction with the slicer and multiple sliders. We have explored in the new lightning bolt slicers and new slicers and the old slicers here with the help of edit interaction too. Then we moved forward and we have understood about date slicers, cards, and multi-row cards too. In the third report here, now we have seen bookmarks. In the bookmarks here, we have understand that we can navigate through in the bookmarks with sales and profit likewise. Then we have seen how to add the tooltip cards here. So right now, this is the report that we have created before, and we have explored multiple different.
Today we will learn about data transformation in Power BI. That said, if these are the type of videos you'd like to watch, then hit that like and subscribe buttons and the bell icon to get notified. So what exactly you mean by data transformation in Power BI? So data transformation can be a little similar to data cleaning. So before any kind of data analytics, you might be receiving raw data from a website source, a SQL database, or an Excel file, or multiple sources, right? Once after you receive the data, whether it is batch mode data or streaming data, you are supposed to clean it, right? You might have to clean up the discrepancies like the blank rows or the blank cells or any irregularities in data, such as wrong data type, right? Such discrepancies from the data should be eliminated in the first stage of data analytics. So that's exactly where data cleaning and data transformation comes into the picture. So you have various tools for data cleaning and data transformation like Excel, SQL, but if you are a Power BI user, then good news for you. Power Query in Power BI can assist you in terms of data transformations. So in this tutorial, we will be discussing the fundamental, the most important day-to-day data transformations which a data analyst takes care of in the process of data analysis is what we are going to discuss today. So let's quickly switch to Power BI. But before that, let's have an overview of what kind of data we are exactly dealing with today. So we are dealing with Superstore dataset, and that's in Excel format. So this is our Superstore dataset, and we have 4 tabs here. The first one is Orders tab, where we have Customer ID, Order ID, Date, Ship mode, and Customer name. And in the second tab, we have Stores dataset, which has the details about the customer, from where he or she is, the state, city, postal code, and which category or subcategory did they purchase, and order, sales, discount, profit, everything, right? And here we have some information about any of the orders which were returned and some people over here. So these are the 4 tabs that we are dealing with today. Now that we have an overview on the data that we're dealing with, let's quickly now switch to Power BI. So now we are on the Power BI window. You can just discuss changes. There you go. Let's quickly import the data from our downloads. This is the dataset that we want to deal with today. Now, it might take a little while to connect to that particular dataset and load the data onto Power BI. Just a couple of minutes, since the dataset is a little too heavy. It's about 10,000 rows. So let's wait. Shouldn't take long. There you go. The data got successfully loaded. So you have the option of loading what kind of data you want. You have 4 tabs as we just discussed. You can load the orders tab and you can load the stores tab, and in case if you want the returns tab, you can also load that, and if you want all of those, just load all of those. Right now I just want the 2 tabs, orders and stores. Now here I can just directly load to get started working on this. But in case I don't want any kind of discrepancies, in case if I have a doubt that this data might not be cleaned, I shall go with data transformation. So ideally you should go with data transformation. Check your data first before any kind of analytical processes. So let's go with that. Transform data. And shortly we should be having the Power Query window open on our desktop screens. So there you go. You can see the complete dataset has been successfully uploaded, both the stores and orders datasets. Now let's quickly check the data from our dataset. So here you can see we have orders date, right? But I can see 42682 and 42533. This is not in the form of date, correct? So this is the simple step that we discussed, changing the wrong data type. So you can just click on the lower arrow button over here, and or you can right click, and here you have an option to change the type, correct? So it is considering it as a whole number, which is wrong. So you can change it to date. Replace current. So now we are trying to change the order date from a data type of whole number to date data type. So there is some error. If you click on error, or if you just navigate onto it, Power BI should be able to show you what error was it. And just in case if it's not working, okay, we are unable to parse the value provided. So you can just remove that and try it in a different way. Change type to date and time zone. Date. I think this should be helpful. Or if it's not working here, let's quickly check what could be the error. Date time. And now let's try to refresh the data. It is taking a little while. We also have another information that to deal with. We have the first row as row headers. So we should be declaring Power BI that we also have a row header over here. It's taking a little while to refresh. Meanwhile, let's quickly check into the stores data, and here we have customer name. So let's try to apply second type of data transformation, which will be like, let's say, split column. We have the complete name of the customer. Let's try to split it into first name and second name. So by delimiter, and we can give multiple options over here. Leftmost delimiter, let's say a person has 3 parts of his name: first name, middle name and second name, or the last name. So but we just wanted to split it into first and second name, so we would go with the first leftmost delimiter and split the data set. Press OK, and it should help us to split the data first name and second name, and we can also name the columns separately as first name and second name instead of customer name. It's taking a little while than the ideal time, but it's completely alright, since considering the 10,000 rows of stores data and 10,000 rows of orders data, it is alright, not a problem. Now let's try to take a look at the orders data set if it has successfully changed it. No, it is still showing us an error. I don't know what's wrong here. It's maybe incomplete. quickly refresh all step preview and check if it can help us. So there you go. After refreshing, the first order date is changed to date data type. So what we missed is when you change the type, you're supposed to add a step. So what exactly I mean by that? Now we are trying to change the second one as well. So just wait for a while and it will give us a choice if we want to add a new step or not. That's when we select the option yes, please add a new step. So what do I mean by steps? So applied steps, you can see something over here, right? So every alteration, every change, or every modification that you're doing, every transformation you're including onto your data will be recorded as a macro. So that can be implemented if you are loading a similar data set for the next batch. Let's say this is 2022 data, and if you're trying to analyze the 2023 data and every column is similar, then you can just follow these applied steps and the same implementation will be automated. You don't have to spend time in doing the same process once again. There you go. So this time it has recorded this step and it automatically has taken a new step over here. Change type step 1, change type step 2. If you don't want the step to be added, you can just select the red X mark over here. It will remove it. And similarly, when you go back to the stores data set, here you have the first name and second name split successfully. And now let's say you want to have unique customer data, right? In that scenario, you can just even remove duplicates from this particular column. Just remove duplicates and you'll just have unique data. It's possible that one customer might have come here to buy the same product, buy the same product on different dates, or one customer might have done a repeated purchase. So it's possible, but again, if you just wanted to know if there is a way to eliminate duplicate entries, then you can do that. So for now, let's not delete the customer IDs here, because one customer might have visited the same store for multiple times and might have purchased a different product, or might have made the same order with multiple products, right? So there is a possibility for that. Let's not disturb the dataset. So I just wanted you to know if there is a way to eliminate the duplicates from the dataset. Yes, it is. Now let's also check another possibility of data transformation. So let's say you wanted to add a new column and identify or include some mathematical operations. For now, let's say I have sales, quantity, discount, and profit, but I don't know what's the rate, right? So here the sale is for $261 and quantity is 2, but I don't know what's the rate of one product. So I can include that. You can just select the last column, or where you want a new column, just go to the add new column here, and here you can just choose the custom column. Should be somewhere over here. Yeah, this is the custom column. And now if you click on the custom column, you can rename the custom column to rate of product, and here you can choose the mathematical operations to be applied on the columns. So sales column, insert, or double click, divided by quantity. Okay, now it should give you the rate of each product, individual product. It is taking some sizable time. It shouldn't take so long. So there you go, you have the rate of product. And now let's say you want to combine multiple data sets. For example, here I have stores data set, but my stores data set doesn't have any data related to orders, and orders does not have any data related to customers. Now I want to combine these two. Is there a way? Yes, you can do that. Now let's get back to stores, and here go to home option, and here you have something called merge queries. So now the stores dataset has been selected in the first dataset. Here, just select the drop down and select the second data type, which is orders. So here you can see stores with the current one, which is in the first place. Now select based on which primary key you want to combine both. So I want to go with customer ID because both of my datasets do have customer IDs. So I'll go with customer ID, and both datasets will be combined. At the end, at the last column, Power BI will show me a new table, not a new column. It will give me a table combined with all the columns in one column. You just have to expand the column and select which columns from the second dataset you want to include in your overall dataset. So let's do that practically. So here you can see I just have tables. If I select the expand column option over here, you can see I have a lot of columns here. So just deselect everything. I do have row ID, I do have a customer ID. What I need is order ID, order date, shipment mode, and customer name. I do have it. So that's all I need. So just press on OK, and I should have them included in my new dataset altogether. It might take a little while. So there you go, we have the new orders ID, order date, ship date, and ship mode added to our dataset. Now just click on close and apply. And your dataset is all ready for data analysis. Apply changes, but it is taking a little time. So at the end, you just have to click on the apply changes and your data will be ready for analysis. So that's exactly how you can perform data transformation in Power BI desktop version. So there you go, the dataset got successfully loaded all over here, and you can just drag and drop them onto the visualizations part and you can work on your data. Today we will learn how to build a star schema using the data modeling process in Power BI. Power BI data modeling is crucial for effectively analyzing and visualizing complex datasets. When data resides in multiple tables or sources, it can create challenges such as inconsistent relationships, redundant data, and slower query performance. Data modeling resolves this by uniting disparate datasets into coherent structure, enabling efficient data retrieval and streamlined analysis. A well-designed model often employs the star schema, which is a relational database structure that organizes data into a central fact table surrounded by dimension tables. The fact table contains numerical metrics like sales or profits, while dimension tables hold descriptive attributes like product categories or customer names. The star schema simplifies querying and enhances performance by minimizing redundancy and maintaining clear relationships between all the datasets. This structure is particularly advantageous for reporting and business intelligence, as it ensures faster processing and more intuitive navigation for users. By implementing a robust data model, Power BI users can overcome fragmented data and unlock actionable insights with ease. That said, if these are the type of videos you'd like to watch, then hit that like and subscribe buttons and the bell icon to get notified. Now we will understand what exactly is a star schema in Power BI. So in other terms, people also prefer to call this as a snowflake schema in Power BI because the shape of the schema represents a star shape or a snowflake shape. So basically, there will be one fact table which stores the major part of the dataset, and there will be some sub tables or the subordinate tables which store the relevant data to that particular fact table. So the fact table maintains many to one relationship with these dimension tables, right? So basically it will be interconnected with each and every table in the particular schema, and you can extract information in the way you like. This might be a little confusing theoretically, but let me navigate you through this session through a practical demonstration. Let's actually create a dataset using generative AI, and moving ahead, we will extract or we will pull the same data onto the Power BI platform, and then let's look at the star schema practically. Now, let's go to the ChatGPT or any of the generative AI platforms to create the dataset that we are looking at. So this will be my prompt for creating a star schema. So we will be trying to generate 5 different data tables with 2000 rows each. So we will be creating one fact table, which is the sales data. Followed by that, we have 4 dimension tables, which are customer data, product data, orders data, and shipping data. So this is the prompt that we will be using today. Now, let's select the entire prompt, copy that, and get back to ChatGPT. And here, you'll just paste that prompt and then hit the go. I've already created one such data table. It would take a little time to generate the data set. While ChatGPT is working on creating it, let's look at the data that I already have in my inventory. This is the data that we have in inventory. So as for the inventory, the sales data, which happens to be our fact table, has order ID, price, discount, cost to company. Let me expand this, profit and rate, right? And then the fact table is then connected to the dimension tables, which is about the customer information, customer data, customer name, state, city, etc. And the product details, to which category or which product is being bought by the customer. And then we have the orders data and shipping data, right? So shipping data includes the type of shipment mode chosen by the customer and also the order date and the ship date. Let's save this. Now let's have a look at the generative AI prompt that we just wrote. So there you go. So ChatGPT has successfully created us the dataset, and here the link is. You can just click on this link and you'll get the downloaded dataset, which looks something similar to this one, right? Now, how exactly star schema or snowflake schema works? Now, let's say I have this order details here, the sales data here. I have order 0001, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Let's say I wanted to track this particular order with ORD 0005. So I want to find out the customer who bought that. Now I can get connected with customer data having the order key, order number as the key in between, which is common in between both the tables. And based on that, I can extract the customer details, the customer name, the customer city, the customer state, country, and region. And now let's say I wanted also to extract the product details of what the customer 005 has been buying or on the order number 005 is at, right? Now, if I trace down the order details further, I can identify the product ID, product name, and product category along with the subcategory of the product name, which happens to be tables, right? And now if I drill down a little more bit, then I have these many number of traffic, leads, and orders received to buy 13 quantities of that particular item called table. And they preferred, kind of same day delivery. So this is how the star schema works. All tables are interlinked to each other. Now, let's quickly switch to the Power BI platform and try to extract or pull the same data set onto the Power BI platform. And then let's wait for Power BI to generate us a schema. There you go. Now we are on the Power BI platform. And now the data that we are working with is in the form of Excel. So let's prefer the Excel workbook as our source. Now this is the data, the demo data that we just created. You can just open it and the data will be pulled for you onto the platform. It might take a little while. Let's wait. So here we have the data ready and we have 5 tables according to the discussion. 1 fact table and remaining else are the dimension table. So the customer data, orders data, product data, shipping data are the dimension tables and the fact table is sales data. And then you can just load or transform. As far as I'm concerned, my data is clean and I don't have to proceed with the transformation. But just in case if you want to perform some data cleaning, then you can go ahead with transformation of data. And if you have to look at an exclusive tutorial on data transformation using Power Query, then we have linked it in the description box below and you can have a clean reference to it. So far, so good. I'll continue with loading the data since I'm confident with my data set. Just load it and it might take a couple of moments. The data is slowly loading. Let's give it some time. There you go. The data has been successfully loaded and here you have the view of your data set. So here we have leads, order ID, quantity, etc., product details and the sales details, all of them that you needed. And if you proceed with this particular table view, you can see the tabular version of the data set. And here lies the most important part of today's discussion, the model view. And if you go here, the Power BI platform has already created the relationships between your data sets. And if you just rearrange a couple of those schemas, you can literally make a star pattern out of it. And also, if you look at this particular position here, you can see that we can establish some new relationships, or you can try to edit some existing relationships with the manage relationships option. Now you just have to drag and drop a few of these tables over here so that you can exactly maintain a star type of pattern. There you go. So that's how you can generally create a star type schema, or also known as the snowflake type of schema in Power BI. Today we will learn how to use Power BI with AI. For that, let's consider a small problem statement, or in other words, a simple use case. So here it goes. A business chain's data analysts use Power BI to generate sales performance dashboards across multiple stores. Due to manual data cleaning, report structuring, and repetitive DAX calculations, the process takes several days, delaying the important decision making. Analysts struggle with errors and inconsistencies due to high data complexity. By integrating Power BI's AI features like Smart Narrative and AI Insights, they automate trend identification and anomaly detection. Now, analysts quickly generate visualizations by simply typing questions, reducing manual effort. AI-assisted data modeling ensures cleaner datasets and accurate relationships, enhancing efficiency. As a result, report generation time drops by 50%. Dashboards are more insightful and stakeholders receive actionable insights faster. That's it. If these are the type of videos you'd like to watch, then hit that like and subscribe buttons and the bell icon to get notified. Just for a quick info, now, as discussed in the use case, let's imagine a similar performance analysis dashboard. Now, what exactly is AI in Power BI? So AI and business intelligence are two technological spheres that, when combined, offer a powerful toolset of transforming raw data into actionable insights and making data accessible to everyone. Similarly, AI features in Power BI can analyze user behavior to customize reports and dashboards to meet individual data needs using the raw data. Now, let's imagine this. Suppose there is a significant growth in business and you wanted to identify the reason behind it and replicate the same idea across all categories. Or maybe reward the team which is responsible for that. Or let's say there is a significant drop in business and you wanted to understand the reasons behind it and pinpoint on the one which is responsible so that you can resolve and improve the overall business growth and pull out some revenue out of it, right? Now, if you are doing it manually using Excel datasets, or even if you're doing it with Power BI datasets, you might end up creating a lot of Power Queries, tax expressions, and also if you're working on Excel, then you end up creating a lot of pivot tables, and it might be a manual task and will consume a lot of time, right? Or in case if you're in help with AI, then the matter of days could turn into the matter of minutes, and you will have the exact data or information you're looking at, and you can resolve it in a matter of minutes or hours, maybe after a business decision has been made. Now, let's go through a practical demonstration on Power BI for this. So before that, let's have a quick look on the dataset that we will be using today. So this particular one, which is the auto sales data for 2024, is the one we will be using today. So we have all the columns: order ID, order date, and delivery date, state, dealership, pin code, region, and the names of the products, and the fuel type, leads, revenue, profit, and cost to company, everything, right? So this is the cleaned data that we have today for our data analysis. Now we will be identifying the key areas that led to the quarter-on-quarter growth, or if you drill down a little bit more, then we can also identify the month-on-month growth, or in case if there is a drop in month-on-month or drop in quarter-on-quarter, we can also identify what is the reason behind it, where is the loss coming from, which car product or which dealership, or what might be the reason. Is it about the season or the customer or the dealership? We can drill down a lot of information from it, right? So this is the overall idea of how to utilize AI in Power BI. Now let's quickly switch to Power BI. Now we are on Microsoft Power BI and we have already loaded the data, which is here. This is the preview of the data that we are going to work on. Now let's go back to the report view and pull out a visualization. Now I'll be trying to proceed with the bar graph. Now let's pull some data. So I'll go with the order date and drag and drop it to the x-axis. Now let's go with the orders, and that will be in our y-axis. Here you go. Now, if you drill down a little bit, this year will be turned into quarters of the year. Now, if you kind of drill down again, now you have month on month. Now, let's try to do some modifications to this data, set all the data visualization and add some improvements. Go to the View tab. Here, go to the Customize Current Theme and go to Text. And now here you can increase the font size, maybe 18, to have a better visual. And after that, if you go to the format icon here, you can also add data labels if you want. What is the total number of sales that we made? Now we have a perfectly functional chart here. Let's eliminate this. Now let's begin with the AI for identifying the drop trends or the growth trends. Now here you can see the month of August in 2024 has gave us the highest sales, which is 2,618 orders. And you can see there is quite a good growth here. Now, if you wanted to find out what is the reason behind this growth, then just click that bar and right click or double click and go to the option called Analyze. So this is similar to the Excel's what if analysis, but with a little change. Now here, you can see that Power BI will automatically give you a lot of charts and visualizations like this one here, which is a waterfall model, and this will indicate you what was the reason of the growth. And here you can see we have received 11 orders from Andhra Pradesh. This is a state-wise analysis, and also you have decrease. So there is a decrease in Mizoram and a few more regions like Karnataka and everything. So this is something behind the reason for growth or drop. And here you can see the product-wise analysis where we have some growth from cars like 8 Series, Wellfire and others. And after that you have some dealership data as well. So there is a good orders that is received by Prime Auto, Elite Auto and a few others. And there's a drop in Asian dealerships, etc. And here you have the status on delivery. So this is also good. And now let's say now you wanted to identify what's the reason for drop. Now what you can do is you can just click on the month which showed you the maximum loss or the least orders received, and you can go to that. So the least orders is practically from March, and here you can see there is a sudden drop from August. Let's say you wanted to compare with these 2 months, and then what you can do is you can just same procedure, you can just analyze and now explain the decrease. Now you have the reasons behind the decrease here. So we have a couple of cars which are not receiving good amount of sales, and after that you can also see state-wise a drop in orders, and after that you can also see the type of car which has stopped receiving orders. You can see sedan class has drastically stopped receiving orders. That's the reason behind it. And after that, most of the orders are in transit. So you can filter out the in transit ones because this will be delivered to the customer. So the overall, sales will be or the overall orders number will be increased once this transit becomes to delivered, right? And here you have delivered as well, right? So it might be a drop in delivery numbers as well. And compared to the previous month, the number of orders delivered will be low. Or if you had to talk about the in-transit, I think this is about the in-transit one as well. So previous month had a lot of cars in transit, and this month compared to that number, it is a bit low. So that can be the reason. And after you drill down a little bit more, you have region-wise analysis. Now, this is also another way to find out the drop analysis. And let's say you wanted to compare 2 different months of a quarter, right? So here you have quarter 1. The highest performing month of quarter 1 happens to be the the January one, and you wanted to compare that with the highest performing month of quarter 3, which is August. In that case, you can just hold control and select the first month from first quarter, which is the highest performing one, and you can compare month on month. Going to the Analyze button, explain the reason between the increase here. Now you have the entire report. Now let's say you have a brilliant looking chart over here and you wanted to present that to your stakeholders. Now all you can do is you can just select this particular chart and select the option which says plus, which will automatically get added to your dashboard, which is somewhere here, and you can set it in the way you want. Now you almost have a semi-functional or mini dashboard for you, which explains you the decrease or the gain in orders and also the month-on-month performance. So you have a fully functional report in front of you, which is explaining the comparison between the highest two performing ones. So this is how you can make use of AI in Power BI for data analytics. Today we will learn about the Power BI interview questions and answers. So Power BI is one of the most trending BI tool in the business industry today, and most of the data analysts are supposed to have a comfortable understanding of Power BI tool. So if you are about to attend an interview for a data analyst or a Power BI developer, a small set of Power BI interview questions and answers are found to be the most frequently asked questions. So those important questions will be dealt in this particular session today. Before we get started, if these are the type of videos you'd like to watch, then hit that like and subscribe buttons and the bell icon to get notified. Firstly, the first question is, what are the different types of filters in Power BI reports? So if you are an experienced candidate or a beginner, these type of interview questions are the ones which you're definitely going to face. So coming to the answer, what are the types of filters you'll be facing in Power BI reports? So there are three main filters available in Power BI, which are visual level filters, page level filters, and report level filters, which are almost self-explanatory. So if you want to be someone who stands out of the group, just mention a couple of more like slicers, which can also act some type of filters there, right? So visual filters, page filters, and report level filters are the three main types. And if you want to add on to it, you can also add in some slicers. Right now, let's proceed to the next question. Explain DAX in Power BI. So what exactly is the meaning of DAX? And to improvise your question to improvise your answer, or if you want to outperform, you can also explain with some of the explanations or implementation of DAX in your nearest examples. Like if you're a beginner or if you're a fresher, if you're working on a portfolio, then you can give the example of your DAX implementation on that portfolio. Or if you're an experienced candidate, just explain your latest implementation of DAX in your previous projects. So the answer for this question is, DAX is basically the full form for data analysis expressions and is a formula language used in Power BI, Power Pivot, and SQL. DAX includes functions, operations, and constants that can be used as a formula expression to calculate and return one or more values. So DAX, just understand it in this way, right? So if you are about to perform an analysis, or if you're about to extract some insights, for example, you own a superstore, right? And you wanted, okay, let's assume that you own a superstore and you have 5 regions, north, south, east, west, and central, and you are providing products from a few categories, let's say IT, mobile phones, desktops, everything. And now you wanted to identify one zone which is giving you highest sales in mobile phones, and you wanted to identify one zone which is giving you least sales in mobile phones. In such scenarios, you can just write up a formula equals to mobile phones product and products minus products which are less than a specific number. You actually wanted to identify products less than 100 mobile phones, right? You just want to know if there is any region which is selling less than 100 mobile phones. Then you can extract that. So the expression what you're writing there is nothing but a DAX expression. So apart from this example, you can also put up some complex examples if you're an experienced candidate, or if you're a fresher, then you can come up with some DAX expressions that you build on your portfolio projects. Moving ahead, we'll discuss the third question. How does Power BI integrate with other tools and services? So there might be a situation where you might have to get connected to different sources of data, right? So let's say you wanted to import Excel data as well as some service like a cloud service. You want to extract data from a cloud service as well. So how can you do that? And if you want to do that? Can you do it? Right? So that's the question. So basically this is a kind of question which comes up from two different zones. Can you integrate or can you connect to two different sources of data? Or in case if you can connect, how to connect, right? So it's like, is it possible to connect? This is also a question to beginners to test your knowledge on the fundamental knowledge on Power BI. They want to know if you can connect data from two different zones. It's not like two Excel sheets. They want to know from two different platforms altogether. Let's say I have data in Azure. Let's say I have data in SQL. So can I connect them both? Yes, you can do that. So the answer for this question is Power BI offers extensive integration capabilities with various Microsoft products like Azure, Excel, SQL, and some third-party services as well, like a website, any application, or a database, SQL databases, Excel spreadsheets, and other cloud services like GCP, AWS, etc. So that's possible. So you just have to, let's go for a demonstration on this. Not a complete demonstration. Let's cancel this. So here, if you just, it's just like a overview how to connect. So here, if you see, we have Excel workbook, semantic models, data flows, data was SQL Server, web, OData, feed, blank query, and if your source is falling different from these available ones, you can just click on more and select any one of these options right here. Correct? So with that, let's get back to the next question. What are the differences between Power BI Desktop and Power BI Service? So the terms are self-explanatory. If you're an experienced candidate, then you can define the answer right away. But if you're a beginner, especially if you're a fresher, then you must be a little cautious here. So if you are building your portfolio, if you are learning the fundamentals of Power BI, then you are doing it using Power BI Desktop. Right? But if you are a professional or an experienced candidate, then you are developing the interactive dashboards, you are developing the interactive charts and graphs and everything, and you are providing that visual, only the dashboard to your end user, who's your client. So in that scenario, your client will be given the Power BI service module, right? So they will be having a service access only just to watch the visuals. So the answer for this question is Power BI Desktop is a free application. So it's not completely free. So there are situations where you might have to deal with some huge data, or you have to deal with some parameters like security, everything. In those scenarios, you might have to go with the licensed version. So for a learning purpose, it is a free application installed on a local system that lets you connect to transform, visualize, modularize your data, and few more implications that you can do. And on the other hand, Power BI Service is a cloud-based service that allows you to share, as discussed, only to share and collaborate on and distribute your Power BI reports and dashboards with others within your organization. So client is partially a part of your organization because he has some business to do with your organization. So basically, understand it in this way, Power BI Desktop is something which allows you to build. It will give you the blocks, you build the visualization, and then you give a screenshot or you give a picture of that particular build to the end user. He can have a visual on it, how it is performing. He doesn't have to worry about how it is working in the background. He doesn't have to worry about how big or how large is your data set, how it is extracting, what API is it using, he doesn't care about it. All he cares about is the visual, how is his business doing. So in that scenario, if you just want to give a picture, that's when you use the Power BI service. Now, let's go with the next question. How do you handle security in Power BI? So this is a question given to the experienced candidates. So you can think about it, about the access, row-wise access. Let's say you are the leadership team, and next is the manager, next is the individual contributor, correct? So here the full access, the full visuals of your business, how your business is going on, how are the leads, how are the revenue, how is the RPL, how is the traffic, everything is visible to the leadership or the manager, correct? But when it comes to the IC or individual contributor who is just working on traffic, he will have access only to traffic, not the leads, not the revenue generated, not the RPL and everything, because he has nothing to do with it, and that is something which you can't reveal to an IC for data security purposes. So you can also consider this in the way of inheritance, right? So you can divide it based on the level of the employee, right? So level wise, you can provide the access to your employee, to your manager. If you're a developer, let's say, so based on the employee level, based on the manager level, based on the leadership team, you can give separate access to separate candidate. So the answer for this question is Power BI provides row level security RLS, which allows you to control access. So you're basically controlling the access to the data for different users within your organization. You can define rules on the dataset that filter the data based on the user role. Additionally, Power BI integrates with Microsoft Azure Active Directory to provide authentication and authorization. Now, the sixth question. What is a content pack in Power BI? Content packs are a type of package that includes a related set of dashboard, report, and data elements they use to share insights, reports, and datasets with colleagues and organization within a broader audience. Power BI also offers organizational content packs, which allows users to quickly connect and analyze data from popular business applications. So basically, content pack, you can imagine content pack as a set of charts, graphs, or a complete dashboard or dataset elements. So when you integrate all those inside a bubble, that particular bubble can be considered as a content pack. Now moving ahead, we have the seventh question. Describe a scenario where you improvised performance of a Power BI report. So let's say this is so basically, before we answer this question is for an experienced candidate, not for an intermediate or not for a beginner level, right? So if you are someone who has 3 to 4 years of experience, that is when this kind of questions are suited. So explain a scenario where you improved the performance of a Power BI report. So there are certain scenarios where, let's say you're working with business data, Amazon sales data. So you have Amazon sales data or any other data for a beginner purpose. Okay, let's say some XYZ company. So you're working with XYZ company and you have a sales data from a past couple of years. And your client asked you, last year this particular dashboard was working fine, but down the line when we entered the new quarter or new annual year, I can see there is some discrepancy or I can see there is some delay for the Power BI dashboard to load. Now there can be multiple reasons for this. The first reason could be the hardware setup, or maybe the data is increasing day by day, so the hardware is not supporting. So that could be one reason. And provided if there are some visuals which are already created, visualizations or graphs or dashboards, and we are not mostly using them, so those can be one of the reasons. So in these scenarios, you can just give some explanations which you already faced in your current organization. For example, like you can say the client is not willing to scale up the hardware, like the data hardware which stores the data or something like that, is not ready to scale up the hardware, but he wants to use the same hardware, but he wants you to increase the speed. In this scenarios, you can eliminate the data which is not currently in use. Let's say you're using 2020, 21, 22, 23 and 24 data. Now all you focus on is the year-on-year growth. So you just need 2022, 2023 and 2024, not 21 and 20, right? You can erase that data from your existing hardware or servers. This will ease up the load on Power BI and automatically there should be an increase in speed. Another one, if you have already created some visualizations which you're not currently using, let's say you already created 2 to 3 dashboards and you rely on one dashboard alone, not the rest of those two, you can delete those visualizations. So something like that which can help you. But to consider this question as an assignment, I would like the viewers who are an experienced data analyst to answer the question in your way possible so that the viewers can benefit from multiple answers. So you can write down few scenarios where you face this problem and how you solved it. It can be a one-line answer, it can be a points which you can mention, right? A set of points which you can mention that helped you to improve the performance of your Power BI end report. So the answer for this question which I have is, in one scenario, I improved the performance by optimizing data model, reducing the number of unnecessary columns and rows in data sets, and utilizing summary tables to decrease the data volume that needed to be processed. I also replaced complex calculations in the report with simpler ones, which were possible, and used direct query mode for real-time data requirements to speed up report loading times. So this can be a good answer. You can also add up some answers from your end as well to benefit the viewers. Now let's go with question number 8. Explain the difference between a measure and a calculated field. So this can be an important question for freshers especially, right? So me personally, I've asked this question to the candidates many times. So the answer could be a little tricky, right? So most oftenly the question can be asked as what's the difference between measure and a calculated column, or measure and a calculated field, or measure and dimension, right? So the answer should be like this. Just pay attention to what the answer, interviewer is asking you, and answer wisely. If he's asking you the difference between measure and dimension, it's clear, self-explanatory. So something like measure is something which can be measured. The number is a measure. Let's say the salary is a measure. The average of marks obtained is a measure. Marks obtained in a specific subject is a measure. Rate of interest is a measure. Traffic is a measure, right? So when it comes to dimensions, something like a character data type, maybe, and name of the store, and let's say we had various regions in the previous question: north, south, east, west, central. This particular data which cannot be measured is called as a dimension. Now for this question here, what's the difference between measure and a calculated column? So calculated column is something which you generate out of a calculated field, right? Whenever you try to, let's say you have the quantity and you have the price, but you don't know rate of each product, correct? In such scenarios, you can write up a calculated field and build a new column called rate of product. That particular column is a calculated column, which is newly generated after writing a calculated field. So the answer for this question is, calculated column creates a new column based on existing data using formula. It adds to your new, it's add to your existing table as a new column, as we discussed. Measure creates a dynamic calculation that summarizes your data. Measures are used in visualizations to analyze trends or answer specific questions. Now with this, let's move on to the next question. Describe the process of publishing a Power BI report to service. Now this can be an answer for both, this can be a question for both freshers as well as experienced. So now you can give it a try. You can give me the answer for this. You can write down your answers in the comment section below. And everybody has their own way of answering this question. But as simple as that, let's keep it normal. Now in Power BI Desktop, go to Publish and choose Power BI Service. Select the workspace to publish and configure settings like sharing access. Click Publish to upload your report to Power BI Cloud Service. So this is the answer given by most of the experienced candidates. But when it comes to freshers, it's okay if you answer in this way. Create multiple charts, create multiple graphs, understand the requirement of the end user, build the required charts and graphs, integrate all those charts and graphs to the dashboard. It's also a good way to tell it, but if you're an experienced candidate or if you're a beginner, just try to include these points as well. Just go take a step ahead and go a step further and answer. Include these points in your answer. Go to Publish, select Power BI Service, select Workspace, right? So these will enhance your answer and make you stand out from the other crowd. Now, let's continue with the 10th question. How would you handle missing data in Power BI? So this can be answered for both. This can be asked for both beginners as well as experienced candidates. So it's obvious if you're a data analyst, it's obvious that your data will not have complete completely filled rows and completely filled columns, right? There is a possibility that you might have blank rows. There is a possibility that you might have blank cells. There is a possibility that you might have irrelevant data. There is a possibility where it can be a typing mistake and you might insert special symbols in place of numbers and special operators in place of alphabets. Everything is possible. So in such scenarios, how could you handle, right? So there are multiple approaches. So let's say if you are going through some column which you feel is not mandatory to create your report, you can ignore those cells and you can just delete it. And in case of there is a discrepancy in your existing data and you find that is important, then you can always have a way to go back to the source who provided you the report or who provided you the data, as to complete them, as to give them the right number. Or in few scenarios, you can also, if you don't want to eliminate any kind of rows and columns, you can also have an option of taking an aggregate value in it. Maybe the minimum value, maybe the maximum value, may be an average value in that particular missing cell. So there are multiple possibilities, and if you feel like adding those answers, you can also feel free to add them so that everyone is benefited. So my kind of answer is there are several ways to handle missing data. Filtering, where you can exclude, simply that's the first one, you can just ignore those and exclude those missing values. Replace missing values with some aggregate values. Custom logic, create a DAX formula to address missing values based on specific scenarios. Now let's move ahead with the next question. How do you connect multiple data sources to a Power BI report? So the answer is Power BI allows connecting various data sources. You can directly import, directly use live connections, or create composite model to improve and combine data from different sources. So this is not just the Power BI dashboard. You're here, it's not just the Power BI desktop. You're not just importing data. It's related to the real-time dashboard report. So if you have a report and you ought to connect some external source, some real-time streaming data, you can do that using some live connections and APIs. Now let's move with the next question. What are data flows in Power BI? So the answer for this question is data flows in Power BI are cloud-based preparation and management tools that allows users to ingest, transform, integrate, and enrich big data from various sources. They are designed to simplify data preparation and enable scalable data integration and storage across multiple Power BI projects. Now the 13th question. How can you handle data updates in Power BI? So this is also one of the simplest but also the trickiest question. Let's say you already connect. Let's say we are dealing with Excel data, and your client provided you the Excel data, and you already created a dashboard out of it. And out of your knowledge, you don't know, right? You might not know what happened after they shared you the data, and the client gets to know there is some discrepancy here, there is some irrelevant data, or there is some missing value in the data provided to you, and they added and you missed it, correct? In those scenarios, how can you handle data updates, right? You can either refresh. So there are multiple answers for that. So let's go with the answer. So data updates in Power BI can be handled through scheduled refreshes or real-time streaming datasets. Scheduled refreshes. So let's say you provide some 6-day or 1 week or 1 day based on requirement. You provide a scheduled refresh and it will act upon it, and it will refresh its source every single time. It basically refreshes the dashboard you created. It will extract the data from the source and it will create a new report out of it. So scheduled refreshes can be configured in Power BI service, allowing data to be updated at specified intervals. Real-time streaming datasets can be used for dashboard tiles that require continuous updates. Now, the 14th question on our list. Can you explain the concept of a slicer in Power BI, right? So those who already are comfortable with the Excel, they might know the answer for this. So it's completely similar, right? So let's discuss the answer. A slicer is a Power BI visualization used to filter the data. Basically, it's nothing different from filter, right? It's just an option like a drop down that you create in Excel using the data validation. That's the same in Power BI as well as Excel. You just have a slicer option where you can provide your selection and it will give you an end report. So basically it's a filter. So it provides a way for users to filter the data that is displayed in other visualization on a report page. Slicers offer a more interactive and intuitive way to make selections and see the data that changes dynamically as selections are made. Let's say you have class 10, class 9, class 8 and you wanted to just check the results of class 8. You just select the option of class 8 on the slicer and you have the report. So that's how it basically works. Now, the last question for today's session. What is direct query in Power BI? So the answer for this question is direct query is a connection type in Power BI that allows you to directly connect to a supported data source, enabling real-time reporting capabilities without importing or copying data into Power BI while it offers up-to-date data. It also limits certain functionalities and might impact performance based on the query load on the source system. So with that, we have finished the top 15 Power BI interview questions and answers that are frequently asked in a data analyst interview provided for both freshers as well as experienced. Should you feel that we missed out on any of the important questions that you might have already faced in your previous interviews, please feel free to let us know in the comment section below, and so we can have them answered, or you can also provide us the answers so that it can benefit both of us and also the viewers. Now, having said that, we have come to the conclusion of this session. Hey everyone, welcome to Simplilearn's YouTube channel. In today's session, we will learn some important tips to crack the business analyst interview questions. Now, without further delay, let's get started. So, in this particular video, we will discuss some of the important tips that will help you to crack the upcoming business analyst interview questions and make you one of the most highly sought after business analysts in 2024 and beyond. That said, if these are the type of videos you'd like to watch, then hit that like and subscribe buttons and the bell icon to get notified. So before you attend any of the business analyst interviews, you need to basically take care of your groundwork. So few suggestions on that are, first one, check the job postings. When it comes to checking job postings on platforms like LinkedIn, Indeed, and others, it's essential for aspiring business analysts to stay informed about industry requirements and trends. Regularly monitoring these job postings not only keeps you updated, but also helps you tailor your skills and preparations to align with the current needs of business analysis field. The second suggestion is about research the company. Researching about the company is a crucial step in preparing for a business analyst interview. It involves gathering insightful information about the company's history, values, mission, and recent achievements. Think of it as decoding the company's DNA, enabling you to demonstrate how your skills and expertise can seamlessly integrate into their unique business environment. The third tip is about understanding their domain knowledge. Delving into the domain knowledge of the company is like unlocking the secret language of their industry. It's about comprehending to specific challenges, trends, and intricacies that define their business landscape. This understanding goes beyond generic industry knowledge and focuses on the nuances that set this particular company apart. Now, the next one is analyze if your skills are transferable. Evaluate the transferability of your skills. Identify how your existing expertise can seamlessly apply to the requirements of business analyst role. This analysis ensures a smooth transition and highlights your adaptability. Now the next one is align your resume to their domain request. Align your resume like a customized business proposal. Tailor it to emphasize skills and experiences directly relevant to the business analyst role. This approach captures attention, showcasing your perfect fit for the company's specific needs. Or in some situations, you can also hire a resume writer to do that for you. Or in some situations, you can also hire a professional resume writer to do that for you. Hiring a resume writer streamlines the process. Professionals craft a compelling document ensuring key skills and achievements that stand out. It's an investment in presenting your best self on paper. Now moving ahead, we will discuss some of the important technical skills required to become a business analyst. Starting with the CRM tools. CRM tools are customer relationship management tools, are the digital solutions and enhance interactions with customers. They centralize customer data, track communications, and manage relationships efficiently. Popular examples include Salesforce, HubSpot, and Zoho, and these tools are essential for optimizing lead generation, improving customer satisfaction, and boosting overall revenue. Moving ahead, we have business intelligence tools. Business intelligence tools like Tableau and Power BI turn data into actionable insights. They facilitate efficient analysis and visualization, aiding marketing analysis in competitor analysis and revenue generation. Moving ahead, we have business acumen. Business acumen is savvy application of business principles. It requires understanding trends, financial literacy, a strategic mindset, and much more. For marketing analysis, it's key to interpreting data, spotting opportunities, and contributing to revenue generation. It's like having sharp business intuition for informed decision making. Moving ahead, we have a project management skill. Project management skills ensure efficient planning and execution, vital for market analysts, orchestrating successful campaigns and collaborating effectively with stakeholders. A green belt in project management could be beneficial. Moving ahead, we have data analytics fundamentals. Data analytics fundamentals involve extracting data from data sets like Excel, database, web, etc. It's about interpreting information to make informed decisions, a core skill for marketing analysis and driving effective strategies. Moving ahead, another important tip is about brushing up the fundamentals. Brushing up on fundamentals means refreshing essential skills. It's about staying sharp and maintaining a solid foundation, crucial for marketing analysis to navigate challenges and drive success. Now moving ahead, we will discuss the experience. Now, experience is more about the current roles and responsibilities that are you playing with your current organization. Aligning your current organization roles and responsibilities involves tailoring your current task to match the requirements of the new job. It's about highlighting relevant skills and experiences to show a seamless transition, demonstrating that you're a perfect fit for the desired position. Now moving ahead, we have soft skills. And in soft skills, the first one that we are going to discuss is about the dress code. Professional dressing is about presenting a polished and appropriate image. It involves choosing attire that aligns with the workplace culture, reflecting a combination of competence and respect. The next step is maintaining a confident smile while you're answering the questions. Smile confidently for a positive impact. Confidence in delivery enhances your message. Lastly, in soft skills, we have answering language. Use corporate language. Utilizing corporate language for enhanced connection and reliability, and it ensures clear communication and fosters a professional rapport. Now moving ahead, we will also face some of the critical questions which might be different from your skill set. Questions like, why should I hire you? Now, these are some of the important questions which doesn't have to do anything with your current roles and responsibilities, skill set that you have, or technical mindset. It is completely about your mentality, how you approach to work, how you approach to your team, how you approach to your responsibilities. So the recruiter wants to know how you think about this particular question. So give a wise answer. You can tell him something like, you can hire me for my strong analytical skills, experience in competitor analysis, and success in lead generation. I am confident in data-centric approach that will contribute positively to the company's growth. Thank you for considering my application. So basically, you're highlighting your strongest points and also you're giving a subtle answer why they should hire you. Now proceeding ahead, we have the second question. So this question is really common. They might ask you for the reason for leaving your current job. So give them some bright and brilliant answers. So you can say, I sought new opportunities to further apply and expand my skills aligning with my career goals. I believe this role is a better fit for my expertise and aspirations. Now the last question is, what are your key strengths and weaknesses? So you can say my key strengths lie in strategic thinking, data analysis, and effective communication. I excel in competitor analysis and digital marketing. As for the weaknesses, I am continuously refining time management to enhance efficiency. Now, apart from this, you can also cross-question your interviewer about your agenda. Agenda that covers some critical questions that will impress your interviewer. So some of those questions are as follows. You can ask your interviewer that how can the current company help me meet my career objectives? Questions like, what new skills will I get to learn when I join your company? And questions also like, what does a typical day look like with your new organization? Or if you have already joined, what does it look like a normal day in your current organization, right? So questions like these can impress your interviewer, and it will explain how enthusiastic are you about your new role and how enthusiastic are you about your new work environment, right? And with that, we have come to an end of this session on tips to crack business analyst interview questions. And if you have any queries regarding any of the topics covered in this session, or if you require the resources that we used in this session, then please feel free to let us know in the comment section below, and our team of experts will be happy to resolve all your queries at the earliest.
Analytics is a journey that involves a combination of skills, advanced technologies, applications, and processes used by a firm to gain business insights from data and statistics. This is done to perform business planning. In the analytics process, data is collected from various external sources and is stored in a data warehouse. After this data collection, the process of analytics begins. Here, a more in-depth learning of the data is done to derive possible insights from data. In addition to this, all advanced data-driven capabilities are developed, which in turn provides additional value to business. In the next slide, we will look at the places where analytics is applied. Some of the common fields where analytics is implemented are as follows. Financial services. In this field, analytics is used for credit scoring, fraud detection, pricing, and claims analysis. In retail, it is used for promotions, replenishment, demand forecasting, and merchandising optimization. In healthcare, it is used for drug interaction, preliminary diagnosis, and disease management. Customer retention, capacity planning, and network optimization are the primary applications in the field of communications. Trading, supply, demand forecasting, and compliance are the areas of application in energy. In manufacturing, it is used for inventory replenishment, product customization, and supply chain optimization. In the next slide, we will look at the topics that are covered in the first and second lessons. In Lesson 1, you will learn what analytics is and understand the process involved in it. The lesson will also provide brief details on where you can apply analytics and what insights can be derived from this application. This helps you in understanding a problem and knowing how a data scientist should act. This lesson will also help you in knowing how to collect data and prepare it for your analytical process. In the second lesson, you will have an overview of all statistical methods, including descriptive statistics, probability theory, concepts of test of significance, and hypothesis testing. Some business uses of these statistical concepts have also been provided via case studies for better understanding. This lesson will give you an idea of how you can derive some meaningful pattern from the data. It will help you in finding the distribution pattern that is hidden in the data and in proceeding with further decisions that are to be made at the basic level. In the next slide, we will look at the topics that will be covered in the third and fourth lessons. Third lesson will help you understand data exploration, data visualization, and diagnostic analytics and perform these using the R tool. Case studies and examples have been provided to help you understand the concepts in a practical way and also help you use the R tool effectively. The fourth lesson will help you understand some predictive techniques such as regression analysis and models that could be built from them. Logistic regression, time series analysis, and cluster analysis will also be taught with some example case studies. These predictive modeling techniques will help you look at the past data and identify the predicted value that helps in making decisions. Further, all the working procedures are explained using the R tool in a stepwise manner with suitable examples. In the next slide, we will look at the career path of a business analyst. The use of analytics has evolved over time, and the advent of big data has made analytics one of the most sought-after skills in the industry across domains. This course will help you take the first step toward understanding analytics and the way it interfaces with the industry. The course will also help you start thinking like a business analyst. Career-wise, you can aspire to be a data manager, data miner, or a business manager. The work of a data manager involves data preparation, deployment services, report administration. The work of a data miner involves exploratory analysis, descriptive segmentation, predictive modeling. The work of a business manager involves campaign management, domain expertise, process and ROI evaluation. This includes Lesson 0 of the Business Analytics Foundation with R Tools course offered by Simplilearn. Thank you for your attention. Please continue your learning with Lesson 1 of this course. Hello, and welcome to Lesson 1 of the Business Analytics Foundation with R Tools course offered by Simplilearn. After completing this course, you will be able to differentiate between analysis and analytics, understand what is analytics, learn the different stages in analytics, know the popular tools used in analytics, understand the role of a data scientist, know the processes involved in analytics, define a problem statement, collect and summarize data, detect and treat outliers in the data. We all know we are learning about analytics. Then what is analysis? Is it by any means different from analytics? If yes, in what ways is it different? In this slide, we see the basic difference between analytics and analysis. Analytics is the science of analysis, wherein we apply methods of statistics, data mining, and computer technology for doing an analysis. Whereas analysis is the process in which the complex data available has been broken down to simpler forms which provide more compact and better data for understanding. In the next slide, we will see more into what is analytics. So what actually is analytics? It's the science of wisely acquiring meaningful results from the given data using various methods and technologies, and by which a pattern of variation is observed. By studying this pattern, we can understand the future and predict the uncertainty that is related to business. Various sophisticated models and techniques are used, like statistical, mathematical, and economical models. So how do you go about analytics? First, you gather data. For example, for a commercial entity, you collect data from enterprise, social media, internet forums, etc. Second, you club all the data together and consolidate and organize it in a form from which you can analyze through visualization, statistics, etc., which is the third step in the process. In the next slide, we will see the different stages of analytics. There are major 4 stages in any analytics work. The first stage is called descriptive analytics, where data or information is gathered and summarized. This stage usually caters to questions like, how many students dropped out last year? The next stage is called diagnostic analytics, where data is analyzed and insights are generated, which help in answering the questions in the first stage. Here the question that comes up will be, why has the dropout rate increased in the last 1 year? With the help of the analysis done in the previous 2 stages, The next stage tries to answer unforeseen phenomena, like which students are most likely to drop out. This stage is called predictive analytics. Finally, the last stage, known as prescriptive analytics, tries to analyze the type of action required to be taken to support or avoid the unforeseen phenomena predicted in the previous stage. In this scenario, prescriptive analytics has queries like, which students should I target to keep them from dropping out? Next, we will look at a list of a few popular tools used in analytics. These are some of the commonly used tools for analytical purpose to get meaningful results. R, Revolution R, RStudio, Tableau, SAP HANA, Weka, KXEN, SAS. Next, we will discuss the role of a data scientist. So, what is the role of a data scientist in data analytics? A data scientist is somebody who is inquisitive, who can look at data and spot trends. They come out with unrevealed stories hidden in data that helps in creating more useful insights and thus help in solving business problems. A data scientist works in sync with application developer to get the relevant data for analysis. He or she makes an analytical plan in such a way that the results satisfy the business needs. A data scientist also comes up with an effective data mining architecture and prepares suitable models. They are responsible for resolving data mining performance issues. And finally, they should generate reports that are affordable from a business perspective. Next, we will see the methodology involved in data analytics. The data analytics methodology comprises of 6 steps, as can be seen in the image. The discovery step is questioning if there is sufficient data to make an analytical plan. Once we have the data in data preparation, all unstructured data is converted into structured data so that it helps in planning. Model planning is choosing an appropriate model that suits your data. Model building is building the model that is being specified in the previous step. The next step is to come up with insights that help customers to solve their problems, that is, to deliver results. The final step is to make the model operational and put the findings to use. Next, we will discuss how to define the problem. Defining the problem statement is an important step in analytics and needs to be done before starting the project. At a high level, the problem statement should answer 4 basic questions. What is the problem? Find the existing problem that needs to be solved. What is it not? Define the problem that is not being caused. Why do we have this problem? Find the root cause of the problem. Why don't we have a solution? This gives the answer, that is, why the problem could not be resolved. In the next slide, we will discuss how to formally define a problem statement. The techniques that are involved in formally defining a problem are: state the problem in a general way, that is, state the problem in general terms with respect to some practical, scientific, or intellectual interest. The next step is to understand the nature and origin of the problem, its objectives, and the environment in which the problem is to be studied. Next, all available literature, including relevant theories, reports, records, and any form of relevant literature on the problem, needs to be reviewed and examined. The next step is optional. The researcher may discuss the problem with his or her colleagues and others related to the concerned subject to brainstorm ideas. Finally, rephrase the problem, that is, put the problem in specific terms that make it feasible and helps in the development of working hypotheses. Next, we will look at ways to summarize data. Before summarizing data, the types of data need to be discussed. Data can be 2 types: qualitative or quantitative. Qualitative or categorical data refers to data that are descriptive, They are generally recorded in groups or in descriptive language. Example, dividing people into high, medium, and low height groups. Quantitative or numeric data refers to data that are recorded in numbers. They could be either continuous or discrete variables. Example, the measured height of a person. In the next slide, we will discuss how to analyze this data. Summarizing refers to procedures that are applied on the raw data to convert them into an easily readable and analyzable format. The mathematical summaries differ according to the type of data, numerical or categorical, and fall into descriptive and graphical categories. Seen here is an example of population divided by marital status. A bar chart has been used to depict the same data. In the next slide, we will see the different summaries based on the categories. Numeric data can be summarized using the mean, median, and mode values. These are discussed in detail in the following chapters, along with other methods for summarizing. Categorical data can be summarized using a frequency distribution table, that is, the number of occurrences of a value for all values. Graphical representations help in easy visualization of the data. Numeric variables can be viewed as box plots, and the categorical variables can be viewed in bar charts or histograms. The visualizations will be discussed in detail in the following chapters. In the next slide, we will discuss how to collect data. Data collection is the process of gathering data that is relevant to the problem statement at hand. The data aids in proving or disproving hypotheses or provides solutions to a research or a problem statement. Regardless of the problem, the data collection process needs to be well defined and systematic. In an effort to construct accurate data, the accuracy of the data is the primary factor in deciding the validity of the findings. Depending on the method used to collect data, the observations need to be recorded and organized in such a way to provide optimum usefulness. The recording and organization of data must also be directly related to the methods of analysis and use of the data. We will see the methods of collecting data in the next slide. The data collection methods fall into two major categories: primary and secondary. Observations, experiments, and surveys fall into the primary category. Observations refer to measuring the data and various attributes. In experiments, the subjects are divided into groups, receive different external input, and the results are recorded. Surveys, questionnaires, and interviews help in recording feedback and are used in studying the characteristics of a population. Data sources refer to data that have already been gathered and are available in a published format. Reporting refers to cases where there exists a database of information that can be legally obtained. Next, we will discuss data dictionary. A data dictionary, also called a metadata repository, is a file that describes the structure and content of the data. The data dictionary is a file or a list of files that contains data about the database, like number of records, name of each field, characteristic and type of each field, description of each field, relationships between different fields. In analysis, the data dictionary helps in analyzing different variables and the relationships and dependencies between each other. In the next slide, we will discuss the final topic of this lesson: outliers. Outliers are observation points in a distribution that significantly deviates from other observations. If you look at the graph, it plots the marks obtained as a result of a particular study time. The trend is that marks increase as the students study longer, except for one marked point. This could be a possible outlier. Outliers could exist in a distribution due to erroneous observations or special circumstances like a bulk sales order on a particular day in a store. Outlier detection tests exist to check for outliers that are model-based and generally look for outliers based on mean and variance of the data. Outliers can be excluded from the analysis or included while using algorithms that treat outliers as well. There are other outlier treatments, but are out of scope for this chapter. Let us quickly summarize what we have learned in this lesson. We have discussed what analytics and analysis are and the differences between them, popular tools used in analytics, what a data scientist does, the processes involved in the analytics lifecycle, how to formally define a problem statement, methods of collecting and summarizing data for analytics, data dictionary and its contents, what outliers are and how to detect and treat them. The section will help you to check your understanding of the concepts covered.
The last 2 decades have witnessed extensive business infrastructure investments. Due to this, the capability of collecting data has improved across enterprises. While some businesses continue to operate in their traditional ways, in other businesses, each aspect is now virtually open to collect data. These aspects are even instrumented for data collection. Aspects like supply chain management, marketing campaign performance, manufacturing, operations, and workflow procedures are a few examples. Simultaneously, information is also available on events like industry news, market trends, and movements of competitors. The wide availability of data has led to increasing interest in methods to extract useful information from data science. With this data availability, organizations in almost each industry are focused to exploit data for their advantage over competitors. Earlier, organizations used to employ different teams of analysts, modelers, and statisticians for manually exploring datasets. However, now the variety and volume of data have outstripped the manual analysis capacity. Computers have also become powerful, and networking has become widespread. Also, algorithms are being developed that can help connecting various databases to allow powerful data analysis. As a result of all these phenomena, various data science principles and data mining techniques are coming into existence. A manager in an organization needs to take several decisions on the basis of the problem and alternative courses of action available. To conclude the best option, they need all the information that is relevant and the criterion to choose the best option. Here is a set of questions that can be important for any business executive. Some other interesting questions that could be important to business executives are also listed on the screen. Let's first understand what business analytics is. It's a scientific process that transforms data into insight. It takes data from various sources and various types and convert them into insights that improve, support, and automate decisions. The techniques used for this process are presentation, technological, and quantitative. In other words, it's a process that uses data for better decision-making. It's used for fact-based or data-driven decision-making. This is generally considered as more objective as compared to other decision-making alternatives. Business analytics uses simple tools such as reports and graphs, and also complex tools such as optimization, data mining, and simulation. In the graph shown on the screen, we've compared different data analytics techniques in terms of competitive advantage and degree of complexity. Prescriptive analytics offers the most competitive advantage over other techniques, such as descriptive and predictive. However, performing prescriptive analytics is the most complex data analytical technique. We'll look into details of each of these techniques in the subsequent screens. Let's now talk about the features of business analytics, or BA. The first important feature is the support to various methodologies. These include concepts from applied probability, applied mathematics, applied statistics, and computer science. Since it's used by organizations that are committed to data-driven decision-making, the data produced helps in gaining meaningful insights into better business planning and business performance. The next important feature is decision support systems. In data-driven companies, data is treated as a corporate asset. Successful analytics is dependent upon the quality of data and analysts who know the business and technologies. Solutions are primarily used as decision support systems or as their components. The solutions help executives, salespeople, and other organizational leaders to make business decisions. Another important feature of business analytics is business continuity support, as business analytics supports essential business functions. It also supports tactical decision-making with respect to unforeseen events. It also aids in functions such as hiring, reducing attrition, improving retention, performing staff deployment, and deciding strategy. In many cases, decision-making is automated for supporting responses in real time. This lesson will help you understand the concepts related to different types of business analytics, such as descriptive analytics, predictive analytics, prescriptive analytics, supply chain analytics, healthcare analytics, marketing analytics, human resource analytics, and web analytics. Descriptive analytics analyzes the past events and predicts the approach of future. It analyzes the past performance by mining the past data and look for the reasons why past failures or successes happened. Almost all management reporting, such as finance, operations, marketing, and sales, uses this analytics. The related models quantify data relationships in a manner that is generally used for the classification of customers and prospects into various groups. For instance, these models can be used to classify customers on the basis of their preferences and life stages. They can be used to create further models that can make predictions and can stimulate various individualized agents. Some of the data techniques used by this analytics includes reports, data mining techniques, descriptive statistics, data queries, data dashboards, and basic what-if spreadsheet models. Predictive analytics converts data into actionable and usable information. It determines the possible future outcome of an event or the possibility of a situation. It includes various statistical techniques from machine learning, data mining, modeling, and game theory, and include techniques that use models created from past data to predict the future or determine the impact of one variable on another. When it comes to businesses, these models use the patterns found in transactional and historical data for identifying opportunities and risks. They allow risk assessment by capturing relationships between various factors. The three basic cornerstones of this analytics are predictive modeling, decision analysis and optimization, and transaction profiling. An example to use this analytics can be to optimize customer relationship management systems. Some other examples include a company that can create a mathematical model for predicting the future sales by using past data on product sales, and a food manufacturing company that can estimate the measurement and quality of unit sales by using the point-of-sale scanner data from retail outlets. A few other examples include an organization that can predict the market share of a new product by using the survey data and past purchase behavior. Using predictive analytics, these organizations can analyze the spending, use, and behavior of customers. This leads to effective cross-sales and high profitability. An organization must employ an experts team or data scientists to find and access the appropriate data. This team can work with business leaders for designing business strategies by using predictive analytics techniques such as time series analysis, linear regression, data mining techniques, and simulation or risk analysis. Prescriptive analytics uses mathematical sciences, machine learning, business rules, and big data for making decisions and suggesting decision options. It specifies the best course of action for a business activity in the form of the output of a prescriptive model. It goes beyond predicting the outcomes of future and also suggests the action to benefit from the predictions. It anticipates the reason of an incident and not just what and when it will happen. It can also suggest decision options on the method to take the benefit of a future opportunity or to mitigate a risk of the future. The models used in this analytics are called optimization models and combine various business rules, mathematical models, and data. The input can be internal data, external data, and various other sources. Here are some example industries in which this analytics is used. The airline industry can benefit by using revenue management models and past purchasing data as inputs to get the best pricing strategy across all flights. Similarly, the finance industry can use portfolio models that utilize historical investment return data to decide the mix of investments. Other examples of prescriptive analytics are supply network design models in operations and price markdown models in retailing. In operations, supply network design models provide cost-minimizing plant and distribution center locations. Retailing use price markdown models that provide the timing of discount offers and revenue-maximizing discount levels. One of the traditional analytics applications was in supply chain management and logistics. It's used at the core of companies like FedEx and UPS. It's used for efficient delivery and optimal sorting of goods. It's also used for vehicle and staff scheduling, vehicle routing, better inventory and processing control, and efficient supply chains. Analytic tools used in this area span the complete analytics spectrum. For instance, it's been used by the women's apparel manufacturer Bernard Claus Inc. The company used descriptive analytics for presenting its supply chain status to its managers. Another example is ConAgra Foods, a packaged foods company which used prescriptive and predictive analytics for planning its capacity utilization better by including the inherent uncertainty in commodities pricing. The company received 100% return on their investment in analytics in less than 3 months. Analytics in healthcare is used to simultaneously control cost and provide more effective treatment to patients. Predictive, prescriptive, and descriptive analytics are used to improve staff, patient, and facility scheduling. They're also used to control inventory, purchasing, and patient flow. For instance, as per the McKinsey Global Institute, or MGI, and McKinsey and Company 14 study, by better utilizing analytics, the United States healthcare system could save more than $300 billion each year, which is equivalent to the complete gross domestic product of countries such as Singapore, Finland, and Ireland. Marketing is one of the expanding areas to apply analytics. A better understanding of customer behavior by using data generated from social media and scanner data leads to several advantages, such as better use of advertising budgets, effective pricing strategies, improved demand forecasting, better product line management, and increased customer satisfaction and loyalty. One of the examples is automobile manufacturer Chrysler teamed with J.D. Power and Associates. They developed predictive models for supporting their pricing decisions for automobiles as they helped Chrysler to better understand the ramifications of proposed pricing structures. The models generated an estimated annual savings of $500 million. The use of analytics in the human resources area is relatively new. With the use of analytics, the HR function ensures that the organization employs the required skill sets to meet its needs, hires the highest quality talent, provides an employee retention environment, and achieves its organizational diversity objectives. Sears Holding Corporation, or SHC, is an example in this area. It created an HR analytics team inside its corporate HR function that used descriptive and predictive analytics to support employee hiring and tracking and influencing retention. Web analytics is the analysis of online activity, such as visiting websites and social media sites like LinkedIn and Facebook. It has huge implications for promoting and selling products and services through the internet. Some points to remember are that leading companies use descriptive and advanced analytics to data collected in online experiments for determining the best way for configuring websites, position ads, and using social networks to promote products and services. Online experimentation includes exposing various subgroups to various website versions and tracking the results. These experiments prove to be ineffective as they allow the company to use the trial and error method in statistically determining what makes a difference in their website traffic and sales. Why is decision-making in any business very important? The goal of business decision-making is to high revenue, low costs, and low expenses. It's supported by business analytics in various ways, such as for increasing revenue while keeping selling expenses the same. Business analytics suggests changes in the sales force deployment. It can also be used if a company's employees are leaving voluntarily for higher paying jobs and there are high onboarding costs. In such cases, business analytics recommends raises that can help retain existing employees. Business intelligence, or BI, refers to reporting and analytics tools, traditionally used for determining historical data trends. These techniques and tools are used to transform raw data into useful information for the purpose of business analysis. It includes a set of processes, methodologies, technologies, and architectures that uses the output of the information management processes. The technologies can handle large amounts of unstructured data for identifying, developing, and otherwise creating new strategic business opportunities. BI enables queries by which users can get results by asking data-related questions. It allows easy data interpretation of high amounts of data while implementing an effective strategy based on insights that can help a business gain a competitive advantage. BI includes tools that are designed to present the results of analytics in an understandable format. They provide historical, current, and predictive views of business operations. Some functions include online analytical processing, process mining, prescriptive analytics, text mining, business performance management, and benchmarking. Data science includes processes, principles, and methods to understand phenomena through automated data analysis. It allows data-driven decision-making, or DDD, which determines the productivity of an organization. DDD is the practice of basing decisions on data analysis instead of just intuition. Organizations get involved in DDD to lesser or greater degrees, which decides the productivity of the organizations. The given image shows how data science interacts with the outer world. Let's now talk about the importance of data science. You can consider data science a business asset that is about data investment. An understanding of its fundamental concepts is required for data scientists and anyone working with data scientists, employing data scientists, investing in data-heavy ventures, or directing an analytics application in an organization. DDD and big data technologies improve business performance substantially. Data science supports DDD and, at times, performs such decision-making automatically. With respect to data science, the key strategic assets are data and the ability to extract useful information from data. Many businesses use data analytics to get value from the existing data and to generally consider if the business has the right analytical talent. Incorrect data and unsuitable data science talent results in issues such as poor decisions. Big data typically refers to data sets that are too large for traditional data processing systems. Its technologies are considered as a popular platform for data analytics and data exploration and used to implement data mining techniques and data processing. These technologies are also used to process data in support of the data mining techniques and other data science activities. Nowadays, companies that employ big data technologies have started asking, what can I now do that I couldn't do before, or do better than I could do before? Therefore, it's possible the golden era of data science. Different types of analytical tools available are listed on the screen. These are open source software, have object-oriented design, and can be linked with general programming platforms. They also offer extensibility and various other features.
And now, if you're an aspiring business analyst, then try giving a shot to Simplilearn's postgraduate program in Business Analytics from Purdue University in collaboration with IBM. The course link in the description and pinned comment should take you to the program being offered.
Business Analyst Interview Questions. My name is Richard Kirshner with the Simplilearn team. Get certified, get ahead. We'll go over some beginner, intermediate, and advanced level questions to expect in interviews when you're looking at business analytics. Let's start with the differentiation between a risk and an issue. And this should be a very fundamental question dealing with business, because in business they want to make money, and we really want to understand where the split is on a lot of these things. So always ask yourself, where is the bottom dollar on this, and what does this mean? Risk is your potential, and an issue is something that's actually happening. So risk is a potential problem that can be predicted. Risk may or may not happen in the future. A proactive response plan is formulated and kept ready to mitigate risks. So these are things you plan for. And the issue refers to a risk that is occurring or about to happen. There is no response plan in place to solve an issue. You can only respond reactively to an issue. What are the various tools a business analyst works on? This is very company specific. And so when you start looking for work, you start going in for interviews, you should start really asking yourself, what are these companies looking for that I'm interested in? Clearly, if you work with IBM, you want to have your tools that are central to IBM and the IBM setup. Same thing with Google, with just across the whole field. Some of the more basic ones, obviously an Excel spreadsheet, which isn't on this list, But your Python, your SQL, you should really know your SQL because it's going to come up in no matter what format you're in. Your Tableau, your Azure, your Balsamic, all these are different platforms. There's a lot more out there, but you should be aware on which platforms your proficiencies are on. And those also that you might not be proficient on, but you at least know what they do and what their performance is. So you can answer questions, and a lot of companies will pay for you to be certified if their platform isn't on your list. What are the various stages of a business project? And we look at project initiation, project planning, project execution, project control and monitoring, project closure. And it's really important to understand any one of these in a little bit more detail than just knowing the list. What is feasibility study? A feasibility study is a method of gauging the success rate of proposed business solution. It enables business analysts to discover new business opportunities. And really, a lot of businesses, when they're looking at it for a business analyst, this is really what they want to know. What's the feasibility? That is a very central question that comes up in most business plans. What's the feasibility of doing something and getting it done? What is business model analysis? Business model analysis is a technique that helps you analyze if a business is financially, economically, and socially viable or not. I know a number of contractors that this is their sole career, is to go in and analyze ski resorts in Colorado to find out whether it's going to make it this year or not and what they need to do to fix that. So it's a very high-end job niche where you really need to know your stuff and understand what it means. What do you understand by requirement? Differentiate between requirements and needs. We look at requirements. A requirement is a targeted solution that is required to achieve the set business objectives. Business requirements are data used for business processes. Needs. Needs are the high-level representation of the terms and the result. Business needs include identifying and comprehending the business's goals and articulating its strategic direction. And you can think of needs are, what do we need to succeed? Requirements are, well, these are the things we need to put into place. This is what's required to achieve a business objective. Suppose you have been given a list of zip PIN codes from different countries. Using those codes, find the city and the state names using Excel. And so if you're given a list of zip codes, PIN codes of various cities from the US and India, here's how you can find the city and the country names. Select all the codes, go to the Data tab under Data Types, select Geography, click on the Insert Data option, choosing City from the field list. Click on the Insert Data option and select State from the field list. Really, you do need to know your way around Excel. No matter what other packages you're working with, Excel is such a base package in business analysis. So much people are given that back and forth still. It's still kind of a baseline. Below are sales data that has information on different items sold across various regions and countries. What was the total revenue generated for all the items in India? You can use the sum if function to find the total revenue generated from India. You can see here equals sum if, and then of course B2 to B100 India, L2 to L1001, and that will give you the sum. You can also use a filter option to filter the data only for India and use subtotal by pressing Alt plus equals. Nice short hotkey to remember there. Create a highlight table to visualize the revenue generated from offline and online sales for different items across the region using Tableau. Now, not all companies use Tableau, but it is becoming a very highly used tool because it's so easy to use. You drag the region onto columns, drag the sales channel and item type fields onto rows, select the total revenue column and drag it onto color and label cards. Select square as the mark type. Drag the total revenue field onto columns, drag the total profit column onto rows, place item type column onto colors. Under the size card, place the total profit. Drag the region column into the filters card and select Asia. So one of the things about Tableau is it looks real complicated, but it's all drag and drop. And so you should know your way around about doing some very simple drag and drops for doing your query and summation. And below is the resulted plot. So let's look at some more questions, but let's jump to a little more intermediate level. Differentiate between software development lifecycle and project lifecycle. So we're looking a little bit more hierarchical towards the top of the list. Software development lifecycle helps with the development of software products. It consists of a single software across multiple phases. Here, phases include requirement gathering, coding, operations, maintenance, and documentation. Where the project lifecycle, this enables you to develop a new product in the business. Project lifecycle consists of multiple software in one customer scenario. Phases here are idea generation, screening, development, testing, and analysis. How do you perform risk management in your project? So again, we're dealing with intermediate, not just how to pull tables across. We start analyzing things. And the risk management is a technique wherein risks are identified, avoided, reduced, assessed, and mitigated. Having the appropriate risk management plan decreases losses and optimizes decision making to enhance the organization's performance. How does risk mitigation differ from risk avoidance? Risk mitigation is a plan to be executed when a risk occurs. When a risk occurs, there might be a business impact and the cost incurred is high. Risk avoidance, whereas risk avoidance is carried out to avoid the risk from occurring. Meanwhile, the business impact here is zero and the cost is fully eliminated. And you can think about a brick and mortar store and they have shoplifting. You want to mitigate you want to avoid as much shoplifting as you can. But you can only frisk people at the door and have security so much before you start losing customers. And so when you mitigate it, you're going to have to pay for your lost merchandise. Where you avoid it, you have your security cameras and people watching to stop people from stealing things. Risk in this case can mean loss of money spent, badly spent on equipment, certifications. There's all kinds of areas where you want to mitigate and avoid risk. What are project deliverables? Project deliverables represent a collection of measurable services and goods that are to be delivered to the end user in the project completion stage. This is so important when we start talking about any of our when you sign a contract, any of our online contracts, cloud computing, all of that, make sure you're very clear what the deliverables are, who owns it, who is the responsibility of the service, and the security around it. Those are all very important questions to know. Differentiate between the Agile and Waterfall model. Two of our biggest or most basic models used today. The Agile model, which is slowly taken over, especially in software. The Agile model is adaptable to requirement changes and has an incremental approach. In the Agile model, testing can be performed in every phase. With the waterfall model is referred as a structured software development methodology. Changes in requirements are difficult to implement. Meanwhile, in the waterfall model, testing is performed only in the final phase. And you can look at this as a lot of the software today has to be ready to change quickly, or in the waterfall setup, you're not looking for fast changes, you're looking for a very solid, it's going to work no matter what kind of view. This is something that we can build. It isn't going to have to make major changes, but it better work correctly. Describe the different analytical techniques like Moscow and SWOT. Moscow analysis, it is a prioritization technique that highlights a requirement's significance. Questions like, is it a must-have or a should-have? Could the demand be made better? Would a specific idea be useful in the future? Are asked here. In the SWOT analysis, it discovers the strengths and weaknesses of a firm and evaluates them as opportunities and threats. SWOT analysis consists of strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. And you can kind of think of it as like the SWAT team coming in you're worried about threats here, so we're talking about policing. Or in Moscow, really what can we get out of this? Is this, do we have to have it to succeed? Is it going to be useful in the future? So you're looking more for a general value attached to it. List various components of strategy analysis. For developing a strategic plan for an organization, the vital components are vision, objectives, mission, strategies, action plan. What is benchmarking? Benchmarking is a process of evaluating an organization's measures, like the quality of policies, programs, etc., against the standard criteria. It's so important to have that baseline of what are you measuring against. The baseline might not even be a very good one, but you can't measure something unless you have something to measure it against. It helps with the measuring the performance of the company. You can recognize the areas of improvement in a company and analyze how other companies achieve other objectives. What is the best approach to work with difficult stakeholders? A business analyst interacts with many professionals during his work. Few of the best approaches to take into consideration while working with difficult stakeholders are. Before I even jump into this, I have a friend who is working with some very high-end individuals who took their private plane, and he was supposed to meet them at the location. When he arrived, they had been in a fist fight while on their private plane. The stakeholders had so much difficulty with some particular aspect going on. So difficulties are going to arise, hopefully not at that level, but things happen. And of course you want to just assume that work with anybody, but you want to listen patiently to the stakeholder's point of view, respond to them politely and diplomatically, have a one-on-one discussion to make things more precise, comprehend their worries and be transparent. Make sure to continuously engage such difficult stakeholders. And I'm going to highlight the last one, because if you're working with somebody who's difficult and you just try to ignore them, one of the things is that whatever problems are arising, they're just going to explode. So that is so important not to ignore somebody who's being difficult. But the rest of it is stay focused. Stay focused on what you're trying to accomplish. Be goal-driven. This is a great time to be goal-driven, not driven by emotion or the problems that arise or how the person communicates. Name the different types of agile methodologies. Scrum. You can go get Scrum certified. Important thing to look into if you haven't. Learn software development and extreme programming, XP. Feature-driven development, FDD. Crystal, Kanban, Dynamic Systems Development Method, DSDM.
If getting your learning started is half the battle, what if you could do that for free? Visit SkillUp by Simplilearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
There is in Agile just a ton of different methodologies. So knowing at least a few of them inside and out and having a kind of a general idea that the other ones are out there is important. So you at least know what we're talking about when someone comes up and talks about Agile. Describe the gap analysis. Gap analysis refers to the analysis of differences between the existing system's functionalities and the targeted system. The gap indicates the amount of work required to get the intended result. Gap analysis is a comparison between the current and proposed functionalities. And you can see here we put together an action plan to go from the current state to the desired state. How do you import text file data into MS Excel? And remember, Excel is one of those things that has been around forever, and even though it's like the bottom barrel of a lot of analysis that we do, most of our data starts in an Excel spreadsheet, or a comma-separated variable file that you then end up with an Excel spreadsheet. Given below is the employee text file. It has information about name, age, and company. And here's how you can import this data into Excel. Go to the Data tab, click on Get Data drop-down. Under From Files, select Text CSV. Select where the text file is located in your system and click on Import. Click on Load Data Imported into Excel. You've been given sales data that has information on the sale of different items across the world. Below is the data. Create a pivot table to analyze the profit of all the items in each region. Now remember, a pivot table is a table of statistics that summarizes the data of a more extensive table. So it takes a full data sheet, and we're just going to zoom in on something. That's what the pivot table means. And if we want to go ahead and do this, what we do is we go ahead and select a cell in the table, go to Insert, and click on Pivot Table. In the Create Pivot Table box, choose Existing Worksheet to place your pivot table. Drag region and item type onto rows, drag total profit onto values, sort the sum of the total profit column. Using the sales table, find the percentage contribution of cosmetics to the total revenue and total profit. Create a pivot table by dragging item type onto rows. Select the revenue and profit column under values. Right-click on the revenue value under show value as, select percentage of grand total. Right-click on a profit value under show value as, choose percentage of grand total. And you can see here when we do that, we end up with cosmetics made a 14.03% contributions to the total revenue and an 18.94% contribution to the total profit. How do you create a dual axis chart in Tableau? Drag the order data onto columns and convert it into continuous year. Drag total revenue onto rows and total profit to the right corner of the view until you see the light green rectangle. Synchronize the right axis by right-clicking on the profit axis. Under the marks card, change sum total revenue to bar and sum total profit to line and adjust the size and color. They're lots of fun to play with as you start getting into these. Using the sales data, create a view to show the total units sold and the profit generated from each item. Which item sold the least and has the least profit? So we'll go ahead and load an Excel file data in Tableau Desktop. Drag units sold onto columns and item type column onto rows. Place the total profit column under couleur and choose the desired color palette. Sort the units sold axes in descending order. And you can see here it produces a very quick bug figure, shows the fruit sold and the least and had the least amount of profit. Create a map to show the units sold and the profit generated from different Middle East and North Africa items. Drag country onto the detail card. Place the total profit column under size. Drag units sold under color. In the filters card, drag the region column and select Middle East and North Africa. Bahrain had the maximum number of units sold. At the same time, Iran made the full amount of profit. Create a visualization to analyze the total revenue and the units sold for clothes, meat, and baby food across different regions in 2006 and 2017. Drag the units sold field on the columns, drag the region and item type fields onto rows. Under the couleur card, place a total revenue column, drag item type onto filters and choose clothes, meat, and baby food. Drag the order date column onto filters and select 2016 and 2017. Meat had the highest units sold and made the maximum profit. Now with any of these Tableau, it's good if you have your own hands-on for this. That's an important thing to note. We kind of zoomed in on Tableau. Again, there's a lot of other companies out there using a lot of other packages. So if you're not familiar with Tableau, but you're able to do this in another package, that's a good thing. So at least you know what we're talking about and you've had that hands-on. Let's go ahead and jump to some advanced level questions. What is requirement prioritization? Name the different techniques used for it. Requirements prioritization focuses on allocating requirements depending on the business urgencies. This is essential for the project to run well. Requirement prioritization enables various teams to understand what is important and work in sync with the business needs. There are several techniques used for requirement prioritization. We had Moscow technique, we mentioned that earlier. The requirements are grouped based on must, mandatory, should, high priority, could, not necessary but preferred, and would, suggested for the future. Ranking method. Here you give each requirement a distinct numerical value based on its importance. And of course this is at 100. Well, here's kind of similar to ranking is the $100 method. Multiple stakeholders get a notional $100 to distribute among the requirements. So the $100 method is pretty similar to what the ranking method is. Top 10 requirements. In this approach, from a large set, the stakeholders simply pick their top 10 requirements. This is very popular. There's a lot of help books out there about getting things done. They say write everything that you want to accomplish. Put them on 3x5 cards and narrow it down to 5. Do those 5, because once you've conquered those 5, then you can move on to the next ones. Name the critical agile metrics that should be considered by a business analyst. Sprint burn down. So the sprint burn down is the chart we use when you're tracking. Usually it's in Scrum is where that usually comes from, the Scrum setup. But it's a chart of the work to be completed and what's still going on. You have your work category allocation, the velocity, the cumulative flow diagram, defect removal awareness, time coverage, defect resolution time. Explain BPMN. BPMN, Business Process Model and Notation. Gateway controls the flow of interaction and sequence of processes. It is a flowchart technique which models the end-to-end business process step. The four essential elements of BPMN are flow objects, events, activities, gateways; connecting objects, sequence, messages, associations; swim lanes, pool or lane; artifacts, data object, group, annotation. List the elicitation techniques. The elicitation process is about gathering requirements from users and stakeholders. Listed below are a few techniques that are used to collaborate with users or clients. Interviews. Don't know how many times I've been on the phone calling competition, potential clients to ask questions. So one of the elicitation techniques is to ask questions. If you're going to call clients to ask questions, it can a lot of times also turn into additional sales. Document analysis, focus group, prototyping, brainstorming. My favorite, brainstorming. All these are important. I just kind of highlight a few of them that I tend to get stuck in. Observations and workshops. Again, workshops are a great sales technique also. So as you're doing your business analysis and you're bringing people into a workshop and do observations in the workshop and working specifically with these people, they turn into potential business growth. I tell you what, if you're a shareholder and someone's doing a business analysis and they turn around and generate a $30,000 sale for your company, they're in. You know, you've already earned your pay, and you're doing what you like, which is business analysis. Interface analysis, questionnaire and survey. Questionnaire and survey is my least favorite, but they are the most popular because they're the easiest to pump out. List the documents needed by a business analyst. Initiation document, project vision document, use cases, system requirements, specifications document, business requirement document, requirements traceability matrix, functional requirement document, use case specifications document, gap analyst document. Describe how you would approach a project. Here's a basic project approach outline which you can use with respect to different situations. Identifying the project goal, formulating the work plan, defining the requirements, collaborating with other teams, tracking the project, documenting the progress. And really, when you start designing your project approach, encompassing all the things listed in here is so important with the shareholders. It's great if you can identify your project goal, and that's probably the most important thing, because if you don't have a goal, you might as well walk away. But if you don't have the rest, well, how are you formulating the work plan, defining the requirements, collaborating with other teams? That is such a big step because we're going from everything being on paper and trying to figure out what you're going to do to actually doing it. And then tracking and finally documenting. Very important for the shareholders and what goes back to the top. Differentiate an alternate flow and exception flow in a use case diagram from a basic flow. Basic flow represents the operation of activities as required by the company. In a use case, alternate flow, as the name suggests, is an alternate solution used in a system failure case. Different steps are used to complete the goals of a use cases. Exception flow refers to the various steps executed in case of errors. This does not lead to achieving the required goal of a use case. Critical aspects of creating analytical reporting. Analytical reporting is a type of business reporting which provides data analysis, information, and recommendations. It enables people to use data to make decisions. To create analytical reporting, the following points should be kept in mind. Comprehend business analysis. Display your analysis skills. Think critically. And I'm going to throw in here the term from big data, map and reduce. Really, when we're doing a business analysis, you don't want to give them a massive amount of information. You want to reduce it down to something that they can see in a single graph, a very simple set of notes, and you need to think critically. You need to really make it, what is it that the shareholders want that's going to make them understand why this is important to the business, and what does the business get out of it? What is Kanban? Kanban helps agile teams in visually managing work through processes. It works as a scheduling system in agile just-in-time production. The Kanban methodology is all about real-time communication of capacity and full transparency of work. The Kanban board describes the current development status. And of course, when you're working with Kanban, you got to be very careful about inspiring versus coaching versus micromanaging. It really can end up in a micromanaging setup where you want to watch out for that, but you also need to track everything. A basic Kanban board has 3-step workflow. It has the to-do, in progress, and done. However, depending on a team size, structure, and objectives, the workflow can be mapped to meet any particular team's unique process. State the key differences between BRD and SRS. BRD, Business Requirements Documents, is a high-level functional specification of software. BRD is a formal document to describe the requirement provided by the client. Business analysts create this post their interaction with the clients. SRS, System Requirement Specification, is a high-level functional and technical specification of software. SRS describes the software's functions and non-functional requirements that are needed to be developed, whereas SRS is created by the systems architects. What is Pareto analysis? The Pareto analysis helps in crucial decision making. It helps in prioritizing decisions, identifying the most relevant and the least decision concerning the overall goal. It is also known as the 80-20 rule. As per this rule, 80% of the project's benefit arises from 20% of the work. Vice versa, 80% of the case problem can be due to 20% of the causes. Differentiate between the V model and the fish model. When we talk about the V model, it is an SDLC model where the execution of processes happens sequentially in a V shape. At every stage, the same person reviews, but other testers will do software testing in the last step. V model consumes less time and costs. The fish model is similar to the V model, but with more multiple verification teams. Every stage is tested by another team for completeness and correctness. The fish model is comparatively very costly and time-consuming, which makes sense because if you have multiple tests on each stage for multiple teams, they have to all be spun up on it, and so you're literally more than doubling the work because you also have to track all that. Given the sales data, create a chart to show each region's country that made the highest revenue. Create a pivot table by dragging the region and country onto rows. Place the total revenue column under values. Right-click on the country value, select the filter options, and choose Top 10. Choose Top 1 as shown above and click on OK. And you can see here is the pivot table that you will get. Using the sales data, find all the countries where the total units of fruits sold offline were less than 3,000. You need to use an advanced filter option in Microsoft Excel to solve this problem. Below is the critical based on the question we have. Go to the Data tab, select Advanced Filter option, choose Copy to another location, give your criteria range and the copy to location. Click on OK. Here's the final result as we can see below. Let's create a pivot table to find which countries from each region made the lowest amount profit. Create a pivot table by dragging the region and the country into rows. Place the profit column under values. Right-click on any country value, select the filter option and choose Top 10. Choose Bottom 1 and click on OK. And then let's create a filled map to analyze the total revenue and profit generated from beverages in North America using Tableau. Drag country onto detail card, place the total revenue column under the text, drag total profit under couleur. In the filters card, drag the region column and select North America. In the filters card, drag the item type column and select beverages. And you can see from the below map, you can see the Greenland and the maximum revenue and profit generated from beverages in North America. Who knew? Using Tableau, how will you display the top 5 and bottom 5 items based on profit? Drag the item type field onto rows and total profit onto columns. Right-click on the item type column to create a set. Give a name to the set and select the top tab to choose the top 5 items by sum, total profit. Create a set for the bottom 5 items by sum total profit. Select both the sets, right-click to create a combined set. Give a name to the set and choose all members in both sets. Drag the new set on the filters and the total profit onto color. The above graph depicts the cosmetics made the highest profit while fruits made the lowest. And really, when we're talking about tools like Tableau, or if you're targeting companies working in R, or you're targeting companies working in Python, you should be able to quickly do these kind of displays in any of those packages that you're focused on. Tableau is one of the biggest ones out there right now because it is a paid-for service, but it's also very robust and easy to use and uses less programming on the back end. So just a quick side note on there, roll your sleeves up. If this does not look right to you, you're not able to get through some of these things, make sure you are if that's what you're targeting in a company for an interview.
So that's a wrap on this course. If you have any queries, do let us know in the comment section below. Our team of experts will get back to you as soon as possible. Thank you and keep learning with Simplilearn.